man speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right. Welcome, everybody. I hope everyone had a lovely week. Why is my stuff off? I've got to fix it. There we go. Oh, it's much better. It's chaos time. It's already chaos. We're in the chaos. We're in the chaos. It's every week. Every week gets better. Oh, Haitians eating cats, people denying it, witnesses, videos, people going, no, that's not real. No, of course not. Debates. People think people get swung by debates because they don't understand that people answer polls after debates. Not that they change their minds. Um, God, people are so peoply. It's just awful. It's getting weirder. It's getting more chaotic, and there's just so many weird things going on. There's so many weird tweets. There's so many weird what do I want to call it? Weird opinions. There's so many weird ways that people are weird memes, right? We've got AI memes being popular, not memes about AI. Why is the world like this? And there's so many strange things going on, and people are trying to get together and they're trying to form new political parties and they're trying to have better conversations. And then another group of people is saying, yeah, we've been trying conversations for 4 years and it's clearly making things worse. We're out of here. And all this is going on at right at the same time, right? And a lot of that is the flattening of the world, compression of time, right? And people don't realize that time and distance are still related, even on the internet, because you don't see most of the internet. In fact, you see hardly any of it at all. So you may think, like, I'm getting a good sampling of what people think across the world by looking at the internet. No, you're increasing the chaos and increasing the size of your bubble because those are the same thing. Oops. Yeah, and it's just been so nuts. There's been so much going on and so many weird, conflicting, people discovering things that everybody else already knew, and it's just madness out there. And this is all the chaos. It's not related to the chaos. It is the chaos. So this may bring you to ask wisely the question, you know, what is chaos? And part of it is things that used to work no longer work. Rules that you used to be able to follow and rely on no longer function. And that's because order, which is the thing that allows for rules and for you to do things and get consistent, repeatable, reliable results, uh, has given way to entropy. And part of the reason, although there are lots of reasons why this is happening, is because people are poorly implementing, we'll say incompetently, uh, their exemplars. right? They see an example, they try to understand the example for themselves, right? And then they go off and try to implement that example by themselves, typically, or with the group of their friends in their bubble who thought they all understood this thing well, like politics. And when you copy your exemplar and you're wrong about what was happening, which is almost certainly true, you create chaos from the previous order. You're trying to emulate the order, but you can't. I mean, maybe you can't, or maybe you just misunderstood it, or maybe both, which is worse. And that's parasitic. That's why we need to hold up our exemplars and not try to replace them. And part of the reason why we don't see this is because chaos takes time to unfold and become clear to us. But at least for me, it's pretty clear that it has been chaotic for a good 10 years. See my 2014 live stream, because that was not when things went wrong, but when things became obviously wrong. And like, again, if you missed it, I get it, but also you missed it. Like, it was right there the whole time. And part of the problem is just because you see a pattern doesn't mean there is a pattern. Lots of people connect things that are not actually connected. We are pattern finding machines. We see patterns. That's what we see. We need patterns to be in the world at all, in any capacity. There's no exception to that. It's just this is part of being versus non being, which would be chaos. Correlation does not equal causation. Correlation does not equal similar knowledge. Correlation does not equal connection. Correlation happens in randomness all the time. It happens in chaos all the time. And chaos is deceptive because it allows us to deceive ourselves about what we are seeing, what we are experiencing, the nature of the world. People talk about signal to noise ratio. I'm pretty sure you can map that onto chaos and order. Signal is order, noise is chaos. Oops. Chaos is applying patterns inappropriately because things are not being held together anymore. Conspiracy theories. Technically, those are inappropriate connections. They're inappropriate patterns in the world. Irrespective of whether or not they happen, by the way, which is more interesting in some ways. The fact is, there are many stories, many ways to connect the same set of events. Were the Twin Towers brought down by terrorists flying planes? Or was it a bomb? Or several bombs? Were there bombs in some of the buildings and not others? Were there bombs in all of the buildings and some of them didn't go off? Or was crashing the planes just to hide the bombs? Or was that ridiculous? Was it that the CIA paid the terrorists to crash the planes? Did they plan it? Or was it the FBI turning a blind eye because they knew that they could get power at the end, which they didn't, by the way. So if that's what they were thinking, they were wrong. The Man Who Knew, PBS. If you if you really want to not sleep ever again, And also realize the incompetency of your government and knowledge won't change anything. The age of gnosis doesn't work. The Man Who Knew. Good stuff. I think it's Nova, but it might be Secrets of the Dead or whatever other PBS special. There's lots of explanations for 9/11. Hundreds. And the problem is you're filling in missing information. You can do all kinds of things with missing information because people will fill it in. And different people will fill in different things in many cases. There might be a limited number of things you can fill it with, in which case there's a limit to the number of conspiracy theories you have. That's part of the problem. You don't have the information and you're trying to make sense of chaos. You could say the terrorists won in a way, but their immediate goals were not met. And the long term goals are probably also not going to be met. That's harder to say, of course, but I'm fairly sure. You can ask me why later if you wish. What are the causes of chaos? Let's go through them, shall we? So it turns out that equality doctrine has a cost. Now, equality doctrine is not caused by one thing. It is one thing. It's pretty easy to see, right? Making things equal at the wrong layer of analysis. It's equality doctrine. There's lots of ways it manifests, but there's different causes to it. So one thing that causes equality doctrine is the flattening of the world because you want to understand the world because you were told you could. Can't understand the world. That's dumb. Don't try. You'll create an equality doctrine and create chaos. And equality doctrine ensures chaos because you can no longer discern things. There's no need to give up your seat on the bus to someone else if we're all equal. Because then no one needs anything. And you don't have anything more than they have anyway. So you ain't got nothing to give them. And why should anybody empathize with anyone else? Or why would they need to? How could they? We're all equal. But now, of course, you cannot see things. You can't discern the world. Things are equal. You're equal to me. I'm equal to you. We're all just humans. Is that worth it to get equality? Chaos? Lack of discernment? Equality at all costs? Well, the cost is eyes to see, ability to discern, particularly the difference between good and evil. Was it worth it just to make everything equal or everyone equal or some other nebulous definition of equal that cannot work? So go ahead and bring it if you wish. Now we have the incompetency crisis. Oh, well, I know exactly what that writer did to write that movie. So I'm going to go out and get educated and write the movie that I want to write. And it will be just as good. Will it now? And if we are all equal, we are all capable equally. False. Hierarchy is real. Difference exists. Discernment, which is hard, is required. There's no way around it. Another cause of chaos is just the simple destruction of hierarchy as such. which means any sort of rebellion, actually. One way to look at this is to say now all the transactions can happen without a central exchange. Of course, this cannot work, right? Because you need to be able to see the things that other people do in order to validate the transaction to see if they're real or to be able to know if people are cheating the system because people will cheat if they are hidden well enough. They might cheat by mistake without even realizing it. Doesn't that suck? If the transactions aren't centralized, it's harder to see. Obfuscation creates chaos. Bringing down the king forces decentralization. Ignoring that your manager is your manager forces decentralization. Have you ever tried to do anything in a decentralized structure? Good luck. I have. It don't work. Trying to decentralize deliberately, say a currency or something, to rebel against a system causes chaos by default, inevitably. Revivify corrupt structures, don't destroy them. Things that correct structures are people. We can identify them, we can discern them, and get them out of those structures. What we do after that is actually relevant to me. I'm a pragmatist. We know we need to get them out of the structures, get them out of the structures. That's not hard. That's easy. You do that. We could start there. That would be fantastic. Do we always know? Maybe not. Are we going to make mistakes? We always make mistakes about everything. So probably that wasn't hard. Was that hard? Didn't feel hard. Does it matter? No, because it's not optional to remove corrupt people from structures. Another thing that causes chaos is when we all project our own models onto the world, because then we no longer live in the world together. And with things like the internet, a larger problem appears. That larger problem is when you project your model into the world and then you find 10 other people with a similar enough model. You think you're representative. You're 10 people. Get over yourselves. Suddenly, you're all trying to live in this shared model, this multi-user shared hallucination. Look up Mushes. It's quite interesting history. Also, the history of multi-user dungeons and Mushes, muds and mushes, is a pattern that if you study it long enough, you'll see around you. What we need is a shared world, a shared reality, a shared vision that is higher than us. Otherwise, things like language cannot work. Any kind of language, any sort of language, even bodied language. We don't need universally the same body language throughout the world. That's not required. You don't have to travel the world. Won't be a bad thing. But this is also why fixing the language, the words we use, won't work. Because you cannot do that without a shared vision. The shared vision comes first and the language comes second. That's why languages are different in the way that they are. This is well studied and there's papers all over the place about it. But no one reads them except me, apparently. Having new things, novelty, keeps you distracted. Being busy keeps you distracted from your problems. That all catches up to you eventually. maybe later than you expect. That just means it catches you off guard, as well as being inevitable. Flattening the world to single causes. That will make things confusing. Equality, indeed. But keep in mind, the chaos doesn't flatten the world. You did that. And that is what created the chaos. Don't blame others. The chaos is the result of and the cause of, reciprocally, the intimacy crisis. Chaos gives you a way not to need connection, or so it seems in the short term, while showing you a world where you can get what you want in the moment for a while. But it's unconnected from the past, and it's unconnected from the future, and it's unconnected from the wants and desires and needs of others. If you're not sacrificing for the people around you, you are being narcissistic. You are living in hedonism. It's not a good plan. When you do that, over time, things become disconnected. And of course, we yearn to connect them. So we do. Now we get conspiracies. And it's not that those things didn't happen, but the fact that things happen and correlate doesn't mean they are rational or ordered. The price of tea in China correlates with a bunch of things that have nothing to do with tea or China or trade or currency. Huh. It's not rational or ordered in that case. It's also not disconnected. It's just not connected to the things you think. And it's not only connected to one thing, like everything else. One interesting factor in the chaos is the misappropriation of patterns or the misapplication of patterns. Because we're pattern finding machines. That is our primary evolutionary purpose. You need a pattern of reproduction that requires conforming to a bunch of other patterns that avoid death before the reproduction. When you let just anyone interpret, and worse yet, implement a pattern, let's combine affluence and equality doctrine, then you end up with strange results. If you give people too much leverage over the world around them, let's just call that technology, then they're able to implement patterns on their own by themselves without any help or feedback or correction. We outsource our sanity. You do it by yourself, you might be insane. The longer you do something by yourself, the more insane you will become, guaranteed, by the way. So if you think the thing that made superhero movies good was the superheroes, and you can just swap out those characters, or maybe also swap out the actors, or maybe just write a different story because you like it, then you didn't understand the pattern of what that made the superhero movies good. I'm not saying your favorite critics also did not understand the pattern, although maybe some of them did. But now you can see the parasitic destruction that leads to chaos. People are trying to do things on their own, by themselves, their own conception of the world. They don't have anyone to put them in check or help them improve on their ideas, steer them away from the bad aspects of their ideas. It's not a good thing. It's chaos. Chaos is not comfortable for us. When you separate the world deliberately, you create the chaos. It's generated. It's not a condition of the world in that way. It's a state of the world when you, yes, you personally fail to take proper responsibility. All of the old myths are about exactly this. Jordan Peterson talks about a few of them. Don't think he mentions it quite so clearly, and probably that is best, especially for his audience. Maybe also for mine, but we rolled the dice, we took a chance. Sure, you can only do this in your life. You can only take responsibility in your life. Can't take responsibility for Ukraine. Even if you're in Ukraine, you can't. That's not. But if you do take responsibility for it in your life, that is the best that you can do. Maybe you cannot do better, but at least do that first. Things closest to you are the things you have the most control over. Leverage the control that you have first. Because the problem is you get fooled by scientism. Science examines emergence. It splits it into little ontologies and then tries to reproduce the emergence. This is fundamentally parasitic, in case you didn't notice. The fact that it's parasitic is really not a problem as long as it's embedded in something that can reverse its parasitic nature or keep it in check. If it went to war with such a thing, that would be bad for the world, and you might see a lot more chaos. The issue is that things change all the time. That's why you need to take personal responsibility. That's why responsibility as such is what fights chaos, because things change all the time. We read patterns, we read the change as emergence, we read emergence as good. Because when we find patterns, that is good. But if those patterns are false, or if we find patterns that lead to bad things, that is not good. Emergence is not good. When science changes the emergence, that is parasitic. They change away from order, and you end up with chaos. When you see things emerge, and you change that emergence away from order, away from hierarchy, that creates chaos. It increases the chaos. Let me ask you a question. How do you know or sense emergence? Chaos is not a loss of intelligibility. It's not a lack of sense making. You can and will make sense of chaos. That looks like emergence to you. This is why we need to be tested usually by others outside ourselves, and we need to be testing all of the time. Because change, entropy, is a constant and it's somehow linked to time. Maybe it's time, maybe it's slightly different. Maybe there's two different concepts there somewhere. I can't tell. But this is also why it's easier to destroy than it is to create. How many people did it take down the towers? How many people did it take to build them? Lack of responsibility is easy and lazy, and that creates chaos. Actually, putting in the work, it's hard. If you didn't struggle, you didn't work. You may struggle in joy if you're able, and that is a great gift indeed, but I think you can do it if you try. Maybe you need some help. That's possible. But I think you can do it if you try. So, what do we do about chaos? How do we understand what is happening? As it turns out, we are in the world and we are part of the world. There is no objective material reality for us to view the world or to be in, to stand in, so that we can see the world as it is truly. It's just not an option for us. What does it mean that we are part of the world? It means that the world we have has some dependency upon us. The mere fact of us being in it. Everything we do, everything we fail to do. Responsibility is about the failure to do things and the acknowledgement that you do things and the acknowledgement of the results of what you have done. That's what responsibility is. What does it mean that we are part of the world? It means we need to be responsible for it. Persons are the bridge between chaos and order. We can't live on one side or the other. We have to keep going back and forth. Some of us more on the order side, some of us more on the chaos side, perhaps. I'm sure you can find that pattern in the artists and the autistic, if you wish. And this brings me to what forbidden knowledge is for: to prevent everything from happening all at once. Because that's what chaos is to some extent. You always have a stance in the world. If you don't know what it is, or you pretend it doesn't exist, you're doing OMR, objective material reality. That is what is destroying the world. That's part of the scientific worldview. Listen closely to how they speak. Predictions all come true at once, but most of them were useless. The reason they come true isn't because someone saw a pattern. It's because all the things are happening and visible in a way they were never before. Order hides you from lots of information. It makes it forbidden to you. With more randomness comes seemingly correct pattern. Predictions about the FBI being corrupt are not new or more correct than ever, in a sense. Or maybe the CIA. The CIA definitely did MK Ultra. It's not like they were the good guys back then either. You can posit all kinds of bad things they're doing now, and some of them will be right. But in the bad old days, you weren't exposed to that. The behavior never changed, though. Maybe not knowing about an inevitable behavior that you have no control over is better than knowing about it because it's novel and you want to do something about it even when you cannot. And the reason why these things seem to be increasing is because we, quote, see them more, but they were always there. Corruption is a part of the human condition. Religious crazy people call it sin or something. I don't know. Seems to be part of the human condition. You're not always corrupt. You're not always corrupt in the same way. All of that is fine. Doesn't mean it's some optional thing in the world. Chaos can be explained as a function of attention. Either your attention is gathered towards something higher or it's scattered throughout the world. When you're looking up, you see hierarchy. You have good exemplification. Things are going well. Or you can scatter your attention throughout the world, in which case all the things you weren't looking at because you were looking up are now visible to you. And boy, the world is big. Doesn't look like anything's unfolding and sticking around very long now, does it? Now, you may object because some people are obsessed with one thing or another. You may object that the culture is focused on one thing. And those are valid observations at different scales. So I don't want to poo poo them too much. You'd say that scales are individual versus collective, and we often confuse that, right? That's the general for the specific, or confusing the specific for the general. That happens all the time. People do that constantly. Once you know about it, you'll see it everywhere. That's different scales, different layers of analysis. Communism is correct for the family, but wrong for the city or the state. Yes, so true. Also, why communism is stupid. Because of course that works with him and his family. No kidding. However, the larger scale of all humans or something else, those are other layers of analysis scale that you can apply. And maybe there is something in between, above culture, but below all humans, right? Maybe we don't have a good name for that. Or we might go with the nation or Christendom or the West just for the moment. And there are lots of things to be obsessed about or to focus on. You can find your own little world in chaos because there's a lot of little worlds. And so you will. You will. You'll find your tribe. There's all these tribes now. You can find one. It wasn't there before, but it is now. Comic Con. Ever heard of fandom? All the Trekkies. And then even they divide to Romulans, Starfleet officers. It's exhausting. All of these little groups, all these little D&D peeps. Disconnectedness is everywhere. Because you can find your tribe. You can find your bubble. And you don't have to change. You can just go into your bubble. Maybe you change a little bit, but you don't really have to change yourself. It's a fantastic world. Also, you're the problem of the chaos. But hey, whatever. If you don't think that everybody should be able to read any books is the same as children can decide their own gender, then you're part of the chaos. You're missing the pattern. If you don't ban books, at least at certain ages, why wouldn't children be able to pick their own gender? They should, because these things are exactly the same principle. And sure, one is obviously insane, but so is the other. And for exactly the same reason. We've just convinced ourselves otherwise. But our attention towards freedom and propositional knowledge as the highest value, which I call the age of gnosis, causes us to disconnect these two things, to separate them inappropriately. Everyone should be able to read any book. First of all, everyone doesn't have the same reading comprehension level, so that's dumb. Everybody should have access. No, they really shouldn't. I can tell you right now, it's a bunch of scholars that we got to take this book away from them because they don't know how to read it. Sorry, like I'm just gonna say it over and over again because it's absolutely true. I've got the goods. You can watch the channel. I had to do book 10. Every time I even think about doing book 10, though, I lose my mind. I lose my mind. I start swearing and screaming and yelling. I get so angry. Get angry just thinking about it. Someday I'll get calm enough to do the book 10 video. Those people should not have been allowed to read that book. Sorry. Oh, Plato's Cave is about breaking free. No, it's not. You've low reading comprehension. We shouldn't have let you read that book because you misread the whole thing completely, utterly, entirely. And then you spread that garbage out to everybody else and formed a little bubble of Plato is all about breaking free as an individual. Nothing could be further from the truth in this world. You want reality? The reality is Plato's not an individualist at all. And he also isn't for equality of any kind anywhere because he's not retarded and he knows that doesn't exist and cannot be. Also, evolution would fail. You want your evolution? You can't have your equality. That's chaos. Denying hierarchy exists, denying people have a place. If we're all equal, we don't have a place. There's your domicide, Dr. Vervaeke. It's equality doctrine. It's lack of principle. It's not applying the principle, having the principle and not applying it. That'll give it the same problem. Then we can't notice the valid patterns. Our attention towards freedom and propositional knowledge is the highest value, causes us to disconnect things. Because they are both forms of knowledge rather than being guided or linked or related by some principle. In this case, the same principle. That's the disconnectedness. That causes the chaos and the domicide. The chaos is hard to see because scale, because assumptions. Everybody knows children can't make up their mind about gender, or everybody knows children can make up their mind about gender. And because it's anti-freedom, at least if freedom is freedom from constraint and consequence, chaos is hard to see. That causes chaos. Freedom is chaos, at least as they describe it, because they want out of judgment. They want out of constraint. They want out of consequence. Consequence and judgment are kind of the same thing. Like your consequences are the result of a judgment. See, my live streams are over a year old on judgment, right? Discernment, judgment, and action. 3 great live streams. Maybe someday I'll get off my lazy ass and condense those monologues. And We can build our world our way in the postmodern ethos because frames don't exist, or at least all of the frames are equally valid. Equality doctrine. But frames allow us to connect things. We cannot connect things without frames. We have nothing to connect them to, nothing to relate them against or for. So your frame matters most. If it's not a shared frame, you can't cooperate with people. You can't build anything bigger than yourself. If it's a shared frame with a bunch of people, but not enough people, whatever you build will become corrupted, just like you already are. When things aren't working, that could be a bad frame, could be a poor implementation, could be a single signal that you can't do that thing, or something that cannot ever be done by anyone. It's hard to tell them apart. It's hard to know what is connected. It's hard because we see patterns. Long-term projection is hard, and we are lazy. We don't look to wisdom from the past for the patterns. We err severely. We don't see where things are going. We don't understand the slippery slope. We just say, oh, you're making a slippery slope argument. Ho, ho, ho. What if the slippery slope is real and you're on the slide? Ha, ha, ha. Distributed cognition helps us if we submit to it. Is it a full answer? No, it's not perfect because you're not perfect and you're part of it. Should be obvious. Don't know why I have to say that, but I feel like I do. Memes. Everybody can make memes. We're all equally memeing, except that even in that we can't be. The left can't meme. True. Problem with memes is they increase chaos because they are attempting to connect things using a new language. Dun, dun, dun. Memes are a search for meaning, trying to manifest meaning from the zeitgeist rather than something higher. Because the zeitgeist is what you get when you look across at the world. You get the zeitgeist. That's true. Vertical causality is being discussed for a reason. There's no vertical causality in the zeitgeist. It is the rejection of vertical causality. I'm not saying it's not real. It's just a result of looking across the horizontal plane instead of looking up and down where good and bad exist, or at least are perceivable. That's why vertical causality is being discussed a lot. Like some new weird discovery by the sciencey people, mainly because they're a little on the slow side. Okay, they're a lot on the slow side. This idea of being unable to control forces that manipulate you is correct. Paranoia. Just because you are paranoid doesn't mean they aren't out to get you. But it's also not universally true. And when you don't know what is controlling you, then you see chaos in the world. When you don't understand what is holding you personally back, you see chaos in the world. Even if the world doesn't have any chaos in it, by the way. When you're being controlled and you can't understand that you're being controlled, you see chaos in the world. Order is now veiled for you. Do you see any increase of this around you in the current moment? I do. I believe we are also seeing a new pattern. I tweeted about this. I didn't really get the responses I was looking for, but such is the chaotic world. I see more preaching as an attempt to reinstate order of in the world. Some people are doing it unconsciously or subconsciously. It's a replacement for missing authority. We have an authority vacuum. A bunch of our authorities got caught being bad and not being authoritative. And this preaching is pointing upwards, but perhaps not high enough. And so you get these people proselytizing to you about something or other, trying to teach you something when A, you didn't ask to learn anything, and B, they don't have the information to give you. In other words, they're preaching to the choir, except the choir knows more than they do. Oops. I see a lot of that. People are making whole careers off of this, as near as I can tell. Chaos threatens your grounding, but it happens over time because it takes a very, very long time. The ground is strong, the ground is large, the ground is deep. And you have to undermine it step by step. Indeed. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. So the chaos eventually threatens your grounding. Maybe in the beginning you don't notice, or maybe you do notice and then you regain ground, right? But that's a temporary measure. And the thing is, systems without enough telos and enough body and enough spirit increase chaos over time because they disintegrate slowly, eating things to try to survive. But if you can't process your food efficiently, and to make up for that, you eat more because that happens, you just get fat and sick and die. But it takes longer, actually. And sure, look, you can use computer platforms, whatever they are, to build stuff and build things within them. And that's a lever for you, like build a YouTube channel in a few clicks, realistically, at least for a while. And it'll be good. It'll be good for a while. And then it will collapse spectacularly and take a bunch of things with it. If you try to start a business and run 14 employees and find out you're not management material, because that happens all the time, then you've disrupted everyone's life, including your own, and including wasting their time in some cases. Some cases not. Some cases it's fine. Cultural equivocation. That begets chaos. Individual equivocation, which is really cognitive dissonance, or at least one form of it, that begets chaos. Do you notice this anywhere around you right now? Do you notice any cognitive dissonance? Do you notice whole structures just equivocating on words and meaning and what authority is or what happened during a debate? One thing if people do it, it's another thing if whole organizations equivocate. That's not good. So look, what do? We look up. We submit to a large organization that is looking up and will help you look up. Someplace where you can go, be part of and contribute to that organization in an efficient way by keeping your blinders on, keeping your eyes on the prize of what you're doing for that organization. And hope you didn't pick poorly, because that happens. And that organization will give you a place to be, solve your domicile problem, give you a thing to do that you're good at, and protect you from all the things you're not good at. Like whatever's going on in Ukraine. You're not good at any of the things going on in Ukraine. None of them. Zero. Sorry. You're not. Maybe no one is, but maybe other people are. But you can't worry about that. It'll eat you up. Then you're contributing to the chaos. Allow the emanation of miracles to come down upon you. Change yourself, not others. Support the hierarchy so it can protect you. Find your ground. You were born somewhere. You don't have to go back there necessarily, although maybe you do. Find your grounding. You want to know where nationalism comes from? People need grounding. They need to know where they stand. They need to be part of a body. That body can protect them from the other things in the world bigger than them. And generally speaking, it will. And just to demonstrate some of the chaos, you know, I have my Sam Pell. I have my Muppet Cup. Have have you considered? Quite good. Got some brownies. And I got my Table Rock tea. This is Carolina Lapsang. It's good stuff. Now, you're free to object, although I'll probably ignore you as to starting out the stream a little on the chaotic side. For those of you who watch regularly, now you know. I'm not going to say I do all things deliberately. I had no freaking idea until earlier today. It was Friday the 13th. I picked this topic without any conscious, rational knowledge of what the day would be. But also, I do my fair share of important exemplification on the stream. Chaos indeed. So look, there's, could talk about chaos forever. But I don't have forever. I have a limited amount of time, energy, and attention. So, if you wish to join, you may jump in. I'll post the StreamYard linky link. And you can ask me any questions about chaos or questions about anything. Just try not to get too personal down the rabbit hole, and I'll be happy to oblige you. And yeah, I mean, we are living in chaos right now. That is where we're at. If you think we're someplace else, you are gravely mistaken, and I wish you luck. You're seeing patterns. I totally get that. But a lot of them are false or temporary patterns, right? A lot of them are wishful thinking, right? A lot of them are patterns that are bad, like Marxism is a bad pattern. Socialism is bad sets of patterns. They all reduce to the same pattern, which is the pattern of pure evil. Yay. Oh, wait. No, evil's bad. Never mind. Cancel the yay. And that's the problem. We don't have the ability to discern bad patterns. We don't understand chaos. We're not appreciative of order, nor are we mourning its loss, which, we might start there. Gratitude for the order we had in the past, because now we're stuck in the chaos and actually nobody likes it. And some people are, using it to survive. And like, I get that. And I don't begrudge them anything, but chaos will eat you. No worries. And that's a good way to think about it. Like, chaos feeds on people. And that's why chaos does what it does. And that's what we're seeing. Like, we're seeing this parasitic behavior. A lot of people call it, quote, consumerism. Probably the worst frame ever, but maybe the second worst frame ever, something in that range. There's much better ways to think about the things they're describing other than consumerism. Just the way people misuse my beloved language is really starting to get to me lately, I must admit. I'd also be curious if any of you see this pattern of preaching with people, not necessarily moralizing, but just telling you things about stuff that maybe even isn't important, but they feel they must correct the record or something, even when they can't because they're morons and they have no idea what they're talking about. I see a lot of that. I see a lot of people getting going out over their skis, so to speak, right? Getting out ahead of things. Brett Weinstein's getting into politics and apparently hasn't read any founding documents and doesn't understand any of the rules of politics whatsoever. Um, but I guess as a crazy rebellious leftist who thinks he's somehow a moderate, even though he's still pretty far left, I guess he's doing the only thing he can do. That will lead to more chaos, but I can't stop him, unfortunately. And I have tried. Believe me, I have tried. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that going on where people are just there's to some extent they're seeing holes and they're like, I can fill that hole, right? But they see a tiny crack where there is a gaping chasm and they can't fill the gaping chasm. So they're jumping into a gaping chasm thinking they're filling a small crack and failing. There's a lot of that happening. That pattern is freaking everywhere. It's absolutely everywhere. It's so pervasive. And some of these chaotic sort of patterns just they play out and we don't have a way to relate to them necessarily. And we're trying to relate because we need to relate to things. Like that's part of being. It's part of existing in the world. And when we can't relate to things, it's hard on us. It's, you know, that's domicide. That's meaning crisis. That's all bad. Uh, and chaos allows us to see invalid or negative relationships. And when you're desperate for any relationship, you'll grab that. All right. I mean, there's all kinds of tropes about, people get older and then they can't pick good mates because all the other people their age are also bad mates. Well, of course they are. Like, yes, that would necessarily be true on average. But that's also chaos. And that's why you should get married young and sorry and screw up that way instead. It's much better. I like what Ethan has to say here. That's quite prescient, Ethan. Yeah, I mean, you see these patterns. Man, I remember when I was on the dating sites ages ago, um, and there I pinned the link to the Navigating Patterns channel if you want to jump in and join me. I remember being on the dating sites and just seeing all these stupid patterns, and I was just like, "How do you guys not see this? And how do you not see that you are the problem? You're the thing contributing to this, the thing, actually creating it." Ethan, you're gonna get me in trouble. Ethan, make marrying virgins great again. Yes, make virgins great again, whether you marry them or not. At least make virginity precious again. Women should be precious, not powerful. And certainly not the masculine idea of power, because A, men are weak in terms of total power, because all we've got is our physical strength. And B, there's greater powers that we need for greater things, like, I don't know, creation of life. Um, just off the top of my head. I don't know why everybody doesn't know this. Ethan, yes, fire and 100%. Yes. I don't I don't I can't imagine that I live in a world where I have to say that at all ever to anybody, but I do and I'm very uncomfortable about it. Like why is this not obvious to every human being ever? I don't Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. I was talking to Ignacio who does the translations for the Language of Creation book for Mathieu Peugeot. Um, and I know he has a video out. I haven't seen it yet. Well, I'll get it. I'll get it. Um, Men require mothers. Yeah, yeah, they do. That's not optional. Um, yeah, I think. I think we're really not accounting for the fact that maybe part of this medieval thought that everybody's sort of talking about, and let me know what you think, is just the taking for granted as an axiomatic assumption the divine feminine, because they kind of lived in it in medieval times. And the thing that takes you away from that is things like affluence that takes you away from the divine feminine. It doesn't have to necessarily, right? You see wealthy people who move back to where they were born, right? Or who hang out with family and not stay in Hollywood, or, stick at the business meetings or visit Epstein Island. They don't sequester themselves with their spouses, but they reach out to the wider world. And then it doesn't seem to matter how much money they have. They're not corrupt at all. Could be a coincidence, or maybe the pattern of keeping close to your family and keeping your family close, even when they're terrible, might be a more important pattern and a more predictive pattern than how much cash you have available at the moment, or whatever measure they think wealth is. Usually they don't understand what wealth is. Do I have a video on wealth specifically? I don't think so. I mean, I have like 3 economics and money videos. I think I cover it there, but maybe I should do one just on wealth. I don't know. I have too many videos I'm not doing already. Nobody wants to see my videos though, so it doesn't matter. Put out this nice commentary, no one comments on it. It's fantastic. Except the awesome people that did. I get it, but also expecting a little bit more. Yeah, I never know what to focus on, because there's so many things. And I never know what people don't see. And now we're just in chaos. So it's like, how would you get everybody on the same page? Well, that's a good question. Everyone's starting in a different place now because chaos. And the chaos is everywhere. The chaos is all around us. And that's an abdication of responsibility. We can unchaos the world, but we have to have people cooperate. We certainly can't have snakes tearing things down. And there are a lot of snakes. And in the chaos, you can't tell a snake. And with everybody wanting to be a what was the word I used earlier? Yeah, I think everyone is basically trying to preach. They're trying to pastor. And that means that they'll take snakes and try to redeem them. And maybe they can't. Maybe they can't. Sally Joe. Marry as virgins would be more accurate. Yes, marry as a virgin. Mary is a virgin too. That's weird. Oh, what a strange pattern. I guess I'll give the example, even though I'm a little bit hesitant to do so. A conversation recently with somebody who seemed to be in preacher mode. Practically made a poor girl cry. And then had a different conversation a little bit later with this person. And it seemed to be trying to convince me that my observation about the quality of software engineering in the world today was an incorrect observation. That's a bold move, indeed, especially for someone you don't really know, but you know is from Boston, who just told you they turn down 10 jobs a week. They might be in demand. They might know something that you don't. And then the example given was, software quality is high because look at Atlassian, which is a famous help desky project management type software that everybody hates because it's buggy, and Canva. And I love Canva. I use Canva. Canva did the thumbnails. It's done all my thumbnails recently. But Canva's buggy, and it's also not software. They just slapped a web front end on a bunch of stuff. So maybe trying to convince somebody that, these programmers are good, using poor examples, is not the best plan. Your preaching is subpar and broken. It was very stunning. I was like, well, I'm talking about software quality and I have no idea what you're talking about, but we're not talking about the same thing. But why are you on this mission? And then the treaty was, well, I'll introduce you to somebody who's a good software engineer. And I'm like, I don't know why that would be helpful for the point that I was making, but no, they don't want to meet any more people, especially if they know you, because seem kind of preachy to me. And I don't like to be preached at about something I'm an expert in, for real. Sally Joe on the chaos topic, living with basically too much of everything. Yes. Yes, that's the flood. Too many things, too many facts, too much food, too many opinions. Right. Too many conversations, too much talk. Seems fast is required to condense all into seeing what we are. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Fast won't work. So when you're in a flood, nothing is going to help. And we are in a flood. We're in a flood of information. That's for sure. We're in a flood of things. We're in a flood of affluence. We're in a flood of talking. Man, there's so many conversations. Man, if I see another person, say a conversation between two people is a debate, I don't know what I'm going to do, but it's not going to be good. I just can't take it anymore. I'm like, no, that's not a debate. Why are you calling it a debate? That's not a debate. That's not how debates work. You can't do that. Like, stop calling a contentious conversation where people disagree a debate. That is not a debate. Debates have rules and moderators. Debates are where you start from a position and you try to defend it against the other person who also takes a position and tries to defend it. If both parties aren't taking positions and trying to defend them, and you don't have a moderator, and you don't have a moderator who does his freaking job, then you don't have a debate. You have chaos. If you have two people talking, you have chaos. Neither of them can see clearly. That's why in a debate, you need the third perspective. Yeah. And we have too much of all that. Way too many two-person conversations. I'll tell you that much. As much as I enjoy a few of them, we have too many of them. And even some of the three-way conversations, my latest commentary, right? There's Joe Rogan, there's Eric Weinstein, and there's Terrence Howard. And what a mess. I mean, none of them are capable of being in good faith. It's not that they're not, quote, good faith actors. They can't be good faith actors. They don't even know what they're talking about. And man, the devastation of being Terrence Howard and being told you think differently from everyone I've ever met. It's like, why don't you just lock him in a cage and not let him see anybody else? Like, put him in solitary confinement for real, man. Wow. I was just blown away by that. I'm like, don't do that. What's the matter with you, man? You can't do that to people. And I'm not saying ever, but like, don't pretend to be the guy's friend and then say, oh, you think differently from everybody I've ever met. Ugh. Like, come on. Come on. I mean, I use that as a joke, but also a joke. I don't say that to people, in that kind of a situation. Like, come on. But it's the world we're living in. It's chaos. They're trying to have equality. I don't want to tell you I'm smarter than you on this subject, but and then it comes out passively aggressively anyway, and people read that as arrogance, and that's not actually arrogance. It's worse, right? Because or they read it as condescension, and condescension is a positive, not a negative. So yeah, I don't know what that is. Just plain old being evil because you're lying to the other person and yourself, right? When you speak the words or fail to speak the words that you're the authority here because you actually know physics or math or science or whatever it is. I don't know. Oh, speaking of chaos, my rival is here. I've got a treat for my rival though. We'll see how long. Hey, Castle.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you.
It's been a week. It has been a week.
Hasn't it? Yeah.
It definitely has been. Strangely enough, for me at least, it was better than last week. I don't know if that was necessarily less chaotic though. But the chaos was at least more fleeting, I guess, this week than it was the last time. I think like the speed at which the chaos was rotating actually increased, and for that reason, I wasn't stuck in a particular flavor for the same length of time as I was last week.
Fair, fair. Oh, look, San Gerald Castle. See, someone
Hey.
else is happy to see you. Yeah, the thing people don't realize, like, I had a great week this week, actually. It went rather well. My 75-inch TV is in the living room and working.
Oh, nice.
Although I just found out, like, just before this, that I have Bloomberg now. And I'm like, no, keep me away from Bloomberg. Oh, my God. But the problem is I can take in information at that speed, no problem, and
Yeah.
synthesize it in real time. Unfortunately, I can't actually do anything else. So, like, you know, it's like, ooh, shiny Bloomberg. I know all the stocks. It's like, no, what are you doing? This is pointless.
Too much temptation now.
Yeah, yeah. You know,
Yeah.
yeah, it is. Ethan, Mark, I hardly made it 30 seconds into that video you did because I could not bear to stomach Eric Weinstein's voice. It's not his voice, but yes. You got to go through it, man, because you got to find a way to make it through the video. Because I need your opinion, Ethan. I want to see. It seems like I'm getting the message across. That's why I'm actually a little stunned that there aren't more comments on it from people I don't know, saying like, "Oh, you know," or people haven't commented before, saying, "Oh, I see it now," right? Like I see what's wrong with Joe Rogan, I see what's wrong with Terrence, and I see what's wrong with Eric. You know, because that was really the point. Was just, and that's like, man, I only scratched the surface. But I can only do like, I get really worked up. You'd be surprised at how worked up I get. Yeah. Sally Joe option. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say for Ethan to for sure read the description on that one and then jump in, because you kind of see like there's a clear objective in mind in the thing that
Yeah.
if you're listening, realizing like, okay, there's something going on that I'm participating in, that, not having to like suffer this conversation, that is actually the subject of the thing. It gets quite good, especially about halfway.
Yeah. Well, in my editor, who shall remain nameless, decided not to use my intro. So we just jumped into the video rather suddenly talk about chaos. I was like, wait, bro, you didn't use the intro? And he's like, what intro? And I'm like, no, I sent you 2 files. Like, what are you doing? And then I'm like, look, it's an editorial decision. If you say we'll try this, I'm happy to try things. So I don't care that much. But I was like, wait. So yeah, I mean, in some sense, you roll with the chaos. Again, the chaos is not necessarily negative. That's when people get confused. Like that's why they get into the emergence is good loop. Like, yeah, but I met all these people, and I'm like, yeah, but you meet people all the time. Like, I don't understand. Like, what are you talking about? And then they assign the magic to the emergence. Ethan, I can't. The conversation with Boghossian took everything out of me.
Oh, that one was way worse.
I can only do one of those like once every 6 months. Fair. Yeah, Boghossian, man. Oh, dude. I can't even. And he's another one, right? Like, so there's a bunch of people, you probably nobody knows this, but like I am on Twitter and I'm very careful and I don't flood people. But every once in a while I ask guys like Boghossian very easy questions. I'm not trying to fool anybody. I'm not trying to trick anybody. I'm genuinely curious. Like, how do you square this circle? Like, I'll ask a very straightforward question that anybody should be able to answer. And they have never answered me. And there's lists of them. Boghossian's only one of them. There's a bunch of people like that. And I'm just like, bro. And I know they've seen them. Because usually I'll get in early or it'll be a video with only 50 comments or 100 comments. I'm like, oh, you definitely read all those comments. And they just don't answer my damn question. And I'm like, bro, like, what are you doing? This is an easy question. The fact that you don't have an answer tells me something about you, and it's not a good thing. Like, you should be able to answer this question. And if you want to do like a nuanced thing, come on here, or I'll go to you. I don't care, whatever. Like, I'm down with it. And then everybody goes censorship. I'm like, all right, bro, I am the most censored person on the internet. Because I actually contact all these people and none of them will talk to me. And they're all going, censorship. And I'm like, you're censoring me. like, I don't even object. Like, I understand censorship has to exist, but you're crying censorship and censoring me, and I can't take you seriously. I just think you're a retard. Sorry. Or I could get cynical about it, which I generally don't. I think they're ignorant. I get cynical and say, oh, they're using this as a card to play. And I'm more inclined to do that with Tucker. Because you look at Tucker's numbers and you're like, I want that censorship now. Like, where do I sign up in the censorship to get that many viewers?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Oh, wait, this is great. This is great, Kessel. So listening to, I can't remember the name of the woman, but she's a Phelps, which is the family that did the Westboro Baptist Church.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was thinking the swimmer.
No. Oh, yeah, you would. I should have anticipated that. And she, she broke out of the Westboro Baptist Church, and she's got her own little conversational podcast bullshit. And she somehow lands a documentary interview type thing with J.K. Rowling. And my editor was like, bro, you got to listen to this. So I'm like, I suppose. No, just like 10 minutes or whatever. So I started listening to it. Do you know who J.K. Rowling is, Castle?
Yeah.
What do you know about J.K. Rowling?
I mean, she wrote the Harry Potter books. She lives in a castle. She got divorced. And
what do you know about the Harry Potter books?
I mean, I saw the movies, and
they're the most sold books in history.
Yeah.
She's the wealthiest author ever to have existed on the planet.
Yeah.
Do you know what this interviewee woman said about her? Her books were the most censored books in history. I'm like, I don't know what word you think you're using, but it ain't that word. Like, you get the wrong word, honey.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you can be the highest selling author of all time and be the most censored book at the same time.
Yeah.
That doesn't jive with me.
It's like spin-off series and like going from like a single bedroom apartment to a literal castle in England.
It slides right past these people. It slides right past these. I'm like, how did you not understand that this person's lying to you immediately? Immediately. And then because somebody brought it up and they're like, oh yeah, Catcher in the Rye. And I'm like, look, I read Catcher in the Rye, and you shouldn't read that as a teenager. I'm sorry. You just shouldn't. You shouldn't. I knew people that went insane after reading Catcher in the Rye. I don't think that's a coincidence. Like, you can call me a conspiracy theorist or whatever, but also, like, did you read Catcher in the Rye and you didn't understand what was going on there? Like, why would you point at that? Right? It's like, do you not know that putting up suicide prevention hotline billboards increases suicide? Because it does. Like, I don't, like, how do you think the world, like, what's going on with you? Like, are you all right? Like, do you need something? Was it something you forgot to take that you have? Like, I don't understand. Well, I'm always on the fence. I'm like, wait, what happened? All right. One of two things happened. Either they had medication that they should have taken that day and they didn't, or they've got access to really good drugs that they should be sharing with me, because I want to have a hallucination that good too, man. What the hell? You're rolling out on me. I don't know what it is. Is it too much drugs or too little drugs? I can't tell. I cannot tell, Castle. I'm just saying it's chaos.
Yeah, no, it's too much. I've been seeing a lot of stuff. I mean, just a lot of stuff breaking. A lot of stuff probably broke a lot. I mean, has been broken, continuously breaking. So, but like just this, I mean, goodness, the amount of stuff that I've encountered just this week, and like even today. But the stuff, like, person I know works at a hotel and recently started working there, and found out like the condition of what the people are like that are running this hotel. It's a brand new construction as well. And like a big name hotel as well, one that you would find basically anywhere. And this place has, like, the management is denying people breaks, and like any kind of break, even like bathroom breaks and stuff like that. And not just like, denying you lunches, like, that type of stuff. When I was like a teenager working at Staples, where they're like, oh, you have to take a lunch, but also, and then they keep you over there, and they're just like, oh, well, we're not going to write you up this time for not taking a lunch or whatever. They pull that kind of stuff. But it's like even worse than that over here. And you find out like, oh yeah, all of the custodial staff or all of the housekeeping staff are committing adultery with each other. Like, actually all of them, or like 90% of them. It's just like, oh my goodness, like all of the stuff. And then the only person who is actually decent in this entire place and is upholding virtues and values and stuff is a person who was born a man and is dressing as a woman. And that is the person who is actually setting the example for virtues and values at this entire location.
Oh my
And it's
god.
like, that's an example of chaos right there. Like,
Yeah.
and with the whole emergence thing, it's like this place was actually just built within the last month and a half, 2 months, something like that. Big, like 10-story type place. And it's like, oh yeah, like there it is right there, And then other stuff like things getting attached to other things that I don't want to go like gripe on all these things, but these are things that came to mind today. Like even before I found out that this was the topic, but one of the things that happened to me is I picked up an audiobook, and it was a book written by a saint that I like. 2nd century is when he lived. I picked this up. It's actually called Against Heresies. That's literally what it's called. And the whole thing is to defend against all these crazy ideas that came up in the 2nd century. And the publisher saw fit to actually promote schism in an introduction they put in the start of the book. Like they explicitly say to resist, or they explicitly identify against unity, and then go and talk about how, oh yeah, he's defending unity, and these are all the things. And it's just like, you guys literally you tacked on your own 10-minute like tirade at the start of this audiobook, which is like 13 hours, and you could just skip it or whatever, but I didn't. And I was just like, what is even happening here? Like they talk sense, and then they just like kind of slip in these other little things. It's like, why are you telling people to rebel? And then we're about to listen to a saint talk about unity for 13 hours.
Right.
But yeah, that type of stuff, it's like, oh my goodness, I didn't expect that. But I'll
No,
still
it's-
listen to the book because I'm done with the first 10 minutes, but it's like, wow.
Yeah, no, it's absolute madness. I mean, Jonathan Blow, who I guess is a famous game developer. I don't know the guy. But he has a good talk called Preventing the Collapse of Civilization. It's like, what? It's from like 2019, I think. Yeah, it's about 5 years old, but it's interesting because he talks about this. He's like, well, when you start to look around you at your electronics, you realize they're all buggy. And he's a top-end engineer. I mean, maybe he's not as top-end as he would like to be, we'll say. But he is a top-end engineer. There's no question about that. Like, he knows his stuff. And yeah, I mean, he's got another one about software being in decline, right? Which
Yeah.
This is all stuff I noticed 10 years ago. I don't know why he's so far behind the curve, but whatever. I mean, I guess it's nice that people are on board now. But I also see patterns. So like, and I was, that's my industry is software. So I saw all that coming. I predicted all of it, like 100%. It wasn't hard. Like, really? You're looking around and not seeing things like Agile, which is decentralized management. And it's funny too, because, the way you manage teams matters a lot. And in Agile, there's only one management for the team. And I'm like, what are you doing? Like, why are you managing all your teams without managing them? Like, and you see the break, and it takes a while, but that causes the breakdown of software. I was at a website today, and they're like, enter in the code. We just emailed you. And I'm like, okay. Did I get the email, Castle? No, I didn't get the email. Their software doesn't. I'm like, okay, I can't use your software. I mean, there's no knobs and levers. I can't fix it. There's nothing I can do on my side. I'm totally at the mercy of this platform that's broken. And I'm like, I guess you're not going to email me the code. I can't continue in the app. Like, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
And people don't realize how bad everything really is. And things are massively broken. It's bad.
Like, I work at an MSP, and like there's this other IT company. I think they handle like phones and some other kind of communication stuff. And for one of the clients, and that they go and like we've caught them seemingly lying, or maybe they actually believed it, which might actually be worse, about some of the things that they were actually saying was our fault. And then we go and we prove it. And, we'll send it to our escalation technicians, and they say, no, look, like, this is all the stuff. This is why it's your thing and everything. And then they say, oh, yeah, we actually can't do anything about that, And so multiple times we've had, like, some of our technicians actually help other companies fix their stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, there was like an application that is like an electronic health record, like type of application. And they're so messed up. Like we've actually been seeing a lot of recurring issues with this company, and but it's like you said, a lot of these. You said this in a previous video. I think it was the commentary actually about the thing of there might be something that happens like one every billion times or something like that, and if it's just like you're
Yeah.
just using it on your computer, that's not so bad. But if it's a huge company, then yeah, it's actually happening like every day, And some of these companies have actually said, oh yeah, the way that the structure is built. As we continue to grow, it's actually going to get worse, and there's nothing we can do about it. And
Yeah.
like they actually say, yeah, we know that's happening, and like they've actually said for creating credentials for new users for one particular program that they actually say you now have to start preparing to do it an entire day in advance before the person starts. Yeah, and it's like, dude, that is terrible. And they said, yeah, it's going to continue to get worse. Like over the next 10 years, it might get up to 2 days.
It's not like
And
Meditech, is it?
No, but it's another one. Meditech is actually one of the ones we've had to deal with, but it's not one of the most common ones. That one came up within the last month or so, but it's kind of rare, thankfully.
That's hysterical. That's hysterical. Sanjuro, the Gnostics are like men who disassembled the mosaic of a king, rearranging the jewels and gems to form the image of a dog, and then claiming this is what the king looks like. Irenaeus. I like it.
Yeah, that's the name of this thing. Yeah.
Saint Irenaeus. Yeah, he's very popular. Everyone's talking about him
Exactly.
lately. I've never read him, but
the 2-hour demonstration of the apostolic teaching is basically just like everything we've been talking about in Genesis. Like when we've just been doing the Language of Creation book club, it's like, oh, can you summarize this in 2 hours? And Irenaeus already did it 2,000 years ago. Like he already had it covered.
There's nothing new under the sun. It's just, how do you communicate with this wackadoo audience? I saw a clip of Jonathan Peugeot. I forget who he was talking to. He's a guy he's talked to before. And yeah, I think this is a new talk, but I'm not sure. I'm not tracking that so well lately. And he was asking about pop stars and pop music and women in pop, and so I went through Madonna. Not hard, but it's interesting because he asked about Taylor Swift, and I think Jonathan missed a real opportunity. Yeah, Taylor Swift used to be wholesome, and that's why people are pissed off. She's no longer. She's gotten corrupted by her circumstances. I don't think it's the money, obviously, because I don't believe in that. But obviously, she's been corrupted by her circumstances, and she's gone outside of her realm of competency, right? Which is music, and I like her stuff. Is some of her music is fantastic. I like me some Tay Tay. Some of her music is fantastic, but like she's commenting on politics, and then of course she immediately gets slaughtered. Like woman who writes songs about making bad decisions endorses Joe Biden. It's like, yes, I mean, this is like, you don't see that pattern was going to play out. Like and I'm just like, man, talk about dumb. And actually, there's a documentary. How long ago it was? Might have been 3 years ago. I can't remember. Where they were following her around. And this was the first time she got involved in, I think it was local politics in Tennessee. And she backed the Democratic candidate who got her tail handed to her. And it was like I think it was her father was saying, no, don't do the politics thing. Don't even speak. Don't weaponize your audience. This is not good for you. And it was not good for her. It did not go well. Not that, look, you've got a large machine, it's moving in a direction, momentum is real, lag is real, things don't unfold right away. But like, she could have been a much bigger star had she not weighed in on that election, and now she's just weighing in on all in Sanjuro. I like me some Tay. Mark Lefevre's psyop confirmed. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I love the song 22. I think it's great. I like some Katy Perry too. Early Katy Perry. The later stuff is complete trash. Yeah, I mean, look, there's some good pop out there, man. Who was before that? They had there were a few ones before that, before Katy Perry and stuff came out. Yeah, you never know. I mean, but the wholesomeness gets corrupted.
Yeah,
that's the problem with Taylor Swift. Like, she was very wholesome, and And then she wasn't. Ethan, in the flat world where people see someone excel at something, they automatically assume they excel at everything. Yeah, well, we're told we do because they don't understand hierarchy and multiplicity. Right. Well, they don't understand the flood. And so I haven't figured out how to do it yet. So don't hold your breath, but maybe lightning will strike and I'll do it tomorrow. Who knows? This is related to cognitive collapse. So the way cognitive collapse works is something like the straw that broke the camel's back, right? So the camel's perfectly healthy, right, until that last straw, and now the camel doesn't work anymore. It's broken, right? It's got a broken back. Whereas had that straw not happened, the camel could have laboriously continued on its way. And even if that's slow, it's better than having a broken back. Brett Weinstein, Eric Weinstein, Joe Rogan, these guys have broken backs. They've taken on too much. They've tried to understand things. Like you try to understand human behavior with mathematics. We have a term for that. It's called game theory, and it doesn't work. Let me just give you the cliff notes. It doesn't work. Like it maps really well to certain types of behaviors in very limited environments and quickly devolves into advanced calculus when you start talking about one person and a piece of bread. Really, like actually. So I know maybe that's a bad flat world, and maybe you can't map a mathematical pattern in that way onto human behavior. Maybe. I'm just guessing. And so when you apply the patterns of mathematics to the patterns of human behavior, they don't match. Like if you can do this in data science, you can grab what's called the Gaussian curve and try to apply it to real world things. Every time you do that, you'll be completely wrong and you won't notice because you made an assumption. The Gaussian curve happens as the result of a pattern of a human oriented system. Right. So if you set up a pegboard with equal spaced pegs and then you drop the marbles down, you will get a Gaussian curve. You know when else you get a Gaussian curve? Never. You never get a Gaussian curve any other way unless it's a manufactured symmetrical environment. Nature is not manufactured and symmetrical. Read Nassim Taleb, all his books. They're fantastic. Start with Fooled by Randomness. Great book. Go right in order of publishing. In my opinion, it's the best. Fooled by Randomness is fantastic because it just gives you everything straight numbers. I mean, there's stories in there too, but like it's all stock market based and it's very easy to see because you can just chart it. And then you can go and do the chart yourself, like because it's stock market stuff. All the stock market stuff is free online now. You just go and chart it yourself and see that he's right. Like, oh my goodness. These patterns disappear and reappear at different scales, and here's the actual scale and all that. And people don't realize that everything follows a Cauchy distribution. If you cut the Cauchy distribution in half, you have the Pareto curve. That's where the Pareto principle comes from. Peterson talks about this. Not that hard, right? Taleb does a really good job in his book. They're really easy to understand books. They do have math, but you can skip all the math, which is good because otherwise I wouldn't understand any of it.
Yeah, no, I'm a conscientious objector when it comes to math. Like I can do so, I just choose not to.
I'm totally stealing that. I completely. That's mine now. You said it on my live stream. I'm not crediting you.
Yeah, that's fine. I've never used it before, so you can have.
I'm a conscientious objector when it comes to math. Oh, that's way too smart. I like it. It.
You should make it a shirt. Or I will buy my saying off of your store if you make that into a shirt.
Done. We'll put it in one of the cool fonts that we have. We will put it in a cool font. Is this what's going on here? Is this Ethan?
No, it's the next one.
This one. Game theory is anti-creation. Yep, because it divorces heaven and earth. Yes. It's like a couple trying to raise a child while both trying to be the father. Damn, I don't like Ethan because he's too smart and he comes up with these. Yeah, and what would that be? Both people trying to be like the father. That would be feminism. That's what that would be. And I think medieval thought, when we read it, because we don't have the same axiomatic day-to-day assumption of femininity or the divine feminine as such, that's how we got here. Like medieval thought makes perfect sense when it's grounded in the axiomatic assumption of femininity. And when you're both trying to be the father of the child in a relationship, that's feminism. Like, that's what it is. You're both trying to provide for the child in using the masculine version of power, which is the weaker form of power, as I mentioned. Still true. And this is what I mean by like easy questions. I'd love somebody who doesn't agree with that statement to show up or invite me on and try to show me that I'm wrong. That would be fantastic. Also, I really like to win, but whatever. We'll set that aside. Like, let's do this. You know?
Yeah.
And
And
they
that's the
won't.
thing. See, like I always wind up agreeing because you say something and I immediately wind up having a diagram in my head. And I'm like, oh yeah. Like, you know.
Isn't that annoying? Well, the
Yeah.
good news now is that all the people who see patterns are all figuring out who we are. Oh, you're a pattern person. Okay. Right. And I was really on the cusp of this years and years and years ago, but you're always trying to figure out like who's going to be good at a particular job. I used to interview people all the time for computers, which is very easy to do, right? I joked about this before, right? Like, if you can't talk to me and in 10 or 20 minutes figure out that I know software engineering, I can't work for you. You're not going to recognize my good code when I write it. Like, it's literally that simple. Like, if you need tests, we need to give you a coding test, right? Or worse yet, like this used to happen all the time. I would tell recruiters and stuff up front, like, I don't do coding tests. If they get a coding test, I can't work for them. It's that simple. And I don't want to. I'm turning down 10 jobs a week. Like, I got to filter on something, like that's a good filter right there. But every once in a while they'd spring one on you and they'd be like, all right, you've got to do this task. It wouldn't necessarily be software engineering because I've only worked a couple times as a software engineer on purpose. Like, not the best thing. I was a systems engineer, but you read a lot of code, a lot of automation code. You're like, all right, automate this. And I'm like, bro, I do analysis first, and then I do a write-up, and then I code. Because that's the only right way to do it. And if you do it any other way, it ain't good. And I'm not saying I can't out-hack your sorry ass on the fly in an emergency situation, because I probably can. But I don't do that unless there's an emergency situation, in which case you gotta do what you gotta do. But like, normally, I do not sit down and write code. That is not the right way to code. I fundamentally disagree with that. And I actually think that by and large, if you do that, you are actually enabling the evil of the world to sneak into the world. Don't do that. Like, plan your shit. Otherwise, you're no good at it. It's very hard to be good at something when you don't plan it. I don't care how many times you've done it. That doesn't matter. Sally Joe. Cognitive collapse. The brain diabetes from consuming facts without application to you until you dilute your ability to discern until you can't tell what matters to you. Brain diabetes. Thank you, Sally. Yeah, the flood indeed. The flood of information. There's part of the chaos, is that flood of information that just wipes us out because we can't keep track of it all. And then we get stuck in loops,
Yeah. I've seen how like some people have reversed their diabetes, and it's so interesting because it really is just that same pattern of like creating space, and like eliminating the flood. Like, it's actually, even like the whole like, stretching out the heavens thing that we talk about in language creation. It's like, that's actually what these people did. And so I really like the brain diabetes thing where it's like, there's that self-similar fractal again.
Yeah, Sally's another one. She's got to go. She comes up with too much clever stuff, so I can't have her around. Very disturbing. Yeah, I mean, there's lots of ways to look at it. I mean, it's the funny part. Like, the flood and actual physical diabetes and brain diabetes, right? And too much information and being overwhelmed and anxiety are all exactly the same thing. Not similar. They are exactly the same thing if you see patterns. And if you don't, fair enough. I'm not being like, you're stupid. No, but like, also, these are the same thing. They're exactly the same thing.
'Cause different scales.
'Cause. 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 'C Why am I getting two different things on my... Everything's messed up today, technology-wise. The chaos is here.
Yeah.
Sally's comment showed up somewhere, but it didn't show up on
You
the
commented
channel.
again?
Yeah, her big comment didn't show up on YouTube, but it showed
Huh.
up in StreamYard. Everything's broken, man. I don't know. It's chaos everywhere. Yeah, everyone's changing the rules on everything, just to accommodate their own personal bubble. That's the
Yeah.
other thing too. There's all these bubbles, and here's a pattern that you probably didn't see. Because why would you? Why would anybody? Sort of what we're living in. You could describe it the same way you describe string theory, and there's no difference. Like there's all these little brains, they call them, and then they're wobbly and wavy, and every once in a while one bashes into each other and starts a big bang and creates a new universe that isn't ours and isn't a parallel universe in that way, but is just separate big bang style. String theory is so dumb, it's hard to imagine, but also that pattern of, that pattern, that's a scaled up version. And the scaled down version of that is tribalism, right? Or bubbles. Everyone's in their own little bubble. Oh, tribalism. You're saying the same thing. Could you just pick one of those terms and not use them both? Because it's kind of confusing to people. That's the chaos. Like you're using 17 words to describe exactly the same thing every time, and it's getting a little annoying. Sanjuro, chat filter might be set to popular instead of all. I don't even know what the chat filter is, dude. Why don't you come and produce my goddamn show? How's that? Then I don't have to do all this stupid clicking anyway. I don't want to do. Who the hell's the chat filter on my chat? No. No, I don't see any possibility that that is true. Although it could be a StreamYard bug. I mean, who knows? It doesn't really matter. It showed up. I put it on the screen, on the live chat, on the live system, on the video. But I just noticed it, and this is the problem. I notice everything. Like I just noticed stuff. It's exhausting and chaos to try to go outside. You just notice all these. It's funny too, Cathal, that you mentioned the break thing, because I was talking to somebody, and they were asked the excellent question: if you could get rid of one rule, what would it be? And the answer was, well, no, we really don't have a lot of rules. And I said, oh, that's interesting. And when the person asked the question, I said, that's a really interesting question. I would never think to ask a question like that of somebody. That's kind of clever. So then I reversed it and said, well, if there's one rule that you could initiate, since you just said you're in a place with not a lot of rules, what would it be? And the answer was breaks, mandatory breaks. And then you brought that up, and I'm like, this is weird. That was Wednesday morning, and now here we are. I'm like, that's a little strange that came up.
Welcome to my life. There's so much of that stuff now. It's like, oh, I should be surprised, but I'm not.
Well, it's funny because the what happens with chaos is it's really like it is the flood, right? It's like the rising waters. Yeah. So what happens is before you could look down on the chaos and go, yeah, I don't want to go there. But now you're in it.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, the order, which is still being imposed from above, is visible. And that's what we call synchronicity. And people don't understand that. And I'm like, how do you not see that pattern? But vertical causality. Everyone's like, oh, vertical causality. And I'm like, you didn't start there? No wonder why you're lost. Like, holy crap. Everyone's stuck on the horizontal. Sally Joe, brain diabetes is in league with regular diabetes. Yeah, it's the same pattern. Sally Joe, oh yeah, overprocessed food and overprocessed information both cause it. Oh no, she's going to draw a bunch of patterns. She's going to see a bunch of things. No, stop the artist. Stop the artist.
But it's true. People do this. So, media diet, media fast, it's like, it's all
right.
It's, what does your, media consumption look like? It's all.
But these are inappropriate applications of the pattern. And so they don't hold, right? Like a diet. It's funny, right? Because dieting doesn't work.
Right.
all over the literature. Dieting just does not work, right? For almost everybody. For very few people, of course it does, right? But then they go, oh, you know what? We're going to take that pattern, and it doesn't work with food. We're going to apply it to news. Really? It doesn't even work with food, but okay. You know?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, what worked for me with food is also what works for me with diet. You know, like just kind of as far as my food intake goes, it's just completely eliminate the thing. Like, if it's a problem, just get rid of it. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's the problem too with chaos. You run into something that correlates with something that works. You misattribute the cause because sometimes there's no cause. You know, like sometimes you wake up in the morning and just everything goes right for you that whole day, and there's no cause to that. Whatever. Like, it's just the way the world is. Sally Joe, YouTube guts the diabetes too. Lol. Yes, YouTube's definitely guts the diabetes. And it's funny, right? Because we talk about processing and people don't realize the thing that processes is persons. And you can process externally, usually using machines and other persons, although sometimes a single person can process, right? To process internally, you process information, right? You process signals to create information. See the knowledge engine model, the live stream, or the recorded video, right? And then you process that information into knowledge, right? And then wisdom is all about application, right? Or maybe not all about application, but largely about application. And that's where Nassim Taleb comes in handy. He's got a book of aphorisms. So he talks about, there's a few talks of his online that are really good too. Like, he talks about Orthodox religion and things like that, and how they've got all this fasting, and that's correct. And because there are different types of fast in Orthodoxy. You know, there's like fish fasts and meat fasts and this fast and that fast and fasting from the fasting, and it's all kinds of craziness that they're nuts. And then they go to church on Sunday and stand up for 2 hours and like say Theotokos 100 times and wisdom occasionally, and that's it. It's the whole thing. That's it. You don't need to go. I just gave it to you. Participatory knowledge, nonsense. I say nonsense.
Oh my goodness.
What, are you out of thoughts already?
Yeah, no, well, I'm just kind of reflecting. I'm soaking in the chaos just a little bit. Yeah, I don't know. It's just been a lot of this. I don't know. Like, and the thing is, and one of the reasons why I'm kind of slowing down is I don't want to go and just start introducing more chaos that I observed, because then I'm gonna wind up speeding it up. You don't
want more processing, because that's what gives you diabetes. Ethan, oh yeah, I forgot Ethan was here. Ethan's Orthodox. He knows I'm right. 2 hours of saying Theotokos and saying wisdom a couple times, and some incense and some other stuff. But yeah, pretty much just a lot of Theotokos. Love my ortho friends. Maybe I'll hop up to the Orthodox Church again soon. Such an interesting place is packed. It's all the Orthodox churches just exploding with people. It's nuts. I don't think that will last, by the way, but I hope it does. But I got my doubts. How's the Catholic churches doing near you?
Now, the one that I've decided to kind of really latch onto now, which is actually the first one that I started at, and then it was kind of the other stuff was, okay, well, I'm going to kind of do the things that the family wants to do and that type of thing. But I think I'm going to kind of really go full tilt into this one parish. But it's doing quite well. Like, it's that same one that I had kind of mentioned before. It's, the nice pointy church at the top of the hill, like that one. It's just like, right. I can't say no to that one. The other ones are nice and everything like that. But I noticed just this big sort of change where you have that one and it is packed all the time. And they don't have as many mass times, but they don't have as many priests or deacons or anything like that either.
Right.
They have a lot fewer resources, and yet the people who are there and I've seen like how people have kind of reacted to this stuff. People don't care at all about the finances of that place, like
Mhm.
actually at all. Like there's a lot of places where they go and they're like, okay, once a year we'll go and we'll tell you the parish finances or whatever. People aren't interested in that at all over there, rightly so. Like they're properly oriented, a lot of them. A few of them, it would be nice to get them to go to confession more often, but the maybe to get more availability for that too. But honestly, just kind of seeing the turnout for them has been quite good. Now, for interestingly, the biggest church in the area, I've seen quite a decline. And so that's been like the physically largest and also has the most wealth. That
Right,
one
right.
is not actually, it's not as charming. And it has a huge amount of parking and everything like that. And it's
Mhm,
like there's
mhm.
all of the amenities are there. But I noticed that one is becoming less popular, interestingly. Um, but I see a lot of people, they're trying to mobilize a little bit. They're trying to, it's an older, um, like the demographics in the city are very old. Like there's not a lot of
Mhm.
young people. Last 50 years, people didn't have a lot of kids, that type of thing. So it's a little bit difficult, but it is also kind of a college town. So that's kind of the new sort of initiative at this particular parish is to try to do outreach to that college, and I have been nominated to stand in for that, so that'll be an interesting thing, and hopefully don't screw it up. But anyone doing anything will be a little better than the outreach that's been done before. It's very kind of inward focused was kind of how they were doing, which has been successful. They have a lot of turnout, but I think what they're trying to do or kind of like angling to do is they want to try to like invest in the people who are the most like they say like down for the cause is kind of like this the slang term that people have that the people that are most into that they want to kind of like invest in them and make sure that they're equipped and then start sending them out to go do stuff and like within the local community, not to like some other country, and so I think it'll turn out pretty good. But they're kind of like charging up right now. That's kind of how they're doing.
Now we have dragons. Look at all these
Oh yeah,
dragons.
I like the
Chaos
direct.
dragons. Chaos dragons. Look at these chaos dragons
Who's the
everywhere.
twist?
You like my chaos dragons? Those
I
are
like it.
Sally's creation.
I've always been a fan of Drake.
We use them on some video. I can't remember which one now. One of the videos has chaos dragons everywhere.
But you technically
Or
have one in every video, don't you?
technically, yeah.
What is going on the whiteboard?
What do you mean? It's chaos.
Well, I
Well,
mean, yeah, I get that.
Beaker is setting things on fire. We've got the boat up there, the ship, the pirate ship. It's chaos, man.
Yeah,
Beaker sets stuff on fire. He's me 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 me
you totally did it.
me 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 me. Yeah. Have you done the Mimi thing to people? It's one of my favorite things to do.
Oh my gosh, it's been
People will just start
long.
talking, and I'll go like me 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 me, and I'll me over them.
Oh no.
Oh, it's so much fun. It's so much fun.
Oh
It's
gosh.
great.
You'll have to do a commentary video where it's just that.
So what he's really saying is me.
I would so watch that.
That would be great. There's there's a lot of pieces like that. Tiamat has returned to feast on man flesh. I don't know.
Kind of what
Well,
she does there.
it's funny. The I guess the Rings of Power season 2 is an improvement on badness or something. It's like just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, they did season 2 and somehow made new worseness from the goodness that was Tolkien long ago. And it's so bad that Carl Benjamin as Sargon of Akkad put out a video about that on his YouTube. And I was like, what? And yeah, about just all these people denigrating Tolkien and trying to be better than him, and they, I mean, these people are coming up with very complicated explanations. I'm like, no, they're just useless, incompetent fools. And the fact that you can see bad storytelling doesn't mean they can. And that, I think, is where most of the confusion is. It's like, no, bro, it's not so easy to tell a good story from a bad story for some people. It may be easy for you, it may be easy for me, but like we also may be the only two, right? Like you don't like count yourself so low. It's
Yeah.
because and that was like that happened to me today too, right? Somebody was like, well, you don't have any source code in production that you've had to maintain. And I'm like, how would you know that? Even if you're correct, you're wrong because you don't have access to that information. How would you know that? You don't know something like that. You have no idea. Also, it's wrong, but like different problem. You just made a bunch of assumptions for no apparent reason because you desperately want me to be wrong when I was making a very banal point that should be obvious to anybody. And had you done any research, you'd know it's Jonathan Blow. Software quality's gone down, folks. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like the world is collapsing. Civilization is collapsing. Like, yes, that's kind of real. I wish
Yeah,
it
it's been
weren't
the craziest
true.
thing to watch. That it's there's like some big new game release or something like that people have been looking for years, and then it's like, oh yeah, it shuts down your PC or console like inexplicably. Like not just it crashes and then you have to restart it. It shuts down the entire device, and then you
Oh
have
yeah.
to start it back up. And it's like, oh, that's been happening for years, but I'm seeing it more and more. Yeah.
Yeah. No. There was one. Was that Cypherpunk? Where it actually
oh my goodness. Yeah.
did that one set computers on fire? One of them set computers on fire. I was
Nice.
like, how the hell did you do that in a game, bro? You're like top level programmer. Too bad that's what you were trying to do. But hey,
Gosh.
Alex Zacharias. Did I hear Jonathan Blow? Great guy. I don't know about that, but
yeah.
I mean, he's 5 years too late to the software is getting worse party. But whatever. I mean, I guess he got there. I don't. Also, is never going to finish his little programming language project because he's probably the guy's probably in the top 1%. He just ain't in the top 0.1% where you need to be to do that. It's a long way up. Sally Joe, how are the flat earthers trying to reduce chaos by constraining their frame? They aren't. They're not trying to reduce chaos. They don't recognize chaos. They jump from novelty to novelty. Oh, John Vervicki said relevance realization. Yeah, that's got to be the solution. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh, wait a minute. This other guy's talking about chaos and order. Let's go check him. And then they all divide into their little camps. And then when their camps get full, their little tribes get full, or the tribe's too big and then they're too small relative, they jump to another one. And what that causes is this novelty loop. And because there's no chaos to them. It's just continual domicide where they keep getting pushed out of their home. And I got pushed out of this last home because of blah, blah, blah. Right? No, because of you. You left. Yep. The number of stories I hear of people telling me, like in real life, even like actual real events, but like getting pushed out of communities where their version of the story doesn't match their summary of the story is unbelievable. I'm always amazed every time. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. So they what? They threw you off the Discord server? Like, oh no, I still have access to Discord server. I'm like, but you said you were kicked out. How are you kicked out? Like there's a kick function. So when you say I was kicked out, I assume somebody used the function called kick to put you out. But you're telling me you're still in. Well, what do you mean when you say kicked? That's chaos because I can't communicate with them anymore. I'm like, what does kicked out mean in like there's an open tent and you can walk in or out of it at any time and you go, I got kicked out of the tent. Did an authority throw you out? Well, no, but I got kicked out. And I'm like, did something like push you out? Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, I don't, and then you're going to be polite. So you can be, oh yeah, that's too bad. Like, I don't even know what you're saying. I have no idea. Right? Oh, the most censored book of all time is also the best-selling book of all time. I don't know what you're saying. Why are you using the word censored? I don't. You're whatever you think you're saying. You sound insane, and I'm gonna assume you're insane if that's what you're saying. But hey, suit yourself. It's fine. And then they're gonna be like, "You won't be my friend." No, you're insane. Get away from me. That's correct. I can't trust you. I can't even communicate with you. And because we read into chaos, look, if you want to fix the problem in Ukraine, Castle, all you need to do is peace, love, and empathy. And
Oh, that
there
is
will be no more war. And it's like, well, yeah, that's correct, but it's completely unhelpful because you didn't say anything. You didn't say anything at all. No new information has passed at all. It's so stupid.
yeah, this stuff is brutal. I mean, I remember there was this time I was talking to this guy, and he would kind of come up to the little like Friday events that I was organizing and stuff. And like, I wish he had continued to come because I think like it's good to have people there and everything.
Yeah.
And I didn't dislike the guy, but I noticed like every time like he could never stay on topic. And it was always this thing where like he'd either like interrupt himself or he would interrupt me and then completely like just go and start up an entire new thing. And it was always something insane. I mean, it was like it was I can handle the chaos to some degree. Like I was born in it, molded by all this stuff. But the thing is, it's like, okay, just give me something to grab on, like anything, because as soon
Right.
as I'd start getting somewhere, he'd go and he'd shift off to something else, and it's like, dude, like we're having a reasonable conversation, and then now it's like we're getting into like his dream interpretation and like Hinduism and all this other stuff, and it's like, dude, I'm sorry, like if you're gonna just go and start reading off the pantheon to me, like what is that doing, and then eventually the strangest thing was, and I guess it makes sense, but he started to kind of normal out and then he vanished. It was like, okay.
Oh, that's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it was strange. But hopefully he's all right. But yeah, I never saw the guy again. It was weird. And he used to like text and call me every now and then, which I didn't mind, so much. And then yeah, just dropped off the map. So but that was interesting that he was super chaotic, and then as soon as he stopped being chaotic, he then vanished. And it's just like there was like a higher scale of chaos that just kind of like, rolled right over him. It's like, oh man,
Yeah, it's weird. And yeah, and when I'm in the chaotic world, like we just try to take on too much, try to pay attention to too many things, and then the chaos is worse. There's always more stuff to pay attention to. And then
Yeah.
it's just it's down all the way down, and then the down is a lot further than you think.
Oh yeah.
And it just, yeah, and the ignorance or being overwhelmed, which will cause ignorance, you're just going to drown in the chaos. It's a flood. You're just going to drown in it. And it doesn't mean ignorance of the things, but also like, why do I need to pay attention to Ukraine? Oh, well, your tax dollars are going towards Ukraine and it might start World War III. Maybe. What am I going to do about that before, during, or after? Nothing, and nothing. Like it's still the answer. How do you prepare for World War III? How do you prepare for a tornado? Same answer. Like why? It's the same pattern. Like why do I care what level of devastation is around me? Devastation is the same solution every time. I still don't have chickens. I need to get some chickens.
I had neighbors that had chickens once. Yeah, there was. I lived in a very chaotic neighborhood at one point, and there was one neighbor that had a whole bunch of dogs, and then and most of the houses, interestingly, it was kind of that setup where there was like a front house and a back house. And it was like quite a lot of those, and but yeah, there was one house had chickens, and then another one had a whole bunch of dogs, and then one had some sort of like pteranodon or something like that they kept locked up that would scream at all night, and all these things. But yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous. But I remember, it's a completely random thought, but it is kind of to the point of the chaos thing, that there was this one time, it was 4th of July, and no one could ever just celebrate that normally in a neighborhood. And some of that was also the fault of some of my cousins and those people. Like those pinwheel little ones that you nail it to a
Yep.
tree or something. Like
Yep.
these guys would go, they'd light something like that and then throw it like a frisbee and watch it bounce all over the houses and everything, and set off every single car alarm. But there was this one time that there was a guy that put one of those fountain ones in the middle of the street, and he's there just like hopping around it, like just kind of doing like little acrobatics around this firework and like nearly catching himself on fire. And then at one point during his routine, a police car just showed up, took him, and we never saw him again.
No, it's wild. So I got my pole shed. It looks freaking gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous right now, and it's almost like really nice, right? Because we got the stumps ground.
Nice.
So what people don't realize is when you get your stumps ground, magically what appears as the result of getting your stumps ground is free mulch. So getting your stumps ground actually costs you no money because you will have mulch of equivalent cost sitting there on your property ready for you to use. It's like a double bonus, right? So we pay to get the stumps ground, pay to get some trees cut up and moved. So next to the pole shed, there's this little area. It used to be fenced in. It's quite large, actually. It goes all the way up to the pond. There's this fence. Half the fence is down, whatever. But in there it's not a chicken coop. I don't know what the hell it is. Pretty big, but it's like a big building. And it's not huge. It's not full size, right? It's probably about 5 feet high. And maybe it's 6 by 12, but it's not full height, right? So there's a building in there and it's kind of falling down, of course. And right in front of it is this six trunk hydra tree. And so when they came in and they're doing all this work, I'm like, all right, cut that six trunk hydra tree down and we'll chat, like cut that down. So they go to cut it down. And at one point they stopped. And they were like, we might hit this building. Now looking at the building, you kind of know hitting the building is not really going to make things worse. Or at least not significantly worse that you really care. But they're good conscientious guys. They're like, can we hit it? And I'm like, right ahead. Like, I don't care. So he saws down the one limb it's right over the building. There's no question about it. Somehow rolls off to the side, doesn't even hit the building. And it was just like, what is going on? Because the woods next to me, on my property, there are freaking vines everywhere. Like you can't cut down trees because what happens is the branches get caught up on their way down because there's freaking vines everywhere. So it's nuts. Yeah. So it just rolled off and didn't hit the building. And I was like, what is going on? This is wild. But that's part of the chaos. It looked like it was going to hit the building. There's no anticipation otherwise. And yet it doesn't, which is, pleasant enough surprise. Probably a little bit easier to deal with that it didn't hit the building. And yeah, I mean, it's completely nuts. All the ways these things unfold. And now that I have that down, man, there's a big clearing over there now. It's very nice. Very, very, very nice. And with the stumps gone, now we can rock and roll.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Now that the stumps are gone, it's like, oh, yeah, now we've got, open property that we didn't have before because there were trees there. And now there's not only not trees there, but their stumps aren't there either. So I can get right up to the pond. There's a nice flat section. They dragged the tree that I dropped in the pond out of the pond. And the tree stump is gone. So, yeah, it's cool. You can walk right down to the pond in an area I'd never been to before.
Nice.
It's too crowded. Yeah. Yeah. So it's been a good week. Now I have a big pile of lumber and brush in the middle of the yard. But that's okay. I have a huge yard, so I don't really care that much. I can shift it, when I want to. And I got a couple of burns done. That was good. I've been on the dam again. That was good. It's not totally overgrown, which is nice. But I got to get some soil over there and fill in the hole that the beaver made because I have a retarded beaver. He's taking down the dam. I'm like, dude, you're supposed to build dams, not take them down. Go away. Go home, Beaver. You're drunk.
Like it has to be his dam.
I guess. And like
Your competition.
so beavers apparently want to nest as close to the gurgling of the water as they can. So he's digging his burrow at the point that's closest to the dam outlet. And the dam outlet is just a freaking PVC pipe that sticks up. That's it. That's the whole thing. So he's like at the deepest point of the dam. I'm like, no, don't dig there, retard beaver. Like, go home. You're drunk, beaver. That's the problem. What do we get here? Arandu. A friend of mine was stationed in Germany in the 80s, and every weekend they would practice an end of the world drill. They each had to get ready in 5 minutes. One was in charge of chips, of course. Another had to get beer, music, etc. And they would have an end of the world party. Yes. Dude, military folks and like hanging out on base with the base people. I got stories. I got stories. Sanjuro, you must name Beaver. Oh, God, Sanjuro, what are you doing to me? Why don't you come on here and make me name the Beaver, you bastard?
Yeah, we need that third perspective so this can be more generative. And
And
we can
more
generate
chaotic.
a beaver name. Yeah,
That's
and more
right.
chaotic.
Can't force me to name a beaver if you're not even here. You're
We
just
already
gonna
named your
text them.
lizard. But yeah.
I have lots of lizards.
Yeah.
It's freaking
Yeah, how are you
lizards
gonna
everywhere.
track?
Yeah. Lizards, and then now we've got mulch around the pole shed. Not all the way around yet, but it'll be mostly. All the scrap wood is burned except for the big pile that we now have in the front yard. Oops. Everything's cut away from the power lines. I've had the internet guys out here, and that did not fix the random latency problem. I have to call them next week and say, guys, my latency spikes every once in a while, and I'm a senior network engineer, and I don't know how the hell you did that. I got some theories, but like I'd need to see some network maps. Maybe I could figure it out, but it's a weird latency deviations are 68% sometimes. And I'm like, how do you get a deviation of 68%? And for some sites, it's 105, 112. I'm like, how do you get
Wow.
deviations this high? Like random. They're 1 or 2 data points. So like it's like little low deviation and then boom. And I'm like, what is that? That's bizarre. That's like bad peering point. I don't know. What else could cause that? Overloaded equipment. Something hits a bad port because it's taking a bad OSPF path. I don't know. Buffer bloat. There's a good one. Yeah, I can't figure it out. And like I've coded network stacks in C. Like I actually know this really well. And I'm like, I don't know what could cause that. I got no idea. It's all the way down there. Sally Joe, irresponsible niceness increases chaos. Well, yeah, when you have only one thing. Like people don't realize this. Like the BF Skinner. Look, I love BF Skinner. He had a lot of good work, but he made one major mistake and he proved it was a mistake, and people still follow that part of his work. Positive only feedback does not work. Positive only feedback is equality. It's a type of equality doctrine. When was he practicing in the 50s and 60s? These are not coincidences. The pattern is right in front of us. It's right here. The 60s and 50s were absolute poison to the universe. And it's not like their fault. Like you can go back to the 50s and fix something. I mean, we're still living with the trauma. The Anadromist says this burn power is great stuff. How we got here. He talks about this in the beginning of the series. Not that I recommend the play. This is way too long. Burn, cut that puppy down at least in half, bro. Like, come on. But he talks about this. Like, we're still living in the trauma of World War I and World War II, which is really just one big war with a break in the middle. We're still living with that trauma. And the 60s is a response to that. And then we're living with the trauma of responding to that trauma, pretty much. But all of that is just materialism. And the 60s is like the materialism that causes, so the materialism comes roughly from Napoleon, right, via beheading the English king. No, really, watch my videos. We get videos on all this. Russian Revolution video coming eventually, I promise. When you have that pattern of too much order and flat order, right? Because the Napoleon's problem, it's flat order. He's crowning himself, right? He's just naming himself emperor instead of maintaining all of the titles of the Holy Roman Empire, which I forget how many there were. I think it was over 100, actually. There's quite a few titles to the Holy Roman Emperor. Instead of all that, he's flattening everything to emperor. And this is tyrannical order. And it's tyrannical. It's not tyrannical because it sets hard boundaries. It may or may not do that. And it's the may not where people get confused. It's tyrannical because it flattens the world. That's what makes things a tyranny. When you're treating everything at every level exactly the same, because you're looking at outcomes instead of following principles. Right? I mean, that's why the gender stuff doesn't work. Because if you follow the quote logic through, you realize it's parasitic on itself and it can't hold, because you can't have women's only gyms and not have men's only gyms. But that's what they tried to do. They got sued over that in Massachusetts, by the way. And the man won. And you get to go to the women's gym. And I'm like, good job, feminists. Well done, you retards. Like, you didn't see that coming, huh? Right? Because it's flattening of the world. Well, we don't need separate spaces. Yes, we do. We don't need separate rules. Yes, we do. Women need to be treated differently from men. Otherwise, I'd punch them in the face, and that would be bad. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, the way we resolve conflict and the way women resolve conflict is different. That's good. Like, I don't understand people sometimes. But that's the flattening, and that's what tyranny is. It's flattening. It's not the way people conceive of it. It's not too much hierarchy or too, what would you call it? Too tight a hierarchy or too strict a hierarchy. It's a flattening of hierarchy where the leader tells the people directly what to do, each individual person. Like, what? That's madness when you get past a certain scale. Or the leader puts down an order and everybody implements it the same. Yeah, that's tyranny. It also doesn't work for very long. And it's the doesn't work for very long part that people struggle with, because they don't see these things are only temporary. Yeah. It's only a matter of time when you declare you're going to start your own religion or religion that's not a religion before you're writing letters to Hermes. Like, those two things are inevitable. When one begets the other, for sure.
It reminds me. So today is and it's the reason why I know is because I do the little newsletter for this thing. That today is the feast day of St. John Chrysostom, who I absolutely love this guy because he can just talk for days. And he would routinely give 2-hour homilies. Like, they actually and people were into it. He wasn't just like boring people. Like, he was 100% like just getting the people's thing. But to the point of people kind of like flattening things down and there being tyranny, that he angered a lot of people. I mean, he alienated basically all the people who could ever do anything bad to him. Because he was adhering to principles that he called people out for everything, and in these long homilies, which people called him, Chrysostom means golden mouthed. These people would just be getting hit with heat of like just judgment, essentially. Like, he was very nice. He was a very nice guy, and he was very kind to people, but also he pulled no punches. Like, he would go and he would call people out for, like, there's one where he has like a homily on marriage and family life, or he has a couple of them, but in one of them he goes and he talks about like wedding practices, and he talks about the immodest dancing that takes place at these wedding ceremonies, and his homilies are like recorded as there's somebody there like kind of taking down everything that he says, and then they recorded it. And so there's a thing where you can kind of tell like he got a bad reaction from the crowd, And he actually says, "Do you think I'm immodest for saying these things about your dancing? I don't care at all. Let's talk about your choice in music." And he would just go in, and it's like, oh my gosh, I love this guy. And like people came to love him, but he alienated the Roman Empress Eudoxia. And like actually he gave, and it could have been her projecting, like that's always possible. But he gave a story about King Ahab's wife and how like she was super evil, and he kind of talks about this, and the queen or the empress thought he was talking about her, and it actually resulted in his exile. And he was already a hermit before he was actually forced to become the Archbishop of Constantinople. So he lived for like 10 years before then. Like he actually stood for 2 years. Like just that was just like a thing he did. Like he would just like not eat or sleep or anything like that. It was easy for him. I mean, he eventually suffered like some kidney damage as a result, but he still lived to be quite old, but very thin kind of guy. But he had done that for like 10 years, so he was already old by the time he got exiled. So it's just like, oh yeah, hermit life again, and he just did that and he was fine. But yeah, it was just absolutely ridiculous. But he would go, and there were lots of people that were like rich merchants or civic leaders and these types of people, and they would be very, very wealthy. And he would go, and it was just like he would go knowing that all the people he was about to speak to are wealthy, and then he would preach on how private property is a consequence of the fall, and like he would do all these things, and he was like he knew what he was doing. There's a lot of other people who were gonna receive it very well, but yeah, that guy is absolutely hilarious. I love that guy so much. But a lot of his work survived, like for the last, because he lived in the 300s, and yeah, just amazing work.
Wow.
All day long.
I don't know about private property being a result of the fall, but Sanjuro, it's good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
It was good to talk to you.
How's it going?
It's been good.
Chaotic.
Yeah.
I thought, like, really? Like, look at the title, bro.
It's pretty chaotic.
Get with the program, man. Tell us about chaos. You got any questions, or what do you got for us?
Just that I really enjoy the use of the flood, especially with the imagery that's talked about in the book club. It fits really well.
Language of Creation book club. Yep.
Yes,
On Navigating Patterns, among other places, but mostly on Navigating Patterns because I need more viewers. We got it all there.
Yeah, it fits really, really well. I'm mostly just meditating on that. How it sinks into everything, but also then how it allows for solid stuff to when the tide, like I'm imagining water on a beach, and right now we're being flooded over, but it's also revealing more solid ground underneath.
Right. Yeah, the solid ground is sort of coming and going. And that's the problem, and people don't understand permeability and impermeability, and in some ways tyranny is impermeability. That's all it is, right? When people are using the word tyranny, that's what they're describing, and a lot of people get mixed up, right? They go, oh, when they say this word they mean this, and I'm like, yeah, but if you ask them a few questions or you listen closely, you'll realize that's not what they're describing. They're just using the wrong word.
Right.
And well, I mean, like I had a whole conversation with somebody who at the end of it, they insisted to me that quality software was Canva. And again, I use Canva. I pay them money. It is not good quality software, but it's damn handy. And I like it. I like it enough to pay the money. Right. And I was just like, I don't know where you get that. Like where you get that from, like that, there's no overlap there. I don't know what you're talking about. I use the word quality. Like I don't think
quality is convenience.
I don't know. Like I don't know what. Like I said, I can't tell what he was talking about. Why would you use that example? Like and then he said, well, they make a lot of money, and I'm like, oh, so Microsoft makes the highest quality software in the industry because now the absurdity is all over the place. I'm like, that's the wealthiest software company ever. They obviously don't write the best code. Like, come on, they're famous for You know, and I was giving examples like releasing software without testing it first, and they're like Canva, and I'm like, oh my god, they definitely don't have a test release strategy. They just release stuff and find the bugs, you know, and on and on and on, and it's I don't know, like I find it increasingly hard, and I was watching the same person talk to somebody else and just clearly not understanding what that other person was saying. And I'm like, what? Why are we having this problem? Alex Sicarius is, quote, quality a way of looking orderly? No. No. Quality is separate from that, right? There's quantity and there's quality. Those are the two realms. One is measurement, quantity. The other cannot be measured, quality, right? You have a sense for quality. Right. And how ordered something is may roughly correlate with its quality in some cases, right?
Yeah.
But that's also fooling you. So if somebody puts together a very orderly website that looks like a cryptocurrency trading site and gets you to, join it because it's quality work, and it is, but it's a scam website where they're just taking all your money because that happens. There was a rash of these. I want to say it was last year. And I kept, running into this stuff. And, I mean, I've been on the internet forever, right? So like, whatever, I can spot this stuff. So they had these clever domain names, and they had this gorgeous looking front end for a trading platform. And I'm very familiar with trading platforms. I'm like, oh yeah, this is beautiful. And it's absolutely beautiful. And all the buttons work and everything seems to work. And there's real numbers. You can check all the numbers. The domain is registered for 1 year and then it expires. This is akin. This is not a company that plans on being around. Now, I know that. I've been on the internet forever. I know how all this stuff works. I'm a member of ARIN. If you don't know who that is, that's fine. But also, if you do know who that is, yes.
I do.
Yes, I am a voting member. Let me just put it that way. So I know a little bit about this stuff. And, shame on me for not domain parking every clever name I ever thought of, because I wouldn't be here doing pirate live streams. I'd buy other pirates to do live streams while I was on my yacht. But also that was never, like, I don't care about that stuff. That was never, I never wanted to abuse the internet in that way, despite all the money I could have had. Quality is not something that is easy to boil down to a bunch of propositional terms, right? Quality is something you intuit or sense about things. And when you don't have a sense for quality relationships, you have an intimacy crisis. That's my definition of intimacy crisis right there, right? You don't have a deep relationship, a quality relationship, or maybe your relationship has a quality. That's a problem, right? And it should have more than one. Castle has this gorgeous setup, and I love Castle dearly, but also he's upstaging me on my own freaking platform. It sucks. Right? And so we have there's a rivalrous quality, right? That's there. And there's also a friendly quality because we're having fun. Like that's the purpose of this is to make each other better. And him doing
when it comes to hats, he has you beat.
Oh, my hats.
No.
No.
I have more hats. I'm just choosing.
Yeah, but he has the hat.
Look, man. Look, don't mess with the guy who has nuclear weapons but doesn't use them. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. You want me all in? Is that what you want? Yeah. I'll go all in.
This whole, everything that this screen touches can be a hat. We can go there.
Right. Right.
Do you want to register piratelivestream.com for 20 cents?
No.
It's available on GoDaddy.
Yeah, I'll charge you a lot more than 20 cents. That's for sure.
You want to know something? I actually showed up with this setup to the church focus group meeting that I got invited to yesterday. So I actually showed up as a pirate to
No
the
way.
to the thing because I was like, oh, I'm gonna do this today, so I'll just have the whole stuff already kind of set up, and no one said anything.
What?
That's
made it,
more funny.
yeah, for me that made it even better.
They're
They all
all
just pretended
criminals,
like it wasn't
Castle.
there.
Yeah,
Okay, I guess this guy really likes pirates.
that's just how his room looks. I mean,
They're just afraid to say anything. That's really funny, dude. That cracks me up.
yeah.
That totally cracks me up.
I wonder, see, because the thing is, like, I'm putting a lot of time into this. Like the stuff that they had, like most people weren't very prepared. I was 20 hours into preparing. I am very into it, but to have a little bit of fun, because I also don't want to pull people over. Like people should be, there's 10 people, like they should be contributing too. So I don't want to like steamroll anyone. But I do wonder if I should just start introducing more elements in my background until someone does say something. We'll see how it goes.
So you have the full hat on and everything.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And you just act like it's normal, like there's nothing.
Oh my goodness, the pieces of knight armor that I have coming should be arriving in the next 2 weeks, and oh my goodness, the Knights of Columbus never got back to me, so I guess I'm going to be like a Ronin or something, and that's fine. That's whatever the equivalent. I mean, I guess the equivalent's just mercenary. Or
I
something.
have a mini set. I forget what it's called, of Japanese armor. It's like 3 feet high or something.
Should put it on.
You can't put it on. It forms a doll, or it's on a doll.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I might pull that out at some point. It's in the shed somewhere.
But if you had like a samurai helmet, you could put on top of your sailor's hat. Like if it could still be too small to put on your head, but I don't mind. You could stack.
Don't make me actually leave the house tomorrow in the rain before the book club and buy a stuffed parrot to put on my shoulder. Don't make me do it.
I might. This might happen.
I've got other stuff coming, Castle.
Nice.
Your shots fired will not go unanswered, sir.
Good.
But like, there's lots of qualities because you show up to the book club, right? Actually, 2 of the book clubs that I do, right? You pop into the Discord server very generously every once in a while, and all of those interactions have different qualities by default, right? And I mean, you could do sort of as Alex suggests, although I don't recommend it, and equate quality and orderliness and say, well, the order in that area creates a certain quality and the order in that other area creates a different quality. I don't think that's invalid, but I don't like it. Like, I don't think it's enchanted enough. Quality is separate from order. Order has its own quality, and that quality affects the other qualities because quality is interconnected. It's relational, and I think that's what we're missing. I mean, that's what we're missing too with the divine feminine, is the relational aspect of the world. That's why we can't glue the world together and fight the chaos, because we're too busy looking at too many other things, and we're too busy being flooded out and overwhelmed because we won't push back on. Look, if World War III starts, yeah, that's important, but also, like, who cares? Like, the solution is the same. Whether World War III starts or not, all the things you need to do for World War III are things you should do anyway. Let me put it that way, right? In terms of preparation, once it starts, everything changes and you can't predict it. So, Alex Zacharias, I'm not suggesting it really. I think it's just how perhaps Canva uses equality. Yeah, well, there you go. To be fair, I don't use Canva so much anymore. I just have my team do all my work.
I've been using Canva a good bit. I made and a flyer this week.
I used it for the animation, and I'll use it again for the next animation, which is really Ethan's animation, but don't tell him. He won't even totally know that I stole that story from him. It's going to be great when I animate it. I haven't sat down with the animation recently and done it, though. I I gotta do that because that particular way of talking about it is fantastic, and it's a perspective story. It's just great. It's fantastic. It's so layered and nuanced, and yeah, I can't wait to tell it. It's going to be fun, but it needs an animation. You can't do it. The proposition stuff is starting to fail us here. Like I'm reaching the end of propositional. Like I mean, I have plenty more videos I can do only propositions, but there's some concepts that I know people need that I need to spin up that are non-propositional, like the flat worlds colliding thing. Sandro, that we got to do that. Like we got to figure out how to do that one because that's a lot of fun. And maybe actually, although I don't have it, don't think I have a copy of Flatland anymore because that, of course, got stolen. I'm angry again. That and book 10, like just mention those things.
No, man.
Make me angry. That's how you make Mark angry.
That's how you start the book.
Yeah.
By Edwin Abbott.
The Flatland story is really interesting. The way he tells. In fact, I don't think I'd change the pencil into the paper thing because I don't think you can do any better.
Is it Flatland: A Romance of Many Dimensions by Edwin Abbott?
Yes. How old is that book? When was it first published?
Looks like it's saying 2020, but let me look down here. Yeah, 2020. No. First published. That's like the 5,000th printing or something goofy. Oh, let me see then. Oh, let me get off Amazon.
Yeah, I think it's a lot older than that. I mean, I certainly didn't read that in the.
Oh, geez. No, yeah, 1884.
That's what I thought. It was the late 1800s.
I was way off.
Right. That's
just off by 100 years.
His description is freaking awesome. Like his description of.
Wow, this is written then?
Yeah. It's really good. It's really I can't recommend that book enough. Not possible. It's such a good book for understanding dimensionality.
I mean, for $5 purchased.
Also, yeah, it's and it's is it 80 pages? It's not that many pages.
Yeah, it's like 90 pages, yeah.
But it's so explanatory of dimensionality as such and the way to understand like the flat world is right in the book. Like it just talks about the flat world. That's the other thing I have to do. I know how to do it visually, but we'll have to do flat worlds as such first. And then I got the next one. The next one is how people are doing this. And then they're just...
Oh, yeah.
I know verticality. Here's the horizontal world. I know verticality. You go like this. I'm like, that's not verticality. Like, what's wrong with you? I just want to strangle you right now. You're so dumb. And everybody goes, oh, they're so smart. And I'm like, your definition of smart and my definition of smart have no overlap whatsoever. They might be the opposite for all I can tell. I can't even go there. Like, why do you think that's smart? It's like
I just had the image of them in the cave with the shadow going like this, and everyone like, ooh. And they're like,
somebody did that on Twitter today. They're like, oh yeah, Plato's cave. And I'm like, I just went off. I'm like, bro, you didn't even read the book. You need to go back and read book 7 again. Like, you totally misunderstood Plato's point. My goodness. Like, learn to read. We taught everybody words.
Didn't someone make a video on Plato's Cave? It was really good. You know the one I'm talking about?
Never heard of it.
Bald guy. Like, shouts a lot. Got a YouTube channel.
There you go.
Guys seen the Plato video?
No idea. Which
Lies of Plato.
Martin or Marvin.
Yeah. How's that?
Navigating patterns. Check it out though.
How's that spoof
Mark's
video
best
you
video.
did, Andre? How's that one?
I haven't checked the views. Like it's gonna crawl along. Like it was a niche video. Like, but I'll have a look now.
Yeah, have a look. I'm curious. That was a pretty funny video. And where's our how many 16 P's of knowing or what?
Oh, 48. I think we're at.
We're up to 48.
16 P's of knowing.
I thought
let's see.
I thought he was gonna stop at 16, maybe because of 48.
Writing. Okay, the PPPPs of knowing. Let's see what number we got up to. So I stopped numbering at 28, but I've added on top of that. There's another 12. So that's about 40 Ps.
I think you should constrain it to 16. Sally Joe, the 43 Ps of knowing. so trollish. So trollish.
I think prog rock knowing is good, and parcel delivery knowing is good. Presidential knowing. But I can't do the Trump impression.
You need one P of knowing where you take a non P word and just stick a P in front of it completely.
the pseudo P knowing.
No, because pseudo is spelled with a P. Like something that is not spelled with a P.
Yeah, like
pond. Just throw a P in front of it.
Like pneumatic knowing.
Nope. Pneumatic spelled with a P.
Sally Joe, it's not pronounced with a P.
Sally Joe, for the phases. Yeah, we had one the other day, and I can't remember what it was. Maybe Manuel will remember tomorrow. Like Godzilla knowing. Like something really retarded. Just to make it clear that
you're just forcing it.
I do like Peugeot knowing was the last one numbered. I'd explain it to you, but you wouldn't understand the symbolism.
Yes,
that's good.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah. No, we've been working on this list for years. It just keeps getting longer. There's some
need to number this, and we'll, as we discussed in the Discord, just like I chop it up, send like 5-6 to 3-4 people, and just do a one take record 5-10 minutes, and then video's done. So if you guys want to like take part, I can give you 1 or 2.
There you go.
Got some acting chops.
We should figure out who wants to do it and divide up the P's and just do the little mini recordings. You can cut them all together. And you can make endless shorts out of them by just doing like 3 of the P's. Oh yeah, it's Castle. It's bad. It's really bad. It's so funny though. It's going to be totally worth it when we do the 17,000 P's of knowing or whatever it's going to be. Yeah, it's quite the project. It's quite the project. But yeah, it's just, to your earlier point, like you got to engage in silliness. Like that's the other thing too. Like people don't realize resting is part of your grounding, right? Being silly every once in a while is part of your grounding, especially if you have a silliness trope like piracy. In engaging in in liturgical sort of acts like every day after dinner I watch TV, right? Like that's all part of your grounding, and that's what helps to fight the chaos. Sally Joe, pants and pantsies knowing
pantsless knowing
essential. No, I don't think so.
I think that's part of problematic knowing.
There we go. That's problematic knowing.
You should know if you've got pants on or not.
Exactly. Yeah, there's so many iterations. But fighting the chaos.
Do the pants have a purpose if the pantsless did not envision that pants should be worn?
I think you're getting towards the phenomenology of pants right there.
How do we have optimal grip on our pantslessness?
That's phenomenological knowing.
I think you need to stay away from optimal grip if you're in the pantsless mode of That's danger territory.
That's one way of knowing.
Providential knowing. No, that's actually
Bible talks about that. He knew her.
Joey, I just got out of my job at the chemtrail factory and heard we might be talking about where we are on our glorious flat Earth. The flat Earth was like previous live streams. No, we're talking more about the chaos. The chaos kind of flattens the Earth, right? It is caused by the flat Earth. Like when you flatten the world, chaos ensues. Because, boy, I wish I had visuals for this, but like that's why I was saying the zeitgeist is on the horizontal. When you look across, that's the zeitgeist. But you're not actually looking up. You think you're looking up, but you're looking across. You're seeing a real phenomena, except it's not a phenomena. You're seeing the result of a higher phenomena. And you're misidentifying the zeitgeist as the phenomena, and then you can't explain it because you can't look up. And you're flat. That's the other thing that happens in chaos is chaos means you can't, but in chaos you can't see your boundaries.
Yeah.
Because there are no boundaries. It's very hard to see boundaries because boundaries are constantly changing. So you don't see where you end and other things begin. I so wish that comment were still on the internet, but oh well.
Well, I think we talked about this a bit during the Moby Dick book club last week. That Manuel had the kind of thing that he demonstrated, the sort of looking up and looking down and then looking straight. That you're kind of you're going straight. You're stuck in a particular arena, and then I kind of tied that to, the question came up with hunting whales. That can't it just dive down? And it's like but it's also it's in an arena now. So it's only looking straight. Right. So it's like exactly. It's like looking up or down is irrelevant.
It isn't actually sphere; it's an upload. Actually,
hold on, Sally. Chemtrails large enough to melt the ice wall. Is that what the chemtrails do? Joey, Earth is a sphere, but we are actually on the inside of the sphere, looking towards the center. Got it. Yes, that's exactly what happened, Joe. That's how the chemtrails work. They wouldn't work if we weren't. If we were towards the center.
How come chemtrails don't bend? They're flat.
There we go. Chemtrails are flat. But I think that's part of the problem is, and this is what completely slays me. And John Vervaeke talks about agent arena relationship, and I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. But like, that's a flat world because there's like that, and it's useful. Like, yes, the whale's arena changes when it gets struck by a harpoon. And now it flattens the world because it wants to get away from the pain. So it doesn't even think to dive down most times. Not all the time, but almost all the time. And yeah, that's where you get the Nantucket sleigh ride. Right? And then you're getting pulled along on the boat until the whale basically wears out and bursts and dies. And that's part of the problem is that when you get hit by chaos, you get thrown into an arena. But again, that arena is a bad way to think about it because you have to remember there's no arena with only one agent. Oops. And there's no agent in only one arena. Oops. And we flatten the world when we do crazy things like, well, I want to be my authentic self. It's like, what is it? What are you talking about? Right? And you get into this secret sacred self thing that Pastor Paul Vanderklay talks about, which is quite correct. Right? Like, yeah. But the thing is, that's forbidden knowledge. Right? Like you don't, look, I mean, if you're a heroin addict, do you want everybody to know? Like if you're a porn addict or a video game addict, do you want everybody to know equally? Not everybody can handle that kind of information, right? Some people are going to hear that you're addicted to heroin and they're going to involuntarily throw you into rehab.
That's why I'm not going to tell them.
Right. Well, but you don't now tell everybody everything. So the idea that you should is absurd because of course you shouldn't. Do you tell your kids that, you're a drunk or your spouse is a drunk or as the aunt or uncle, do you tell their parents are drunks? Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Wouldn't that be authentic? Maybe, but it wouldn't be helpful, but it would make everything worse. And that would be too much information. You would flood them out. That's exactly what would happen.
depends on how ostensible it is and how like explicit it is. Because I think if someone's a true drunk, like the kids already know that they're a drunk, and
No, they don't.
If they
even
don't
know what a drunk is.
well, let's say
That's
okay,
the
if
problem.
family knows,
But that's what I'm saying is that there is a forbidden knowledge, and you have to work that out. You can't take for granted that it doesn't exist and just flood the other person with knowledge. That's bad.
Also, if the person is on one side of rock bottom compared to the other, perhaps like
You don't
that
know that.
knowledge is. No, I'm saying, I don't know that, but
Right.
from
that's
where
the
that
problem. Like nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. That's not
Sure.
even. It's something that only exists in hindsight. It never exists in the moment, because you can always
Right,
fall further, and you can always climb up 2 steps and then fall further back than you were before. That happens all the time to people. That's
Yeah.
the problem. Is see, something emerged. Okay, and how long is that going to last? Is it going to last like a whole week? Like I know tons of people who like quit smoking or quit drinking for weeks, months on end, and then they go right back to it.
Yeah.
And that's a real problem. Joey, approach authenticity without reaching it. Well, there's no such thing as your authentic self. That's the problem. There's no secret sacred self. That's the problem. And then you're always chasing it, and then you're trying to force it on others. Like, change yourself. Like, don't change others. Don't suggest others change. Like, change yourself. That's the key. It was funny. So apparently a bunch of people are into homesteading or whatever. And there's one story where they go on this forum. This is recent. This is the past week or two. They go on the forum and they're like, I tried to make bone broth and I have all this, weird lumpy stuff in it. And what did I do wrong? And it's like, that's how bone broth works. Somebody else was like, oh, I tried to make French fries and, they're not. They don't look like McDonald's fries. And it's like, well, they're not supposed to. Like, what are you, a lunatic? Like, natural French, which I had today, by the way. Natural hand-cut French fries don't look like McDonald's fries. That's why you shouldn't eat McDonald's fries, because their unnatural appearance is a hint.
Was it cooked in beef tallow?
They
My
used
fries?
to be.
No,
Yeah.
my fries are not. Yeah, they used to be though.
Yeah.
Which was very good for you, right? But that was
Yeah, they
back
use
in
some
the
sort of
day.
thing that sets the employees on fire randomly. There's been cases of that with some of these places that they use these like highly refined, like bleached oils, and then the people's like the vapors not only get of course absorbed by the human being, but also their uniforms absorb the vapors, and then they're more likely to spontaneously combust, which has actually happened.
That sounds like fun.
Lovecraft is here, dude. Like we don't need to read him. He's right here. Joey, if you can't say stuff you authenticity do what then you should do that stuff less, so you would get closer to your authentic self by improving your behavior. I hate authenticity. It's like, what measure are you using to determine authenticity, sir? Right? And when I ask them the damn question, however I manage to ask it, they never have an answer. And I'm like, well, that might be a problem. That might be a problem with your system. If you can't tell me what you're using, what measuring stick you're using.
Yeah, I always thought authenticity was tied to your telos.
Right, but then it's not yours.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
because I never,
not yours.
I've never understood the concept of my authentic self. I'm like, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, because it doesn't.
How can you own it?
Pops up in existentialism and phenomenology a lot.
Yeah,
and
Right,
that's
but it's
that's
not-
Hegel and Heidegger, and we don't talk about that on here because they're 5 years old.
so that's like The Secret too, and all that stuff.
No, that's manifesting. That's
okay.
that's woo
the
woo
secret
sort
is
of like
manifest. It's
Yeah.
action.
Okay.
authenticity is. It's sort of like staying true to yourself in a sense. Like it's not worth
It's
getting
self-
into. Like
It's a self-reference where
Yeah.
yourself is the judge and the exemplification at the same time, which is obviously invalid.
Yeah.
And because it's you, and because you're the judge, and because you're the exemplar, unconsciously you know you don't need to change, and so you can never get better.
Ow.
Right. And then the reason why you're having problems in the world is because the world hasn't had contact with your authentic self yet. So you're constantly trying to manifest your authentic self so that your desired predicted experience in your head matches the experience of reality.
So you're a narcissist.
And people go to school for psychology. I'm like, you guys are wasting your money. Psychology is easy. It takes 2 seconds. And you can learn it all by observing the world. Sally Joe, we are all subsumed by all the history of all the influences that we continually swim in. That's true. And when we don't acknowledge that, we have an unhealthy relationship with them. And that is part of the loss of intimacy. Joey, the Authentometer 5000. Bro, we could sell that. I'm just saying. We could totally sell that. That would be hysterical. I saw one of the coolest products. And they had these little cubes that you hook up to Wi-Fi and you program them on a little app on your phone or whatever. And what it does is it displays whatever asset you want in real time online. And it was like, oh, that's actually kind of cool. I wish I had thought of that. I'd make $1 billion, you know? But like you could do the same thing with like a personality thing, right? You could come up with a little personality meter tester that you just handheld, you know, you just charge it up and then then you just, you know, answer the questions, problem solved.
Or a galvometer, an e-meter. So that metal can.
It would be an A meter. It would be an authenticity meter. The Authentometer 5000. I think we're in. I think it's done.
Oh, so you get the Scientology e-meter and you just get a Sharpie and scrub out the E and put an A on it. Go, this is a new one. And then write V2 with AI.
Are you all in? Are you?
Yeah, I want to see how many. I want to see how many authentic ghosts are inside my body. I want to know. Yeah. I want to know what my A count is.
Your A count, yes. What's my authenticity number, please? That would be so funny. You could have a little website that sold like authenticity tests, and you just take the little authenticity test, and it would just tell you how authentic you were. It's
and it will tell you how we get rid of it, and it's $10,000 for every 1,000 A counts.
Sally Joe, as long as the Authentometer has 2 voltage prongs, and you touch one to your nose, that's a little harsh, Sally. We're not building cattle prods here. If we were, we'd do it differently. We'd do it differently if we were building cattle prods. I mean, I'm all for cattle prods. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. I could
Authenticity.com.au. 1 cent to register the domain.
Oh, Joey says Andre knows his measuring devices. There you go. Yeah, I think we could do an online authenticity test.
Okay, so authenticitytest.com is $1,840. That's a bit outside of my budget.
Yeah, that seems like a bit much. Authentometer 5000 is probably in your budget because I bet it's free at Namecheap.
Authenticity-test.com is only 50 cents.
There you go. I was looking into selling a domain recently, but these domain appraisal things are all over the map. I was like, what is wrong with these guys? Got 7 different numbers. How did that happen?
Before my last site lapsed, the GoDaddy domain sort of estimated value said my domain was estimated to be worth $780. which was I think, what was it? Andre-J.com or something.
Nice.
And I was like, hey, yeah, I'll put it up and for auction or whatever. And no one touched it.
Yeah, no, they're basically random. And like I said, the way you
Yeah.
know that is you go to 5 sites. If the numbers aren't close, I mean that's chaos. Like, but they can't be using a reasonable formula if they're all that far off from one another. Sally Joe, can we get a test for Hermes? Oh, that would be easy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, hermetical tests. Like how occult are you? Oh, those are easy tests to write. We could totally do that. Actually, it's not a bad idea. Petersonsphere.com, we could put on a Hermes test. Like how heretical are you, or how occult are you, or whatever. I think that would work. What do you think, Castle? Can we do a how occult are you test, an online one?
I feel like you just kind of take a look at them, right? I mean, I don't know how well you could sell that. They're not that hard to pick out.
Yeah, but online you just get people floating by. You don't even know who they are.
Sure.
Yeah. You know, we're just trying to make some money. Castle, help us out.
You could do it by doing it like those character tests, like the one that Zedro pointed out the other day. That you just have a whole bunch of different
was
people
great.
on a spectrum, and then just which character are you, and then just have
Which one do you commune with?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
You commune with Hermes. You commune
with the
with
spirit
Zeus.
of Pepe.
You commune with Chiron. Yeah,
Yeah.
I could totally see that. Sally Joe, have you contacted Hermes? Talk to your doctor today.
Contracted.
They don't have
contracted Hermes.
They don't have doctors for that. We can sell crystals that prevent Hermes. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
that's a good one.
Well, that's the whole. That's
Hermes
the whole,
Simplex.
yes, Hermes Simplex 1. But like that's the whole practice safe hex. Or hexing in this case. Yeah. Yeah.
I
Well,
just,
safe
in my
hexing.
head, a whole commercial, like a pharmaceutical commercial, came up. It's like, do you have dreams at night? Are you being contacted by spirits who are offering you forbidden or archaic knowledge? Then you may need her medicine.
Medicine. Yes.
Stop those pesky visions.
Bro, we're gonna do that as a short.
May cause you to come up with more than 43 P's.
That would be good. Ethan, authenticity is just a euphemism for masturbation. Ethan for the win. The measuring stick is, the measuring stick. Yes. Go on every level with every possible interpretation. And the more you the higher the reading.
That's really good.
Oh,
Wow.
This is why we got to kick him out of the group. He's too good. We can't have him around. He's making us look bad. Sally, feel like there's a tourmaline stone that prevents Hermes? A tourmaline stone? Oh, yeah. I don't know.
I've
I
got
don't
one
know
of
if there's a
those.
tourmaline. We'll
Somewhere.
find one.
You could probably
There's gotta
do
be
different medicine, like those Flintstone gummies. You do it in the shape of like the flying shoes. Just like a shoe with a wing on it, and it's just Flintstone.
I think that's
There we go.
tourmaline.
There's some
I'm-
tourmaline.
I've got one of them somewhere.
I think all my rocks are in the shed. There might be one or two out here.
Also comes in raw and set. It's a little
Oh
eye.
my god.
Take 2 a day.
Which Cthulhu monster are you? Did you watch Calls for Cthulhu yet, Sandro?
No. I have a Cthulhu monster I have to watch all day long.
Well, that's true,
My
but like
2-year-old, he
you
wiped
gotta
me
take
out.
some-
That's why I'm so tired right now.
you've got to
It's
take
so
some time to watch the Calls for Cthulhu.
I'm gonna do it tonight. I promise. I give you my
It's
word.
funny, dude. You're gonna laugh yourself.
I have the
and
playlist saved. I'm gonna
You're-
watch it tonight. I
You're
give you
gonna
my word.
damage yourself laughing, but you won't care. It's like the first episode of Robot Chicken. Sally Joe. That's why Andre doesn't have the Hermes. Yes, that is true. You have no Caesarea. Yes. Even better. Joey, they don't call it amateur baiting. That's right. That's right. It's not for
Oh.
amateurs.
I like that.
If you're gonna do that, you've got to be a master. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Everything's so chaotically crazy, and that's that's part of this applying a pattern thing. It's like, oh, it works in this industry, let's apply it in this other industry. It's like, what are you doing? Clearly that's not going to work. And in chaos you don't see principles, like they're gone. Like they're still there, they still work, but like you can't see them because you keep getting flooded out. So you don't know what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, I can't stop thinking about whales. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That was really fun. I can't stop thinking about whales.
No, well, I'm thinking about the arena thing. There's only one whale in the book that actually breaks out of the arena, and that's Moby Dick. He's actually notorious for going down.
Oh, for taking them down in the
that he dives like routinely. Like
he dives.
No other whale that's mentioned of all the whales actually does that. Sorry, I've been sitting on this for a while.
Whales. There we go.
I agree.
Whales. The world is all about whales.
I didn't know you were going to go that far, so I thought your statement was just, I can't stop thinking about whales. Oh, my classic Castle.
Out. Good
He's
job.
just like, oh, whales.
You can tell the love affair.
I was gonna say, do you think that there's some sort of correlation between how well somebody has a grip on their poetic and participatory knowledge, and being able to differentiate good and bad authority?
Oh yeah. No, it's 100%. You can't know good and bad without the poetic way of informing the world. It's not
because
possible.
I keep seeing the flood thing as it just got really far over everyone's head. You know what I mean? Like it's just way too much over the head.
Right.
And you just have all this confusion all the way down.
So imagine that you have to look up to see the water line because it's above you, because you've been flooded out, and then every time you look up,
you're like, why are there whales in the sky?
You're like, why are there whales in the sky? Right? There aren't whales in the sky.
They belong below.
Well, you make excuses for the whales.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then you go, of course Haitians aren't eating cats. And it's like, have you met Haitians? Like, seriously. I'm always like, bro, have you just never gotten out of your house and never met anybody from another country and never talked to people on the internet? Because, like, of course they eat cats, you moron. What are you talking about? Like, voodoo is what they do. Like, I don't, like, what do you... I don't understand. Like, we live in the same world, and the problem is you're looking up and seeing whales, and somebody's going, dude, there's a whale above you, and you're like, nah, bro.
You see,
I already told you, I'm not from the UK. I can't look up and see whales. I'm in Australia. Everyone says, oh, you sound like you're from the UK.
Worst joke ever.
That's the next logical step for Lovecraft's story. Like, if he was alive today, it would be that we've reached a point where we are calling for Cthulhu to be our savior from the chaos.
Well, that's what happens, right? Yeah, that's exactly what happens. You invoke elder gods. You write letters to Hermes. Like, of course you do. Like, what else would you do? Look, if you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent. And if you deny that you have a religion, something's going to eat you, and it's going to be an elder god. I mean, Lovecraft that's the thing people don't realize. Like, no. You can say no one predicted this. Lovecraft certainly did.
Oh yeah.
And it only takes a little bit of tweaking to see, like, oh, okay, he's not describing exactly the objects, but he's describing exactly the patterns and some of the objects correctly, because he's living in the in the thing, whatever you want to call it, the materialism that caused the Great War. Like, he sees that clearly, right? He sees the destruction caused by that. He sees all of that. He's swimming in it, and he's writing about it. And yeah, he's using some fanciful language. And you know, maybe it takes some poetic, metaphorical thought to get there or whatever, but also, like, it's clear as day. And that's the problem. Sally Joe, Robin Hood is like 5 minutes from walking out of Sherwood. Yeah. But that's and like today, like, you know, I mean, we can be upset people didn't read Plato's Cave. They didn't understand the Robin Hood story even a little bit. They rewrote him as a good villain or something.
Like a good rebel.
Right, and he's not. He's the rightful heir and steward of the king.
Yeah, he's Aragorn.
Right, but like, it's weird. Like, he is the hierarchy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a story of inverted hierarchy, not a story of chaos versus order. Like, that's not the story.
And trying
like,
to trying to reverse it back to its rightful hierarchy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he's correcting the wrong, which is even funnier. Joey, top 10 authentic cat recipes you can enjoy this holiday season. That would be huge. That's almost worth taking time out to come up with. That would be good. Sally Joe, I hear cat grease is a good moisturizer. Oh no.
Oh, French cat onion soup.
It's you know, whatever works. You're a little hungry.
Cat loaf.
You've got to sacrifice a cat to the gods anyway because it's raining too much or whatever.
Oh, don't fuck with
Might as well have some soup, dude.
Don't fuck with the cats a little far. They will get their pound of flesh.
I'm thinking about the kind of thing of, okay, you're so flooded that you can't actually see the surface. But the thing is, like, it's also happening at all the scales.
Right.
So, like, the person is also
flooded.
I actually have a kind of brief story about actually experiencing this, like, physically before. So there's because of course I do. But there's this kind of thing of the person is also flooded on their personal scale. Like, there's something that is completely occupying them and they're completely overturned. So they couldn't get their bearings even if the outside flooding hadn't happened to them as well.
Right.
Like, if they were on solid ground, like, that would have taken them out too. So there was a time when I was getting my scuba certification. And so I was out by Catalina Island and doing a dive out there, and it was a beautiful day and everything like that. We took off at like 4:30 in the morning or something like that on the boat, and they had food on the boat, which I shouldn't have eaten, and it was like sausage and banana pancakes or something, but the sausage was for sure like undercooked or just had been sitting out or something. It's, you know, boat food, just not any good. I was traumatized by even the smell of bananas for years. I had, and, you know, plus the rocking of the boat and everything like that. So I had food poisoning and I was being jostled around. And I was a little nauseous, but I was like, okay, you know, still did the dive and everything like that. So I'm 150 feet underwater. And because we knew what the depth was, and I'm down at the bottom by the sand. And all of a sudden, like, I get completely overwhelmed and I wind up puking underwater 150 feet underwater. The boat is like up there. If I were to ever look up, you know, like, I'm there. But that was something that happened. Then I was like, nausea and that type of thing is actually also on the personal scale, like, that's being flooded. Also, like, drunkenness and that type of thing. And so I actually had this thing where I was 150 feet underwater. If I looked up, like, there's no way I could have swam that on no breath. Like, there's, you know, like, there was oxygen in my thing. Thankfully, respirators actually allow you to exhale more than air. So at least there's that. Like, they have it kind of built in that you can do this through the respirator and still kind of breathe. But that was a crazy thing of that I was there and just kind of like completely lost control, like 100%, you know, there more or less by myself. Like, there was kind of like an instructor that was approximately nearby, but I'm just kind of there. And then I'm getting surrounded by fish who think I'm a delivery man for, whatever they ordered. And but yeah, it was absolutely horrific. But that was one of those things where it's just like my ability to think or look up or down or, account for my surroundings or anything is just completely compromised, like 100% gone. And it was just like, okay, like I'm either going to die here or I'm just going to I'm just going to try to breathe and then see how it goes. And it worked out. Like it was all fine and everything, good times. But that was definitely my sort of personal example of like, yeah, you get flooded on multiple scales. And it's just like, okay, maybe you're so flooded on the cosmic scale that, even if you were like, that might be doable in some way if you weren't also being attacked at every other scale, Otherwise, it's just like, okay, I'm just going to sit this one out and just see what happens because that's the best I can do,
It kind of shows you, like, in these times of chaos, that people that are already flooded in their own chaos, like, they just get taken out.
Yeah.
They have no hope. And, that's tragic.
We have a chapter coming up in tomorrow's book club that touches on, it's actually one of my favorite chapters that Metzger has in the book, but he touches on two wrongs can make a right, which is an interesting sort of thing. Because if you're talking about a wheel, that I should also point out the kind of looking up and looking down and then looking straight, like you can also look at that as kind of like the vertical and horizontal axis. And if you're on the horizontal one, that's represented as like an axle that's turning as well. So that's one way to kind of look at it. But I was thinking of, that if you're looking at a wheel and maybe there's something like you have something circular and you have like a piece that's supposed to be at the top of the circle, and then he goes in very nicely. He doesn't go as deep into it, but I looked into it. The words wrong and ring are etymologically connected in Old Norse. So a ring and a wrong are essentially the same thing. It's not just going to be crooked. It's going to be kind of curving back on itself. So if something is self-referential, then it's wrong, and so you can kind of see that happening. But so you can kind of look at these things of, okay, if there's a cycle that's turning back onto itself, then that is wrong. However, if it turned it halfway, then you have to turn it again, so right. It's not just, any additional wrong is going to right it, but it's like, a complementary wrong almost can kind of revert to the previous state. And that's an interesting one that's going to kind of come up here. But I was thinking about that in the context of, when the Israelites they're exiled. And like this is all kind of because you were curious about the flood thing. Like I had kind of like a brief little rabbit hole I fell down this week, that the Israelites are out in the desert and they're complaining about the manna. So they're allowed to have flatbread, which I've been really enjoying eating a lot recently. And interestingly, I actually found my inflammation goes down when I'm having flatbread, and the specific type of flatbread that I'm doing. And they're dissatisfied and they are demanding meat. And so quails ascend. They don't descend. So they come up from below and then they eat the meat, and then they all get sick and nauseous, and a huge amount of people actually die of illness as a result of eating the meat. And so that led me to look into this thing. So meat is connected to mast, which is the root of like moist, and can also, in Latin, it is connected with sodden or drunk. And sodden is connected to seethe, which is to boil. And then I think what was the one that came after that? And then boil is connected to bull, like a cow or a calf or something like that. And that bull is connected to swell and is also connected to ball, like a spherical ball. Mm-hmm. So it's all just it just comes down to, it's like straight lines and circles just over and over again. And he even says, he was like, oh yeah, the binary of like zeros and ones and everything like that, like it's a similar pattern. of just kind of like it's the vertical straight line, or it's the circle
round thing.
That is awesome.
Yeah, and so you just see
Right.
this over and over and over and over again. And even like with the golden calf thing, that the calf word also means chariot and wheel in Hebrew. And so it's this thing that turns, and you can look at ruminant animals, and the ones that are either untrained or super young, they circle the shepherd to keep them in their view. Whereas the old ones, or the ones that are very familiar, don't do that. Like they'll just stand there because they know the shepherd. And so you can kind of see this, like there's actually fully grown bulls represented in the Holy Temple, but they describe it as a calf or an eglon, which literally means go around. And what Aaron makes it out of is the earrings that they got from Egypt. So not just any jewelry, but specifically the earrings. And when he puts it together, he says, "These are your God." So like there's a plural into singular that kind of happens there, and it's not accidental. But I just wanted to kind of toss all that in there because it's all the same pattern, just over and over. And so that was what I was looking into this week. I was like, oh, is that connected? And then I just kept digging, and I was like, oh yeah, there it is. Just
it's interesting, right? The two wrongs don't make a right. So if you're sailing and you flip your boat, it goes in the water, you right the boat, that's what it's called, by flipping it.
Right.
The flipping got you there, and the flipping gets you out. One's chaotic, because that's how the boat tipped over, and the other's controlled or ordered. So chaos gets you there, and order gets you out. And that's always true, by the way. Like, that's a pattern. And yeah, people don't see that, but like it's super important to realize that that's how the world is. So this idea that two wrongs don't make a right is I don't know about that. that's like not usually.
Thinking about like facing your own demons inside of yourself, it is like you got to lean into what already got you there. There is there is an even deeper wrong that you have to face in order to get out of it. There's no way of avoiding it. It got you there, but then you have to go through it to get out of it.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about the going through thing, and they don't realize it's like that's not a symmetrical relationship.
Right.
Because the way you got there was down, and the way you're getting out is up. And up is a different type of work than down. And so it may seem the same, but it's not, because it's an asymmetrical relationship. And because of equality doctrine that's squishing the world, we don't see that.
Yeah, it destroys that completely, and chaos reigns.
And if you're flooded in chaos, when you look around, you see order, and therefore whales can't be real. Right? I mean, people can't eat cats. That's insane. Of course, the government didn't deliberately put 20,000 illegal immigrants from exactly the same country in one town of 60,000 people, or previously 40,000 people, or whatever it was. Like, of course they didn't do that. That's insane. And therefore it didn't happen. And therefore there are no whales. It's like, no, that did happen. There are whales, and you need to deal with that. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It's not easy. Like, I get that part, but also, like, and that's the problem with the collapsed worldview. If you collapse someone's worldview and they see whales everywhere, it's dangerous for them. I agree. Also, I don't know a better way. So, there's ways you can do it carefully, but
even the asymmetrical nature of our brains tells you that equality doctrine is terrible.
Everything.
Like you're equipped to deal with these things through the gift of your asymmetry.
Joey says, "Wake up, sheeple. Boats are flat." Yes, the ocean is also flat.
That's the thing with the asymmetry too, is that like to Mark's earlier point, that the importance of the feminine. And it's like the feminine is also represented cyclically, and
right.
And so a lot of times the wrong that makes the right is sometimes it's an act of the feminine, Although you can also get flooded with that, like King Solomon is one guy, and he's got 700 wives and 300 girlfriends. But it's like, oh, but we're in relationship, like they're my wives and stuff, and he doesn't see that he's in the flood. And then all of these women are also foreign, and they're pointing at all their different idols and stuff like that. And then he winds up falling to idolatry, even though he's actually spoken by God, the smartest man to ever live and whoever will live. So the smartest guy ever made,
Right.
who ever exists.
That's cool. That's really
still
cool.
got overtaken by that.
That's really cool.
Smartness or intelligence does not prevent you from being a human and all the other things that entails.
You still get flooded.
Well, but because, well, no, actually it's worse. Like, because we're living in the age of gnosis, people don't realize, how did we get flooded with information? Well, it's those people. It's the smart people, so-called smart people. Because they're good at information and generating it, they just generate too much. And then they're parasitizing each other, right? And then they're parasitizing the systems they make. And so the next thing you know, science is being conducted with no replication, which is invalid. Like, if your paper does not replicate, it's not a valid paper. And we have the replication crisis. It's 70 or 80% of papers are wrong. It can't be replicated. And people were using those papers to do science. It's like, those weren't science. What does that mean? Like, how did that happen? That's a flood of information. Too many people writing too many papers. There's too many, and nobody wants to be the guy to reproduce someone else's work. You didn't discover anything new.
Right. They still fall victim to humanness.
Yeah.
And because they don't value that, and they don't pay attention to that, then all the demons come flooding back.
Novelty is its own attractor.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need anything else to describe the attraction of novelty. Novelty is the attraction. And then you end up with Eric Weinstein unable to tell Terrence Howard, no, bro, you're wrong. Because he wants the newness.
Right. That's always him. Because I can't stand listening to him talk, because every single time you ask him something, and he has to be so cryptic. I don't know. I don't know if I should actually say this. I have to be cryptic about it.
Yeah.
Because I hold all the cards, because I am a mystic and a scientist and
forbidden knowledge.
And maybe I'll let you dabble. Here, let me give it to you this way, and you can dabble with it in this way that I choose for you to dabble in it. It's so arrogant.
Right.
And he's wrong. So then there you go.
And he's always wrong.
And he's wrong. Yeah. And then when I hear him, and I'm just like, okay, and you made me wait for all that, and you're wrong. Okay.
When people don't see it, because they're attracted by the novelty too.
Yeah,
They prefer a mystery that's a lie over the truth, because a lying mystery is a novelty.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's full of possibility and potential. Like, oh, somebody said something that wasn't true. Well, that's interesting, right? But they don't know it's not true yet. And so they prefer that, and then they defend that position because they want to avoid the flood of reality that happens if reality pokes into their sphere and they realize Haitians do eat cats and sacrifice them. Like, of course they do. Like, talk to a Haitian, you muppet. They'll tell you. They're not hiding the ball. They know what they do. Like, they're not, they are like that. That is their culture.
Yeah, they really are trying to push that as conspiracy theorist, nutty, racist talk.
They have to.
Pretty hard. Yeah.
Otherwise, their world, like, if that's not true, right? Or rather, if that is true, then maybe other things that those people said were true, and that would mean our worldview were completely wrong.
It makes you wonder, like, how much of that is helping a narrative of a particular person or a group versus just the terror of that being true. Like, that's that space where conspiracies are easy to fall into.
Well, Well, conspiracies you fall into because in chaos, there's all these bubbles that there were never before.
Right.
Like you before the internet, you couldn't start the lizard people fan club because wherever you were, you couldn't meet enough people that believed in lizard people.
That's true.
Like you just couldn't. It's not possible.
It was just John down the street.
And where did you get right? It's just John down the street, and he doesn't even quite agree with you because, like, he's not on board with the Illuminati. What a dumbass! Right. But you get those little esoteric societies and stuff in cities, and you can object and say, "Well, there's some in countries." Yeah, look at the history. They started in the city, and they moved to the country as a group. Right. They start in the cities. That is an affectation of cities. When you have high population density, you get bubbles. Because now it's possible to get bubbles. The internet just explodes that. And the nice thing about bubbles is you don't have to change because those people are already where you're at.
Would you say that that's directly connected to affluence or it's similar to affluence in that it's making that disconnection? It's affording that disconnection.
No, affluence enables it.
So the city itself is affluence then?
Well, not necessarily, but affluence enables it. In the case of the city, it's population density that enables it. It's not affluence.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
It affects rich and poor in the city. Like the nice thing about cities is rich and poor mix in a different way. Rich and poor here mix totally differently from how they mix in the city. Because I'm not in the city. I'm in the woods. And the guy behind me has a $500,000 house. And the guy next to him does not. And my house isn't even remotely close to that. Right? And that's not a problem. Like we just live in an economically diverse neighborhood, if you want to put it in such banal terms. Also not wrong. Like that's a good way to think about it. I like that. I don't want to be around everybody makes $130,000 a year neighborhoods. I hate those people. I hope they all burn now. And then in hell later. Like because they tend to be pretentious and arrogant, and they're the type of people that say they research stuff and then they don't, and then I want to see your research. You send them your research and they never look at it.
They never look at it. They never look at it.
Because they don't want to hear the message, because that would mean their worldview is wrong in some fashion. And it's like, well, I'm sorry your worldview is wrong, but like me placating you and enabling you is not better. Sally Joe, town was always going to go crazy every decade and a half or so. Sally Joe's weird definitions of town. It's not about that.
The hills have eyes.
Yeah. The people in the suburbs who aren't in the town, who all make the same amount of money and have the same, $300,000 house, they're always insufferable for the same reason. It has nothing to do with going crazy. They were already crazy. But that level of engagement is different from true city engagement, where you have a big mixing. When now you have the poor person who also believes in lizard people hanging out with the wealthy people who believe in lizard people. And it gets very confusing. It's like, well, but that's the chaos. I mean, cities are chaos. They're chaotic entities, and they're ordered by a principle of building or something. They're not ordered by a higher principle. It's not to say they're bad inherently or anything, but they're just not the same thing as the suburbs or the country or a farm or, we have lots of landscapes. It's not city versus suburb. That's not, or city versus suburb versus rural or something. No, it's way bigger than that. So I wouldn't link it, Sandro, to affluence.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a picture there of because it would be just then. Because I was thinking, well, okay, what would be a redeemed city? Well, if they're unified, then you can have a city
Well, you get it. You got to understand that affluence can't be the thing, because if you stay grounded with your family, your affluence has a different effect.
Right.
So it's the same with the city. If the city has a proper spirit, it'll be fine. And I mean, we can just look at New York City, which is an outlier.
Yeah.
But it's good to look at outliers. It tells you get a lot more information from the outliers than you do from the norm.
Because what I'm comparing it to in my mind right now is Los Angeles, which is a lot of transplant rich, gentrified people.
No, it's not old enough.
What do you mean?
New York City 1970s, New York City 1980s, New York City 1990s, the golden era. New York City 2000s. New York City now. We're not back to the 70s, but we're well on our way.
That's true. It is starting to get really 70s-ish, because it was bad in the 70s.
Now the problem is LA is going through a similar thing, but they weren't a big city back then in the way that they are now.
Yeah, it's more like pockets of where gentrification happens, and then you see them disconnect from their family values, and then that's the mind virus comes sweeping in through all those areas.
Right. And the real problem is it's very hard to discern the pattern, because the pattern from the 70s is more about, what do I want to call it, local migration. And the pattern now is more about external migration.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So how does that manifest? I don't know. The UK's in trouble right now for this. That might be a hint, although I can't imagine that happening here. I also can't rule it out, because chaos is here, baby. And I'm out of the prediction game for a bunch of things. Not for everything, but for a bunch of things. I'm like, I got nothing. 10 years ago, I could have told you exactly what was going to happen and probably when as well. But now, no freaking way, man. We're way past that bar. Like, we're all over. I predict a bunch of things in 2014. Like, that was no problem at all. Now I wouldn't even touch any of those sorts of things. You can't touch presidential elections. You're right. You can't touch marches.
Yeah. Right?
Because marches aren't behaving the same anymore. You can't touch migration patterns. I mean, the most migrated to state in the United States is South Carolina. No one saw that coming.
Yeah, who would have saw that coming?
Right.
Yeah, within a span of like 2 months, we went from a presidential assassination. Did you fall out of a coconut tree, to eating cats, Haitians eating cats? Like, it's wild.
I forgot about the presidential assassination attempt.
Everybody did.
I re-looked at
it happened so quick.
That's the flood.
I passed by a thumbnail of the clip earlier today, and I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Well, and
it's the flood of information. Yeah.
It's worse, because we went all the way back to grab him by the.
Yeah.
And now
I went right back to the old.
That's been redeemed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like, that's the writing of the ship,
Yeah.
because it was used as a negative, and now it's been spun as a positive, and it's been correctly integrated into the system.
Now everybody is Castle, just like nauseous and vomiting on a ship.
But like, people don't understand. No. That was the worst tactical error in the history of the universe. What were you guys thinking? Because like, that makes an unstoppable meme, if you will, right? It makes an unstoppable pattern, because it's now righted. It's redeemed. It's like, oh no, you people don't understand what the hell happened there. Like, that's a whopping, like, you ain't moving that ship. And that's dangerous, right? Because if there's a discrepancy, any kind of discrepancy in the election, there's going to be a big problem. And that problem is not going to be a happy one. And it's going to be a very major problem because the people are going to have to make really big decisions about things that were unthinkable to them, the day before, because they're not going to see it coming.
Yeah.
There's no way to predict this stuff. We're in chaos, and it's going to be major, and there's going to be dead people all over the damn place. I can tell you that. And who knows how that's going to end. But there cannot be any discrepancies that throw off the election according to perception. And that's not a great place to be honest. But also, like, well, you kind of force the situation to happen, so I can't have any sympathy whatsoever.
Yeah.
And you got to just hope people aren't on the wrong side of your ideology, because they're not going to make it. There's a class of weakness that you keep saying might doesn't make right long enough and force the issue.
Yeah.
It's not going to matter whether or not might makes right, because might by definition always wins.
Right.
And the fact that you keep pushing that button is not going to go in your favor, because eventually might will have to be might.
Right.
And if you're not might, and you're probably not if you're pushing that button, right? Because again, the guys with nuclear weapons like me don't use them. Like, that's the whole point. But if you force people to use them, they will get used, because those people have them and you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that you keep fighting them and fighting them and fighting them is, to your detriment. Like, you're going to screw yourself. It's Bruce the Ghost. Hey, Bruce.
Bruce.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. It's very chaotic. You look very chaotic. It's good to see you, though.
I'm on the I'm outside barbecuing. So
late at night?
Well, when you're a pit master, you do it overnight so that it goes.
Oh, you're pit
18,
mastering.
18 to 24 hours. See.
Oh, that's awesome.
I want the brisket.
It's in there. Brisket and pork shoulder, baby.
Oh, let's go.
Beef ribs tomorrow.
I'll be there in 6 hours. I'm getting in the car.
You can make it in time. Yeah, there'll be enough.
Oh, I could make it in time. That wouldn't be a problem.
There'll be enough.
I get 2 book clubs to do. I can't do it.
That sounds so good.
Yeah.
Next summer, when Father Eric's back up in DC, we'll do it.
Oh, I'd love to see Father Eric. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's gonna happen. I screwed up this summer, but next summer I won't screw up. I screwed up bad too. I was like, oh no, like, how did I let this happen? I was like, oh no.
I missed the chaos stream. Sorry about that.
That's okay. It's perfect. It's perfect for you to come in, miss the stream, and talk about it. Yes.
What was the chaos topic today?
Well, just chaos in general and how we're flooded. Chaos and a flood are the same thing. And, you can't get people out of it in some sense. And a lot of it's just people paying attention to too many things at once. And I bet Castle has notes and a whole summary. Why don't you go over it, Castle? What did you hear in my monologue?
No, because see, it's the chaos stream, so I didn't do any notes.
Oh, got him.
My notepad is actually completely empty. Yeah, I had a pen and notepad here the whole time. I didn't write it.
The first time ever. No, and I punked everybody by not starting it normally.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I went all in. I'm like, okay, you want to sign off, huh?
I think people paying attention to too many things at once. One of the big problems with that is there's only so much time and energy and ability to investigate, right, or work.
Right.
But also, one of the things that's strange is even though people are, very misinformed or minorly informed, they feel as though they are informed.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so they have this sort of strange sense of intelligence or grasp of things when they're really just babies or infants.
But they are. They are informed. It's just they don't realize how much more informed they could be, because that's the problem of unknown unknowns that everybody made fun of Dick Cheney for.
Mhm.
That's a throwback. Yeah.
That's a classic
Yeah,
one.
but like that's where some of this stuff began, and people
Sure.
don't realize it. Like the rebellion against order as such, in the form of the Republicans in charge at the time, it actually triggered that to happen. That, oh, he's talking about unknown unknowns. What a silly concept. Like when that happened, the world changed immediately.
Mhm.
Immediately, because a certain class of people, right, on a certain side of a political argument suddenly cut themselves off from potential. Like actual engagement, eyes to see potential in that one move. And I was, at the time, I was like, you morons, like, you know not what you do. This is not a good thing to make fun of, because like you're denying the existence of potential as such. And
Mhm.
it's not just that you're cutting off miracles, it's that you're stultifying your own personal development forever. Like you can't get out of that.
Yeah, yeah, and then the propensity to want particular answers that they can't come to, but they know that they know they need them in some sense. And then you have that book that really articulates this, is from Thomas Sowell, Intellectuals in Society. And so the intellectual is brought to sort of the elite class because they may have hyper specific knowledge in one area there,
Right.
but people lean on them because, well, there's all these particulars that I can't figure out. So let's put the elite in charge of that, and they're the intellectuals, and so they kind of run the show with horrible success. you know but they're elevated, right? Because people want that. I need something to ground me that gives me the answers,
The
right?
anointed ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
Well,
So there's
and
unknowns.
also, like, a lot of people don't realize, there's been a lot of to do about salt over the years, right? And the reason why there was a dust up of salt is because everybody was reproducing the salt blood pressure effect, which affects about 12% of the population. By the way, it's not a problem for most people.
Right.
But the people for whom it's a problem, it's a big problem. Obviously, they take salt, their blood pressure goes up immediately. Absolutely, those people exist. It's just 12% of the population or something similarly small. But what happened was, it started in like the 50s or 60s with a Nobel Prize winner. And somebody asked him, which is totally outside his field of expertise, what do you think about salt? And he said, like, oh, well, it must increase blood pressure because salt in the blood does this. And it's like, I don't know how salt would get in your, did you inject it with a needle? Like, do people not understand digestion? Like, I don't understand. And then everybody after that started to do scientific research papers proving his statement was correct. And it's totally backwards from science. It didn't start from observation.
Right.
It started from assumption. Observation and assumption are different words for a reason. And so for years we got salt as bad. Right up until I think it was the mid 2000s, when people in Florida started dropping dead because they were actually eating no salt. And you can't do that because you die. Like, you need salt. Like, you can't. Salt was the most valuable substance on earth for like hundreds of years.
It's an essential mineral. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can get sodium levels in blood tests, but it's not the same thing as digestible salt. It's not.
That's right.
It's not related to it at all, actually.
That's right.
And
just like cholesterol has nothing to do with your ingestion. Right.
It's very, very odd. But there's actually a great book called The Salt Fix about this, 2012, maybe 2014, something like that. Excellent. That goes into this. Very good. It's going to be on the what people would consider to be not accepted science in some sense, right? It's
Right.
not as mainstream, but it gets into this very thing. There's another one. There's the other one that's similar is The Big Fat Surprise about dietary fat. Another one.
Yeah, fat
And
versus
both of those
sugar.
things, yeah, both of those things are demonized because people are kind of dumb, and they sort of. It's funny, like intellectuals, scientists, as it were, will sort of turn their noses up at what we would call folklore or wives' tales,
Right.
but they
right.
all do that.
Right.
They all do that.
Well, you
They
have to
have
take
this folklore.
shortcuts because
Yeah.
people don't realize the world is far more vast than your imagination. And people are like, no, because I can create worlds within my yeah, but they don't have the depth of the world you're in. And therefore, the world is more vast than you can imagine. Like, technically speaking, we know this to be true in so many experiments. It's silly that anybody doesn't realize this. And you just didn't look it up like I did, but you didn't. Like, sorry, bro, go look it up. But like, the proof is out there. Like, you don't need to look it up. You can observe the world and figure out, wow, I never would have imagined that. Right. That happens to you all the time. And so you've got to realize that means your imagination is insufficient to encompass the world. So you need shortcuts. Like, there's no other way. And what are those shortcuts? Well, they can't be logic, reason, and rationality because A, we're really not capable of being rational creatures for very long. It's just way too energy intense. And B, like, you can't take in enough information to do it. Like, it's just a technical impossibility. And so you have to do this outsourcing. And what are you outsourcing to? Right. And this goes back to what I said earlier. Like, if you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent. Like, you're outsourcing to a bunch of things. And you better know what they are. Like, I'm not saying that you can't outsource to those things. I'm saying you better know what they are.
Yeah, it's not whether but which. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And like you were saying about scientists, and if it's science that you're outsourcing to, and they're not being genuine because they're being parasitic now because they have other motivations, like wanting to find something novel or to make money or to do something like that. Well, now you're off to the races. Now you're definitely out in.
Or status. Like, if they go for prolificity, we're screwed.
You mean to tell me that some people are looking for status in this world?
Yeah. And also, it's even more nefarious than that. It's money, but also the way institutions are set up to continue their research. They must provide some value to those who are funding them. And so in order to maintain funding, they have to do these things. And so maybe the people that work there aren't benefiting financially themselves. In order for them to continue, they have to provide research that comports with particular narratives or reasons or whatever the case is. But for their institution to maintain, they have to keep getting funding. And that comes by way of state requirements, or federal.
Right. But those are virtuous cycles that get set up. And that's when people use the word reciprocal. That's what they're actually talking about, is these virtuous cycles. And they don't understand that, probably because they're dumb, but whatever. For whatever reason, they don't understand that that's the same thing. And then they get confused because they think reciprocal means equal, which it most certainly does not. All right. It just means there's a two-way or bi-directional relationship. That's all that means.
It really does just come down to the Talos, because I was just thinking right there, that was the difference between science and then the monasteries before.
Right.
What the purpose of why this was all happening before, for the people, for life.
And you change purpose, and you change things like likelihood of corruption. Right away.
Right. Yeah, the second it's not oriented towards the greatest good, the potentiality and inevitability is just all there.
When you've got to be able to recognize the performative contradictions, right, which are the indicators of cognitive dissonance. Like, you have to be able to recognize, for example, that people who think that money corrupts and also want to give teachers more money are necessarily telling you something. And that something is not good. It's not good about them, and it's not good about their plans for education.
I see. Recognizing the cognitive dissonance tells you something directly about.
Right.
The
That's contradiction. Yeah, the
Yeah.
contradiction tells you something. Like you can't live in a contradiction.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as
Now the
though
problem is
profit is bad, right? Profit's bad, but they don't have a market to profit from in those institutions, so they just call it something else. But it's still some version of profit.
well, but that's the wrong way to think about it. Like what they're saying is money corrupts, but we want to give poor people more money, or we want to give teachers more money, or whatever. I'm like, if you believe money corrupts, why would you want to give them more money? Now, I
Yeah.
don't think they're right, but like
Right. So it's
their
not
own-
about the profit or the argument. It's the fact that they can hold these two contradictory
their
thoughts
worldview is
in their head.
contradictory to itself,
And they're
Yeah.
acting
hold into
regardless of it.
contradictory ideas in their head, which is supposed to
Yeah.
be the sign of intelligence. It's not. It's the sign of pure evil.
Mm,
And it's
mhm,
nothing else, by the way, ever.
mhm.
Just to be clear, don't try to redeem that. You're a bad person if you do. It's not true. It can't be true. When you run into a paradox or a contradiction, that is the limit of your thinking. It's the limit of your worldview. That's all it is. It isn't anything else. It says nothing about the world you live in. It says everything in the world about your cognition. That's
Right.
what it says.
Well, and the admission of that is fine. And in fact, it's virtuous to admit it. But other people see it as a fault or a
right.
value problem, right? So if you admit that you have
Right.
that problem, well, now you're less valuable somehow,
Mm,
Exactly.
which is a worldview problem.
mhm.
Yep. Yeah. Well, and Taleb goes into this. He says, no. The smart person is the guy who changes his mind with new information,
Yeah.
Hmm.
and that new information might be time, right?
Could be.
Because you've had the opportunity to process the information you already have, and that creates new information. I would call that knowledge, but it doesn't really matter. Taleb's point stands. That's why you got to read all his books. That's true. Like that engagement, that level of engagement, that way of engagement is correct. Like when you have time to synthesize information and you change your mind, that's a sign of intelligence, not the other way around. Because not changing your mind means you're set in your ways. That's what set in your ways means.
Nassim
Yeah.
Taleb?
Yeah,
Nassim
Nassim Taleb.
Yeah, that's interesting though, Beard, because there is a certain sense in which you have unmoving conviction that would not change.
Yep.
Now, is that the same as changing your mind, or is that
No,
maintaining a coherent worldview?
it's not changing your mind
Hmm.
because it's not based on logic, reason, and rationality. A conviction is specifically not based on reason, logic, and rationality.
Hmm.
It's not. And that's the difference. That's the difference between a job and a vocation. A job is a materialistic thing, and a vocation is a spiritual thing
Hmm.
or an ethereal thing, depending upon which word you want to use.
Yeah, it's tough though, right? Because you also don't want someone who waffles, right? So changing your mind, while a sign of
Right.
intelligence, one who does it often and all the time, well, I don't think that would be intelligent to do so, right? Being
It
swayed
depends-
by every
it-
wind of doctrine, you know.
It depends on the circumstances, and that's this is discernment. Yeah, you need discernment for everything. And
Right.
this is the work no one
Right.
wants to do because discernment is hard, and it can
Right.
lead you astray. I mean,
'Cause
this
we
is
could-
why
we could look at
Vervaeke
the-
gets tied up with bullshit, and then he can't resolve it because there's no resolution to bullshit.
Hmm.
We could look at the individual parts that bring that type of humility, intellectual honesty, discernment, but really the thing that determines all that ultimately is a telos that includes those things together.
Right.
Because you can't just pick and choose each one. It has to be moving towards something above and better.
Right. Well, the problem of people changing their minds often, like that's now because we're in chaos,
Yeah.
and it's very hard to discern in chaos where the order is and how long it's going to hold. Because chaos, one way to think about chaos is the world is always ordered, and the question is for how long. So if you just change the time dimension, you can describe chaos as a speeding up.
Uh-huh.
And that works in math, and it works
That's
in
interesting.
your maps. You
That's
can
really
just say, oh, no, chaos is just a world moving faster. That's actually true.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so interesting. Yeah.
So then the question is which patterns are gonna persist, and which patterns are gonna black out or whatever, right? And you have to keep changing your mind about that, right? Like will the election get stolen? It doesn't matter which side you land on this, ultimately, but will the next election get stolen? Every day I wake up and I think the opposite. I go, no, there's no way. Oh, of course it's guaranteed. Like every day. Because you can't.
I have those people in my life, and I feel great pity for them.
That
you can
think
see
that it will or will not.
Well, that their minds are switching every day from different new pieces of information flooding them in, and they don't have a rudder, they don't have a way to navigate, and they're just getting over flooded. And it's like the level of anxiety and stress is
that's the anxiety, right?
Yeah,
it's so incalculable for them.
Yeah, it's a terrible way to live, terrible way to be.
Yep,
absolutely.
You would never want a leader in that frame of mind.
I mean, they're scrambling. Like when I see them, I'm talking from personal family stuff. They're scrambling, and it's like, and then the people that they defer to in their own personal life is now over flooded and just as clueless and changing their mind every day.
Right.
And it's rough, man.
Yeah. It is rough.
When people like us who are trying to pay attention to this and stuff are having difficulties navigating it, that tells you.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah. People who see patterns all the time and they're like confused, that's not a good sign. It's a bad sign.
Is this part of what you referred to earlier, not today, but before in a past talk, Mark, about a convergence of a possibility of something to come out of this? Because I do see, like, right now, like, this is like the stress test to people who have frameworks that are actually resilient to this stuff. And I think that's the reason why, Jordan, the Peterson sphere and other people and these things are interplaying back and forth, and we're trying to find the most stable ground. We're trying to find the most stable Talos. Like, that's part of why that is happening too. And I really like what you said earlier, the permeability of totalitarianism.
Yeah.
That's actually like something to explore. I'm going to think about this too, is taking something like that, like just the tautness of something that is firm, and examining that from all dimensions, because it's in that same thing. But looking at totalitarianism that way, it's like, oh, it is still a flat world because it's the top telling the people at the bottom what to do. You can see how it's the boundaries are not being respected.
It's the removal of mediation as such.
That's a good way to look at it, from a language of creation. Yeah.
Tyranny is just the removal of mediation, right? Which is also a flattening of the world, right? Which is also an impermeability, because there's no permeable layers, because there's no layers.
Right.
That's what tyranny is. And it doesn't matter what structure, we'll go with governmental structure, you impose. Tyranny can come to that structure because tyranny isn't about the structure of the government.
Right.
Like, kings are not tyrannical because kings. Like, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Would the other end of that spectrum be rebellion? Because mediation breaks down, but it's coming from the bottom up.
Right. Well, you need the permeability because people are being squished out of the world. Because it's an impermeable flattening. That's what tyranny is.
Hence
it's an impermeable flattening. Right. And then you're getting squished out of the world. And what do? You're fighting back, and you want to start like a decentralized currency system, which makes no sense. Like, you can't decentralize currency and still trade. And then you get a battle within the decentralized currency system between the people who want to remain anonymous and the people who say, well, no, you can't be anonymous because then we can't trade. Right.
Right.
Right. And the people who want to be anonymous just want to use you as cover for their bad behavior.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when people talk about anonymity online, I'm like, this is easy. No.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I don't
Yeah.
even understand why you don't understand that. At some point, I'm like, there's dumb, and then there's whatever this is. Like, this is not hard. Like, you can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you just can't. You can't. And it's not like you can't allow any of it ever, but like, you shouldn't make that the rule. You should say, if you think you need to be anonymous, you need to go through a bunch of mediation, and the mediator will decide if you can be anonymous. Because also, the only way to be anonymous and communicate at all, is through a mediator.
Right.
You need someone to run cover for you.
That's pretty interesting, man. That's pretty interesting. Yeah.
I don't understand when you're talking about anonymous. You can't be anonymous by yourself. That makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
None. And people don't realize it. They think it's perfectly reasonable position. And I'm like, it's not even a thing. How did you get there? I want to, this is like, Sally Joe, this is like once you've made a ceramic cup, you never think about ceramic cups the same again. Is that what it's like? Or once you have made a rivet, your understanding of metal changes. Maybe. Or growing something to eat it, making a shirt, so on. The levels of understanding, that's not understanding, but okay. Sally Jo likes to talk about participatory knowledge and call it other things. Yes, when you have an experience with something, you know it differently. That's biblical knowing. We went over this last time.
So if we were to just look at hierarchies as like an organism or an organism, then any type of collapse, whether it's from top down or bottom up and anything in between, is a failure of mediation.
Yeah, it squeezes the mediation out, or the mediation fails and causes the collapse. It's like at that point, it's reciprocal. It doesn't matter. Right. And then the permeability goes away because there's no mediator. This works in physical technology. Like, we can start talking about filtration systems this way, and it works just the same because it's a fractally self-similar fractal pattern. Like, it's everywhere. It goes right into materialism, all the way down into materialism, and all the way up into the ethereal. Like, yes, you need a mediation. Otherwise, you can't integrate. Like, mediation and integration are related. They're not the same thing, but they're related. And tyranny is the lack of those things.
Yeah, that relates to the beginning of what you were talking about, having a mediator for a debate.
Exactly.
Having two people argue is not a debate.
Right.
Oh.
And it's flat.
Yeah, the term has been so watered down. I don't even like using the term anymore, debate. It's laughably said.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah. Like all over the place, that's completely done wrong.
But people don't even see it mathematically. I'm like, you people love your game theory. Like, why don't you apply it here? If you apply game theory to conversation, you realize conversation can only make things worse ever, mathematically. Sorry, bro. I've done the freaking stuff on the computer with the simulations. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't. But you'll scream game theory all day long. You don't understand game theory. You never read the papers. I know you didn't, because I did. And that's not how this plays out, literally. Right? And then you realize little things like 3 is the minimum number of people for a debate. Why? 3 perspectives. Why? Because that's triangulation. There's your navigation, your orientation. But Taleb talks about this. Let's suppose you have 3 doors, and you're playing name that deal or whatever silly game that is, and they go pick a door number, and you pick door number 3. Okay, and then they open one of the doors, and there's nothing behind it. Okay, and then they go, all right, do you change from 3 to 2, or do you keep 3? And it just so happens to turn out that the answer is you always switch doors. Always. Because over iterations, you will win more often. Which is freaky to people. Like, they just don't. They don't get it, but that's wrapped up in Claude Shannon's information theory. And Taleb talks about this, of course. Although I knew it before Taleb because I read information theory and game theory. But he does a better job of talking about it than the stupid white papers.
And then Ethan had that good comment earlier. Game theory is anti-creation because it divorces heaven and earth.
Right. It's a flattening.
Yeah.
Game theory is anti-creation because it's a flattening, and anything that isn't being is a flattening, and it's a creation denial. Because the thing that how do I say this? The thing that makes creation exist and the reason for creation is being. You know what I mean? And the thing that exists within creation is being. And so when you start to describe anything within creation without including being, which includes time, it includes past and future, by the way, then you're flattening the world. Now, look, you have to flatten the world, right? If you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent, because you have to flatten the world. The question is, what parts of the world are you flattening and who are you outsourcing that to?
And ultimately, you're always just trying to remove being then at that point.
If you don't outsource it, if you try to hold it yourself. Right.
Well, you can try to remove it, but it's not, I mean, you're not removing
it. Doesn't work. Right. It doesn't work. You just corrupt everything around you.
And then you see that with people who do try to do that. That's exactly what ends up happening.
Right.
Whose stance is anti-being without sometimes being explicit about it.
Well, they're not explicit about it because they can't be, because they don't understand being.
True.
You know, they take Heidegger seriously, and Heidegger's retarded, and it's not that hard. Like, I don't. The answer is he's dumb. I don't. Yeah.
Primordial pain.
Well, I mean, it's worse. He goes, well, God can't be a being because beings can't create beings or some bullshit. And I'm like, well, first of all, that's observably false. And second of all, there's a limit to the language, and you hit the language limit. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Can you go play somewhere else with your Legos?
Yeah, it's all language stuff. Like I was watching this insane. There's such a horrible idea. This gauntlet of Charlie Kirk in the middle of. Did you guys see this?
We're talking about this offline.
Oh my gosh!
We're gonna potentially do that as a commentary or part of it.
Oh,
yeah, we might react to that.
It's language game. With one guy especially, and I think he gets a lot of airtime. This fellow,
that guy. Yep.
And he is he's insufferable. I mean, it's
super insufferable.
It's horrendous. But it's the same sort of thing. He keeps playing this game of semantics when it comes to. So this is how you know an atheist. Every time the topic comes, whatever the topic may be. It could be, what color are my shoes? And he just pivots to, hey, you're a Christian, and then plays semantics games, right? And over and over and over. And Charlie Kirk is bad at navigating that, like really bad.
He gets him pretty good. He gets Kirk pretty good.
Well, part of the problem is...
Did you notice, too, that Kirk even complimented him after their first bout?
He did say yes. He was like,
"That's
the best argument."
That was so weird. He's like, that was pretty good. I was like, what?
Best argument so far.
This guy's tearing you apart.
But they're trapped in the flat world.
Yeah, the rhetoric trap world. Flat world.
Right. The rhetoric world is flat. Like the atheists have nothing to appeal to but propositions, and then the quote religious folks get into it with them, and I'm like, bro, you're stepping into an arena that they have to know it better. They have to, on average, because A, that's where they live. B, they're not distracted by anything else because that's all they have access to.
Yeah.
Right?
All he had to do was one of two things, in my opinion. One would just be to boldly state, This is what I believe. This is the truth, and that's it. No, make no bones about it. Bold, just be bold. The other, and that would be boring, I guess, because then it would be the same, you know. And then
Yeah,
the
for sure.
second thing he could have done was just ask the guy why.
Right.
Why?
Why
Yeah,
is the
You do
the
the
killer
3-year-old
question?
trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do the 3-year-old trick. That wins against all philosophy.
Yeah,
Why?
I can't tell you why.
The good old Socrates.
Right. I mean, it's
Why do you
yeah,
think
it's
that?
the 3-year-old method or the
And you know,
Socratic
Bruce, he did that earlier with some of the other people, where he just stated what he believed and stayed on that. And something about him got him excited when this guy came in swinging all crazy. Like, he got excited to play the rhetoric game with him.
Right.
Yeah, he
Because,
did.
because he sensed a challenge and he didn't know if he could rise to it. That's the novelty problem.
Because if you look at Charlie Cook's face, every time he gets kind of hit, there's a little smirk. There's a little smirk like, oh, you got me. All right, I'm going to come back at you.
He's a flat worlder. Like, this is why you can't self-identify. He can identify in whatever religion he wants. He's a flat worlder. He can't be in any of those religions. It doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, this guy was like a Destiny, or an O'Connor or something like that.
I made a comment on that video. I said Destiny is now a gender. He identifies as being a Destiny.
That's pretty much right. And
he's young.
The guy couldn't be more than 20 years old.
He sounded just like Destiny times two.
They all have a cadence and sort of an identity and a very similar milieu.
What are you talking about, Bruce? About a cadence? There's no such thing as that doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, it was rough. It was real rough. But again, he has no foundation other than appeal to consensus or something like that, and it's laughably bad. That's a terrible position to hold.
Right, but that's the problem. That's all they have. Like, this is where these conversations go wrong, right? Is that like Peterson talks to Destiny, gives him the benefit of the doubt, and then accepts all of his facts. I'm pretty sure that everything Destiny said in the Peterson talk is actually just factually incorrect, and you can just look it up and see that it's incorrect. And rather than push back, and this is my recent commentary with Eric Weinstein and Terrence Howard and Joe Rogan, rather than push back, they screwed the pooch. And it was an interview. You know, this is weird, right? I didn't watch America's Got Talent or whatever with Simon Cowell. And not that I don't like Simon Cowell or something. I'm not an entertainment guy, right? I won't turn on the TV and watch people try to sing. But I saw an interview with him. Why and how, I have no idea. Weird things happen all the time, right? But I saw an interview with him, and they were like, you know, basically saying, you're mean, right? This is years ago, right? You're mean. What's going on? And he said, listen, these people are spending all of their free time, in some cases, all of their time. They don't even have jobs. And they're singing constantly in the hopes that they're going to be the next Madonna, Taylor Swift, whatever, right? That they're going to be the next thing. And the thing is, they are never going to get there ever. And by telling them that, I'm saving them all their time, energy, and attention, right? From being wasted on this dream that they will never achieve. And so you look at it as being mean to them, but actually because the only people they have in their lives are telling them completely differently, and that's not fair. Jesse.
Jesse.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hey,
I didn't realize you're still going in 4 hours and 20 minutes. I was like, I should just make an appearance at this point.
I did a 5-hour last Friday and it's Friday the 13th, and we're talking about chaos. Did you think that was going to be a short stream, sir?
No, probably not.
Yeah, Simon Cowell is doing the loving thing. It's loving to tell people the truth.
I was looking over the Matrix doc. It's looking good, but more work must be done. But yes, I gotta get some. I got to get through my damn Russian Revolution talk with Adam. That's what I have to do. That'll free up some time. I didn't finish the Japan thing yet. I gotta finish that. And then Peugeot dropped. Mathieu Peugeot dropped a 2-hour 47-minute. I've got a Tammy Peterson to watch. I think I'm behind on a Jonathan Peugeot video. I'm like, I'm totally screwed. I'm like, talk about chaos and looking up and seeing whales because of the flood. Like I'm totally there. And then it's the weekend, so I get 2 book clubs and.
Did you just invoke the parting of the Red Seas?
No. No, just
Okay, because that's what came to my mind then. Like looking up and then seeing a wall of like, the parting of the Red Seas, which is literally dividing chaos.
No, you missed it. You missed it earlier. We were talking about how the chaos is the flood, and you're looking up and seeing a whale because you're underwater, and you're going, well, whale, I can't be underwater, therefore whales don't exist, and you're denying the whales, and they're swimming all around you, and it just like, and this is in reference to the Tahitian cats and things like that. or believing Kamala Harris won a debate ever in her life about anything because she's IQ 85. It's as generous as it's as high as I go. I saw another thing. Bruce saw it too. I showed it to people. Like it was just her talking. It was a private talk. It was a group, but it was like a small group, right? She's not in political mode or anything, right? It's just a very casual like talk. She doesn't have a lot of pressure on her. And it was just a recorded thing. And they put the Seinfeld opening on it with all the credits and the music.
Great.
She sounds like an episode of Seinfeld. It's bad. She's talking about the white cups at Starbucks and how, if you have lipstick on, and like I couldn't even follow it because I was like, this is so banal. And she's like, that's what we discussed. And I assume she's talking about the CEO of Starbucks. And I'm like, good Lord, woman, don't tell me that you're deliberately, knowingly telling a story of talking to a high-powered guy about your struggles with his white lids. Like, if you do that, that's fine. Don't tell anybody ever. Ever. Like, just don't admit to that. Like, I'm serious. Like, no, if you make a mistake at that magnitude, you lie about the mistake at that point. You're in too deep already. Like, you do not want to invoke. Like, no, don't tell people that. That's
you think she just fell out of a coconut tree?
I think a coconut hit her on the head. That's for sure.
Well, look,
it was a
Taylor
Biden
Swift
type
maybe.
speech.
What was that, Jesse?
Well, Taylor Swift may be voting Kamala, but her cat's voting Trump. So.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, we went over all that too. The rise and fall of Tay-Tay. It's very sad. There's a documentary. There's a documentary out there that it's again. I see weird things sometimes. I don't care about the personal life of Tay-Tay.
Do we really want to talk about chaos? Because yesterday in Australia, right, Friday the 13th, the Australian government put a bill forth to Parliament called the Disinformation and Misinformation Bill. Yeah, you can look this up online.
Yeah.
But read that and try not to think about the mid-century people and then come back to me and say we're not in chaos, because the symbology of trying to vote for that sort of loose language, or the you could say the constriction on civil liberties and civil sentiments.
Right.
Not getting good down here in the world of the apocalypse. So.
That is the problem. I mean, I already linked. I mean, like I said, we linked it to flooding, but like I already said, like, look, the chaos was obvious 10 years ago, and I have a stream on that. And I'm not saying it began then. I reiterated that in the stream. It didn't begin then, but it became observable then, and observable to the point where if you didn't see things like Gamergate and realize a switch had been flipped or whatever, I feel bad for you, but also, my God, man, what do you need? Neon signs? Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't even understand. 10 years ago, this was obvious.
People would have to look up to see the neon sign, you know?
Well, that's exactly it, Bruce. Yeah. Well, and that also, Jesse, you probably didn't hear this. So my other thing was the zeitgeist is you looking across the horizontal. And what you're seeing is not like the spirit or the driving force. It's the results of what happens to a horizontal when the spirit descends upon the horizontal. That's what the zeitgeist actually is.
The zeitgeist is defined as the spirit of the age, not the culture.
Doesn't matter how you define it. When you're talking about zeitgeist, you're talking about looking across a plane at a group horizontally. You're not looking up or down, but you think you are because you see the zeitgeist sort of move or whatever, right? You see the zeitgeist change and you assign it agency. But what you're seeing are the results of agency and not agency itself. And that's why people have a hard time with the zeitgeist. It's because it's the interface between the bottom and the top. It's just scaled up.
Yes, well, that's
person to peoples, right? Or person to group or individual to large number of non-relatives or something.
Well, there's your flat world there too, trying to condense enchanted things down into objective material reality. That would be how most people use zeitgeist. That's trying to quantify it.
Yeah. That's what the zeitgeist is. It's an objective material reality, flat world, horizontal view of the results of agency that you don't understand because you can't look up and see the agent.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think there is another phenomenon that would be the pre-modern zeitgeist. It'd be looking at, probably a better way to say it is enchantment, but it is to say what is animating the collective unconscious.
Right.
Yeah, which is far dangerous for modern people because we're so used to storytelling being confined, or the way we conceptualize reality through stories as a beginning, middle, and end structure.
Right. If you
which means any phenomena outside, any animation outside of what can't be quantified is always a conspiracy, and that you always see this conflation between zeitgeist and spook, essentially. Yeah.
So I want to, since you're here, Jesse, I want to float something by you just for your pondering. I'm beginning to suspect, after a conversation with Ignacio, who does the translations for Language of Creation, that when, like, Jonathan Pageau, I mean, I've never heard you talk about this, but Jonathan Pageau talks about the medieval way of thinking. That one way to conceive of that's sort of very simple and seems pretty explanatory to me is the medieval way of thinking included the divine feminine as a starting axiom. And then Thomas Aquinas makes perfect sense without needing to be changed.
Now you say includes it, meaning amongst other ones.
Oh, there might be other ones. I don't particularly care about that in this instance. I'm just saying.
But that's what I mean. It's not the starting axiom, but one of the starting axiom.
No, it can't be the starting axiom. But I'm just saying that the starting axiom of the divine feminine means that the way you write about things, because it's already included in the world,
has a sacredness about them.
Right. Yeah, that fits pretty well.
Yeah, it just for me it resolves a bunch of things. I'm like, oh, if you just made that one change, like that, then all this other stuff makes sense about the medieval worldview, because relationality, among other things, is taken into account immediately because it's assumed, and it's assumed because pretty much everyone's living close to the land. Like, as Sally says, everyone touches grass like all the time, and if you touch grass all the time, you take for granted the divine feminine aspect. And that's also why people cast the Earth as female, and then you get into Gaia worship, right? Because and then people start talking about what we need is wisdom, and wisdom is represented by a woman, and it's like, well, why is in the age of feminism, why would the female archetype be the thing that everybody has and we'll say an intuitive sense for being the thing that's missing? It's like, well, that's weird, unless it's correct. And they just don't realize unconsciously they're getting the right answer, but consciously they're getting the wrong answer because they're all crazy Gnostic.
Well, feminism is almost exclusively moving females into the masculine space.
Yeah, feminism, because feminism is part of the rebellion of the French Revolution, right? Which is a proper revolution, unfortunately. Which means it's fundamentally evil, because all revolutions seem to be fundamentally evil for some odd reason. The Americans had a rebellion, a proper rebellion, not a revolution. There's nothing revolutionary in what they did. They replaced the king. That's it. They just severed that relationship and replaced it with a better set of relationships. But because feminism is explicitly born of an English woman, so the king's already been beheaded in England, writing a year before the king gets beheaded in France, where she then goes, right? Like, it's born straight out of the French Revolution. And then what happens is that's part of the flattening of the world. Men and women are equal. That's a flattening. Well, there's no more hierarchy. Of course they're equal. The idea of equality can exist now that the king's been beheaded once. And then what happens is power as expressed by masculinity becomes the only version, which is foolish because women are far more powerful than men. They move everything. We don't move anything. We just pick things up and put them down. That's about it. They're the ones that, move things. But because of that, we don't get a good sense for the divine feminine. It's kind of gone, right? And yeah, Sally's got a good point. Feminism erases women. Yeah, because it flattens the world.
Materializes. I want to probably use a bit more concrete language. Feminism materializes what feminine means,
or it tries to, but
yes.
You can't. So it turns masculine immediately.
Would actually you lose the sense of the sacred in both aspects once you tripartite.
Well, you can't
once you deify one, which doesn't happen with feminism. Like, feminism doesn't deify men at all. In fact, it still lowers men. But once you essentially desanctify or separate that which is meant to be combined in unity, if you want to use Christian theology, then you have this concept of beauty, which can only, or beauty or love, which can only be the apparent phenomenon, as in what is in front of you.
Yeah, those go away entirely.
You'll only see. Yeah, well, you'll only do this. You'll only see.
You can't even do that. It's so flat.
Wow. Yeah.
All you have is the affectation. And then you look at the first Matrix movie and you go, all right, we're going to make a sequel. What made the first one good? And you go, the fight scenes, the bullet time, the cool costumes, the look and feel, right? The aesthetics, right? And then you just make a movie with fight scenes that are too long. And it's like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, because they thought, like, they're looking at the flat movie. They're not able to see the depth of the film they made. It's weird. But also that happens to us. Like, we don't know where our emotions come from. We don't know where our desires come from. We don't understand the passions. Yeah, we don't see that stuff all the time. And then you make a movie and you don't see it in the movie. Okay, fair. You don't see it in the movie. That's worse. And then you make a sequel and, I like the sequel, but it's not as good as the first one. But also, that's the flattening. Like that, there's no beauty, there's no love, there's no truth, and there's no justice. You flatten the world
because you can't have the relationship anymore.
Yeah, you took out relationality as such.
I probably would want to say identity, because the Matrix in the first sense isn't a movie about the identity crisis, because you can clearly watch the film and go, who is the main character?
Well, right, but
like who is the actual who is the driving force that enables the story to go forward? And it's split between three people, and then therefore that we have a movie, we have four.
The Oracle.
Depends, because you could also say sci-fi moves the story along. Yeah, you could always say the traitor is the real antagonistic force, which is obviously.
Yeah, but he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't move the movie. He's moved by the movie. Or sorry, he's moved within the movie, because none of his actions can take place without the other three doing their thing. Like if Neo never goes to the Oracle, they never get scared of him, and they never make the offer. And
Cypher was always going to betray them. So Cypher's always going to betray them. It's just Neo just happens to be escalating that.
No, he's got the plans in motion. No, he's never going to get the offer unless Neo comes along.
Remember, the offer is for Morpheus. It's not for Neo. Morpheus has to be captured because Morpheus has the keys to Zion.
That's true. They don't.
Neo's just
No.
Yeah.
No. That's determined later.
Okay.
He makes the deal for Morpheus.
No, he makes the deal for Morpheus because he can't make the deal for the codes.
Right.
He doesn't get on the radar without Neo. They don't know about Cypher.
Right.
They have no idea. And they have no reason to find him. Like there's no driving force to find him. That driving force has to come from the Oracle Trinity. Morpheus.
You're right.
Because it's a sequence problem. I'm really good with sequence problems.
It's almost like you do programming.
Almost.
Just almost. I know somebody that can mentor you, by the way. So I'll try to. If you need any help with your coding, just let me know.
You can introduce me to them.
I'll introduce you to them.
I want to get back to the interconnections between identity and femininity, or the feminine, because
hold on. Everybody in that movie goes through an identity crisis and changes their identity. That's what's fascinating to me. Like actually everybody, all the characters, right? And the agents are not agents, which is even
does the guy
more
the one
hysterical?
Does the one guy, the two brothers, the one that's like, ooh, it's gotta feel good, Neo, that guy, does he go through a change?
Yeah.
Is it when his brother dies?
He gets sacrificed, actually. His brother's sacrificed and he gets wounded.
You're right. And then he's the one that blasts
the
Cypher.
Brothers both go through changes, right? One of them basically becomes a believer. The other one's already a believer waiting for a Neo, right? But then when his brother dies, he embodies the spirit of his brother. And that's what enables him to resurrect effectively, because
that's right, because he brings him back. Right. He jumps into the seat.
Pretty much. And
literally he becomes Well,
what makes the movie Gnostic is the fact that you could say the demonic character, we won't give him top level agency. The Smith character also goes through a resurrection and transformation.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that's what makes the movie not Christian.
The things that are called agents in the movie are not agentic. Which
great point.
Yeah, they're not agentic.
There's something else. But they're close. Because they're representative of a darker phenomenon of they're tools of control.
Well, they're the
and that's not something the modern mind can actually comprehend. Is it? We want to jump to, what's that stupid term, egregores?
Yeah.
Collective bodies.
Well, but it's worse. It's what I keep explaining to people. Like, you didn't understand the movie if you didn't understand that you can't get out of the control of the machines. And therefore, did you ever get out of the Matrix? They control both worlds. They don't control one of the worlds. They control both of the worlds. No one ever escapes from the control of the machines. In all the movies, there's no escape from the control of the machines. There's
Even
no
the final
scenario
movie.
where techne or technology or whatever doesn't have control over the humans, which is absolutely absurd and so
crazy.
silly. But I want to link this back. Like, the Matrix has no divine feminine, but the feminine power drives the movie at multiple levels, right? Because
That's
again,
so strange. That's so strange.
It's so
right.
whack.
It's so strange because that's true.
But so that means femininity has already been squished. And what is that movie? That movie is an extended adolescence fantasy. That's what it is, and it's in a decade with that genre emerging, right? With The Crow and Dark City and all this other nonsense. It's all the same thing. It's all extended as adolescence, and in some ways, Ghost in the Shell is the same damn thing. It's extended adolescence because they're asking all the questions that a normal, healthy child that grew up, in earlier times would have, fretted over for 3 months, and then you grow up. Like, you grow out of it. It's not a magic trick. But because the world has been flattened, everything's spread out, right? And so you've disenchanted the world by destroying the divine feminine. You destroy the divine feminine because you flatten the world by killing the king. So there's no hierarchy, doesn't exist. When you flatten hierarchy, you lose up and down. When you lose up and down, there's no ethereal realm. How the hell do you have hope, faith, and charity or whatever? Like, how do you have justice? How do you have truth? What is beauty? You can't answer the what is beauty question because it's flat. It's affectation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, glory in the Matrix is dying for the cause.
Yeah, well, and I think Sally's got it. There are no mothers in the Matrix.
Yeah.
The third movie tries to reverse engineer that, but makes the movies far darker.
But you're right, because the Oracle does not have the divine feminine. She ends up just being a Churchill to the Hitler and negotiates an end to the ceasefire.
Yep.
But what's actually more interesting is the Smith character's formation through this entire Gnostic journey, right? Because he becomes the reason why that the ceasefire is even negotiable, and it's like your golem has gone out of control, but it's not. But again, it has nothing to do with the divine feminine. Just we'll take our prophesized guy will take care of your problem, and you'll just leave us alone.
You don't have birth, and you substitute hybridization.
Ugh. Oh.
And that's exactly right. And now all the mediation happens through hybrids and hybridization. None of the mediation happens properly.
And your flat goth world continues.
It's so weird to me that people watch that movie and they don't get it. Like, the choice is between living in a relative paradise, having a nice, perfectly reasonable, affluent life,
or a sex den cave.
No.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. Yeah.
The choice of the first movie is between having an affluent, comfortable life that's reasonable, right, and living as a fugitive in the sewers of a dead city. And I'm like,
gosh,
bro, plug me in. I don't even. This is even a question in my mind. Don't unplug my ass. I will kill you. Like, I do not want to live with a bunch of useless misfits in a half broken down, ugly, noisy submarine floating around, running away from an existential threat,
right,
in the sewers of a dead city. Like it's like a double layer of death or something bizarre.
For me, that's why it never hit hard when Cypher betrays them, because it's like their appeal to him is like, well, we're your friends, and it's like, yeah, but this place sucks, and he's right.
No. I was always like, you know, people are like, Cypher betrayed him. I'm like, no, Cypher did nothing wrong. I don't even know what.
That should be on a shirt. Cypher did nothing wrong. Yeah, that's what the movie was telling me, that to not like him. But because when I check out of the Matrix, whenever I check out the Matrix is when the truth gets revealed to him by Morpheus. And then they carry him up in the claw on the ship, and when they go through that sequence, I check out. I check out immediately because I'm like, okay, I don't want to go from that world to this world. I'm there with the mystery, but now that I'm in this world, this is just a lateral move to something not interesting or engaging.
They pull him up into the underworld.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
He goes from an underworld down tubes into a further underworld, back up into an underworld. Yeah, the whole thing's depressing.
World. It's under her somehow. It's like, what is even going on with the symbolism in this film? Like, it's awesome.
Yeah, and it's still awesome though because of how it stays in that pocket the whole time.
I love the movie.
And the moves that they make through the movies, you know, to try to maintain this, I guess, Gnostic vision.
The movie's so deep that Jonathan Peugeot did a thing on it like a year and a half ago, whatever. And I watched his analysis 3 times.
I gotta pull that up.
Do you know how many videos I've watched 3 times in my life on YouTube?
Let's say one.
That one. That was the only one. I was like, so like, and the thing is, like, I've seen The Matrix 100 times, no problem. And it took me that long to get what the hell he was saying. Cause I was like, whoa, calm down there, Ace. Where are you going with this? I did none of this. I had none of that, like 0 of it. I was like, holy crap. You know, and it's like they talk about with a good book, right? You go back, you get something new. The Matrix is certainly that, the first one in particular, certainly that movie, but I still think it should be illegal to watch just the first one and not watch both the sequels because you really are missing some larger, more interesting patterns in the sequels that you can't do without, actually.
Yeah, to see where that goes, where that whole thing ends up playing out.
But there's other patterns. Like the first movie has a hell of a lot of, quote, philosophy in it, right? Philosophical, existential questions. And then the second one has fewer of those, but they're all deeper. Every single one of them is deeper. And then the third one is the same pattern. And even fewer questions, but there are much deeper questions in the last movie. And it's just hysterical to me because that's yet another pattern of the depth. Because the whole trick of The Matrix is that it is a very deep movie. Right? Like I said, like he's up here. He's literally up high. Gets thrown down this tube, right, which is the most expensive scene in the movie, by the way, even though it's only 7.5 seconds or something. He gets thrown down this tube. He lands in the water in what looks like, you know, gooky, sewery water, right? Then he gets drawn up into something lower somehow. Like that's depth. I mean, that's just depth, right? And then as the movie unfolds, he effectively goes lower and lower and lower until he can't go any lower, and then he just has to do something retarded, right? Which is, it's suicide. You're loco. This is loco.
He's got to enter into the renegade golem and destroy him from the inside out. Oh no, let him inside of him. That's right. He has to let the golem inside of him.
Right, but at the same time, he feels. Well, this is where it gets weird. When the movie forward, he feels compelled by the prediction, by the prophecy, Like he's not interacting in the right way in some
Well,
sense.
he defines against a prophecy, which somehow is the right thing to do.
Initially, but
you mean the one set up by the architect?
It's not the
no.
We're in the first movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the prophecy from the oracle.
Mm-hmm.
She subverts her own prophecy because if you saw a scene in the Matrix and it wasn't immediately subverted, and you didn't realize the scene was subverted later or previously, then you missed the whole movie. Because there aren't any scenes.
If I tell you what happens, you're gonna do.
Yeah. But there aren't any scenes in that movie that don't get subverted. Like it's just pure subversive movie, and it's probably the first one at that level. And everybody misses it. And fair enough. Like I'm not saying you're stupid for not seeing it. I get it, but like also, you missed the movie. The movie gets way more interesting when you realize it's pretty much all subversion. And then when and where that subversion happens is the story. Right? So in one way, it's probably the smartest, most clever movie ever written. In another way, it's so dumb. It's like, what are you even doing? Why are you writing this crap? Right? Like it's and then that's bracketed by the Barbie movie, right? And I have a live stream on Barbenheimer. It's just great, right? Which is not a movie. It's a lot of things, but it's not a movie. There's no message anywhere in the film. It subverts all its own pieces, but its pieces also subvert the sequence of the story. So there is no story. The Barbie movie has no story. That's why when you hear people talk about it, they're not describing the same film because it's not a film. And they can't describe it the same way because it's not a movie. Right. So it's the opposite of the Matrix.
It wouldn't be too far out to say that the Matrix is like the ultimate postmodern movie.
Yes,
it is.
Because it does such a good job of subverting.
There's nothing original in the Matrix. Every single idea in the movie is borrowed, is a reference point,
and then leaves you with no Talos at the end.
Yes, the movie is a meme.
It's a
the movie is an actual meme.
The hologram. The hologram.
Hologram. That's great. That is great.
Not to play a trump card, but I want when we do get to this, and it may take some time and some discussion, so I can say this right with Mark, but the most deceptive idea in the movie is the construct, and the construct is the blank space. It's a space of complete possibility.
Whoa!
Which is actually the darkest thing, because like we can make anything happen in this space.
Whoa, that's right. OMR. Because it goes by so quick, but it's like, why don't we just live in the construct?
OMR. That's objective material reality, and they only use it when they need it.
That's awesome.
And they only use it to judge a situation.
Yeah. And what's the scene? And what's the scene that has the most, what do they call it? Exposition in it? They tell you what the world is and what everything, like what it means. They watch the TV. They literally watch a TV while watching a movie.
And it's literally
give you the
a place where
the story
exposition can be created.
Yeah.
Right, but that's also the place of judgment. And you can somewhat
that's interesting.
Right.
That's interesting.
When do you think it is?
The place of judgment?
No. That's the question he asks in OMR in the construct. When do you think it is?
What time? When? Yeah.
You
that's
think
when he does
it's
the reveal.
1996 or whatever, right?
But in fact, it is actually 2000. Yeah.
It's closer to 2025 or whatever the hell number they picked. And I'm just like,
to the real, the world of the real.
Welcome to the real. Where are they?
They're in the OMR.
They're in the construct. They're in the OMR saying welcome to the real and judging the real from the space at the same time. That's the thing. And they only go to OMR to judge. And you'd be fair to say, well, Mark, when they grab guns, they're not judging. And I'm like, no, they are judging.
Well, they're making the choice to
They're making the choice. He doesn't pick the guns before he gets there.
That is so bizarre because you only have those 2 scenes in the movie in the OMR, and there's a third one. Which is
there's the
test. The training.
What's a test?
The training and then the jumping and breaking reality, jumping for the building.
Yeah. What's a test?
What's a test?
A judgment. It's a judgment.
Right.
In that section of the movie, in the OMR, in the construct, they're always judging. Always judging. That's judgment. It's fantastically scientific. It's the perfect science movie.
Right. Which is why they don't use the OMR to use it for an elevated purpose.
And guess what? They never once that battle scene happens, they get all the guns. They never return to that space again.
Right.
Ever.
What a weird that is so.
They have all these things in the first movie. You could say they're dead ends, but they're the most interesting aspects of the movie, like teleporting through the phones. They never do that again.
They never do that again. Well, all of it is used as plot to, like Mark said, have these really long fight scenes.
No. That means, for me, it means the trick doesn't work anymore.
Oh no,
I agree.
I think it would work. Like I think you could today make a movie about freeing people from the Matrix, and it'll be hugely popular.
Mm-hmm.
But that was again the most expensive scene in the movie, right? It was 7.5 seconds or something, and like they hint at it in the Animatrix. If you haven't seen the Animatrix, you gotta watch. It's pretty good.
I like that.
It really fills in a bunch of stuff. They hint at other people being released.
Right.
You never see anybody else ever released, and you never meet anybody who is released except one other character, which is the carry on from the Animatrix.
Oh yeah.
They never call anyone out as saying, "Oh, this person was released from the Matrix, and now they're one of." Oh, yeah, this is one of Morpheus's previous releases, who also wasn't the one, because you're the one. They never play with that idea, and that would have been like, oh man, the prior adventures of Morpheus. Dude, I think made $8 billion on that movie.
I think that's where you can see the limitation of the Wachowskis. And that postmodernist frame, it's what they do with all of these things and how they go through it. Like you were saying, Jesse, the dead ends, or with you were saying, Mark, it goes nowhere. They don't use it in a way. It just, you can see where they're using it and how they're navigating it. But they have all these things that are more interesting than the story that they're telling, or not anti-story that they're telling.
They don't want a past.
Right.
They don't want it.
Yeah, they don't want a past.
Training.
That happens. Also, you're in this horrible landscape now. All there is to dominate the Matrix.
What makes the chaos bearable today? The first Matrix movie. You don't even notice the chaos in the film, right? And now you've got chaos all around you, and you don't even notice it because it's been normalized by the Matrix. Because in the Matrix, like you've got in some ways, the Matrix normalizes the idea that the Gnostic idea that the world is false, that there's multiple places you can inhabit, right? Because there's 3 at least, right? There's the construct, which is the OMR. There's the damn ship, right? There's the imaginary Zion, so there's 4.
Right, because you haven't seen it yet, but yeah.
First movie, it doesn't. It's just a dream, right? And then there's the actual real world, or whatever, however you want to, the simulation, however you want to talk about
simulation. That's the best,
right.
That's the best way to say it. It's the simulation.
But then you see, that theme played out in other movies of Dreamworld, and which Dreamworld is the correct layer of Dreamworld to do the thing.
But it's the lowering down everything into dream worlds, the flattening into dream worlds.
But no, when you flatten the world, you have to retreat somewhere.
Well, they've taken out anything being above. So it's just these different places that
your dream worlds become affectations of reality instead of a place where you can imagine a manifestation of something that doesn't exist.
Oh my God. Ugh.
Right. That's the fundamental problem.
The thing is, once you realize these things, it's very, very hard to consciously continue watching films.
Yeah.
If you fully digest the things that are being said, is very like I'm going through a season right now where I'm looking at what's being offered in terms of entertainment and just going, what not to curse, but how does this thing use my time, energy, and attention? Let's just bring that. Let's break that. And it's a very like, you may as well watch documentaries because at least you're going to get something of the real there.
Yeah,
but everything else, you're like, well, I'm getting someone else's wish fulfillment or fantasy, really, and then I'm engaging with that and entertaining that.
Well, and it's flat world Gnosticism. And
are you talking about like recent things or like versus,
I'm talking about the entire construct. I'm talking about the entire medium altogether.
The medium of film and television?
Yes. Yeah, because it's a flat world projection from somebody else's
When
mind.
did the world start going mad, Cernjuro? When did the
Well, I'm trying to think, is there a space for like Shakespeare?
It's a completely different thing.
That's what I mean.
It's storytelling. Storytelling and film are two completely different things.
So
one is a communication platform, the theater, the stage, and one is a medium of messaging.
Right. Messaging is flat. So if you keep it to a play, it's not a problem. But think about this. Let's suppose you take the core concepts of the Matrix and flat, or multiple worlds, and you flatten it out 11 years later. What would you get? You get Inception.
Yeah.
That's what you would get. Like, it's a natural progression in some sense. It's like, of course, that was the movie he made. Like, what other movie would you make?
Inception's also about the death of the feminine. This Inception is purely about the death of the feminine.
The feminine's been gone by that point for years. Like, people don't understand. The divine feminine was lost a long ass time ago. That's the problem. Like, people are putting it proximally. It's not proximal. So if you want to go with my thesis, which is way out there, and I'm not going to die on this hill, that's for damn sure. But like, my thesis is still, it's not the birth control pill, but it's the widespread adoption of the birth control pill. And then what happens is, because you're not going through a normal cycle, you come off the pill, whatever, you get pregnant, you probably go back on it, because a lot of people did. But even if you don't, your children aren't getting the full force of the divine feminine. And so they're not seeing, we'll say, the range of nature, right? And they're not seeing the cycle, because men don't have a cycle. We pick things up and we put them down. That's it's pretty much all we're good for. I don't know what else to say. Like, we're fairly useless, except for that. Like, we're great at dying in war. You need to die in war? I'm there. I'm your boy. Like, that's it. Pick things up, put them down, die in war. That pretty much the whole Og thing right there. All done. Human males complete. Females are cyclical, right? So they go through all these cycles, and then when your kids don't get exposed to the full force of those cycles, and then they themselves don't have the full force of those cycles to deal with, even the men, what happens is the world gets flattened. You don't understand cyclicality as such because you don't see as much of it. And you don't understand how broad and dangerous the world is because the cycle is dampened, not shortened necessarily, but dampened. And it's not the first generation that has the problem. it's the second generation that starts to have the problem, and it's the third generation where the problem becomes big. And now all of a sudden you get a bunch of weak people who don't have the capacity to believe that people are eating cats and stealing cats and eating cats, because they've never seen a world that broad before. And so it's the birth control pill that is the last nail in the, it's not the first nail in the coffin.
I was
the
just about
last
to ask
nail in the
that, yeah.
coffin. Because you don't have exposure to the, well, let's say, the range and the cycle of the divine feminine.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're faced with a world that is even just a little bit different than you think, you scream at the sky in the middle of the street and become a meme because you're an NPC. And when people call someone an NPC, that's the same as saying they're a zombie, by the way. Like, there's no, just substitute the word zombie, you'll be fine. It's the same statement. And that's why the zombie apocalypse stuff works, because there isn't a cleaner map of what's happening than zombification. It just,
well,
NPC
the first zombie movies start coming out. The first zombie movies start coming out around the same time as the pill.
Right.
Widely distributed.
Well, but this gets back into the question: is the art leading, or is the art, prophesying? I don't know.
Or is it imitating? Yeah.
We don't know. Like, we
Symbolism
don't know.
happens. Symbolism happens. Symbolism happens in my
Right.
But what I would want to re-emphasize is the generational. When we stop believing in generational heritage or legacy, tradition, doesn't matter what.
There's no generation. There's no generation if there's no cyclicality and range. And if you don't have the range, you can't go far back and far forward. You can't understand sequence as such correctly. So you can't make that next step leap. Like, oh, what happens if we put courses online as a college? Well, the college goes out of business, you retard. Like, how do you not understand this? Seriously, like, how did they make this? I was there. I was in Boston. They're putting their courses online. And I'm like, are you guys all this dumb? You can't actually be this dumb. Are you this dumb? And they were. They had no idea what was going to happen. And I'm like, if you make courses free online, no one's going to attend your damn college in 5 years. And that happened. And people don't realize it. And then the people that were willing to go were the people that shouldn't go in the first place. And then they were getting outrageous loans to go to school. And everybody was happy because they're like, oh, we're getting poor people to go to school. Oh, yeah, you're digging them a debt hole they can't get out of. It's not just the price increase. It's also the lower medium income of the people going at the same time. So it's two movements at once in opposite directions, which exacerbates the problem by an order of magnitude. That's why people don't understand it. Because if you use a linear calculation of cost go up, it doesn't explain the collapse of the universities at all. But when you understand it's an order of magnitude because the cost went up and the ability of the people that could pay went down for the same loan amount, now all of a sudden you've got a big problem. Because at the same time that loans go up, grants go through the roof too. So it's not like people are taking out the same size loans to go to school. They're not. Those loans are smaller.
Yeah, well, not to really. Okay, yeah,
for both of you guys, going back to the medium of film and television, are you saying that it itself is restrictive to the point that nothing redeemable can come from it? Because I see film.
No,
just
I don't.
No, I've always. Sorry, because I've always seen film as early film pretty much is copying plays, and even the same time that is required, the attention that's required for you to sit through a play is the same as movies and even their structures.
No, but the participation is completely different. And the big thing that changes, and this is where everybody gets the world wrong, and I do mean everybody. No, it's barrier to entry. If you have to go to a play, you have to get up and leave your house, first of all. Now, if you're going to a movie theater, it's dark. No one cares how you look. And that takes a while to kick in, right? Because normally, like in the old days in the United States, people dressed up.
They dressed up,
To
right?
go
And
to
you
work
go to a. Oh yeah.
in the streets on the way to work at the freaking steel plant. You were dressed up, and then you changed your clothes in your locker when you were in the building. But everything public was beautiful. We've lost all of that. And not everything, every industry, everywhere, but like that was a trend. Like you can look at pictures, right? And see these guys. They had like tweed suits, some of which were dirty, because if you're around a steel plant, you're going to get dirty. Like you're going to get dirty walking in and out to change your clothes even, right? But like it's not like they were wearing tweed when they were dealing with the steel. That would have been a bad plan, right? That wouldn't have gone well for long. So going out to the movies, people would dress up, and then it's like, well, we'll go to dinner, we'll go to the movies, right? But then the poor people, movies are becoming more accessible. The poor people are going, and I realize we don't have to dress up. But at a play, that's not an option. And typically you're going into the city and you don't live there. And typically that means maybe you're even spending the night, but you're at least having dinner. So now you have to dress up. And then, so the barrier to entry is very, very high. And what that does is it elevates the thing. Now, yes, as it elevates the thing, it leaves more people out. But that filter is important. And when you start removing that filter, right? And then what other filter got removed?
Well,
I just got a 75-inch TV, Sandro.
At home, right? You don't have to leave your house
at
anymore.
home. I don't have to go to the movie theater to get a pretty good, visual effects experience.
And it'll stream. Then now they'll stream it to you.
I know.
Right.
I know.
Because in early cinema, it was an event. You would have to go to the city to see Ben-Hur. There was going to be an intermission. Everybody did. It had that Hollywood had that prestige in the beginning, but it's been a slow degrading of that prestige has been fading.
Just taking out intermissions was a death blow.
Yeah.
But imagine all these rechards put everything online and they don't understand what's going to happen. And I'm like, how did you not see that coming?
Yeah, right.
Mark's typically Mark's gone. Mark goes one direction, and I would go somewhere completely different. One of the key words you used there was it's a copy of the theater.
Right. Right.
So it's never quite real.
Right.
It's never the theater.
We could drill down there. Not necessarily where it's actually that interesting for me, because that's just one space. I know I was broadly trying to sketch out some views with Manuel about redemption the other day. It's quite a tough quite a tough subject to embody. Because it touched the personal. So can you personally be affected by something that's good for you? Maybe that's what you needed to hear, or what you needed to experience at the right time and that price. The danger, I guess, there's the danger is the fluidity of the medium, and how easily it can be used for nefarious purposes. Like for me personally, I think the Terrence Malick films are as close to art as we're ever going to get in this century. I think once Van Gogh is gone, it's very hard to get to. Maybe we could point to Tolkien. It's very hard to get to art that's sacred. And say is that this medium is this is very hard to say without using religious language.
Maybe that's why.
It's essentially a magic trick. Now, in some ways, yeah, you can use a magic trick to entertain and for comedy, right? Or for drama, but you could, once you start doing, how far does the sleight of hand go? What's the
right?
What's really being said to you? And that's, I guess, this is the thing with signaling and messaging and communication. It's what you're allowing yourself to collectively believe with other people is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can read a book and it's all, High Castle, easier said than done. What's happening in your consciousness as you're reading something, right? You could say that fantasy is contained to you, right? And so you just have to deal with your fantasy, your sin, your conscious, your state of reading, whether that's good or bad. But now I'm going to experience this fluid medium with other people. So how much does their experience affect my own? Because whatever is happening up there, I may interpret, this the Barbie problem. We should start. Should start making a term. Whatever is happening up there, I'm also going to interpret it by whatever culture, signals, people, experience they're also getting. Like it's never just. I can never just watch a film purely rationally. I can never just say this is my experience of the film and it's correct. Now again, it's kind of like it's the magic box in some sense.
Right.
It would take a very sacred person to use something like that for good.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And I don't think we have it. Pointing back to the generational problem, I don't think we have. I don't think we have the cultural or moral or maybe even spiritual integrity to mediate that medium anymore.
Right.
Now, I love films. I bought films just before this from someone. I find the movie telling story and that experience great, but I'm also starting to be aware that it is an addiction and it can easily become an idol.
Right.
That's interesting you say it that way.
Well, and here when you're talking about movies and messaging, because they are messages, right? That's all you can do is flat signaling with them. A few things occur, right? There's a bifurcation. There's people who watch movies alone, but most people go with somebody. So there's that dual perspective, that shared experience, that participation. People who watch movies alone either become, lone recluses or movie critics. Right? That's it. That's what happens.
But you have to share that movie criticism somewhere.
Right. Well, or we don't need any at all. But then when you think about messages and flattening, in order to get depth, you add more messages. This has a side effect that's not actually intended in the beginning, which is you appeal to more people. The problem is they're not seeing the same movie anymore. And then the thing that Jesse taught me, although I swear he's probably going to smack me one of these days because it took me so long to figure it out. He kept telling me like, no. The first 10 minutes of the movie tells you who the narrator is. And I was like, I don't understand what you're even talking about. Now I get, I'm like, oh no. Right? Like, oh no. Right? That's a big deal. Who's narrating the movie? Who's telling the story? Because that's the core perspective, right? That's what matters.
Right. Can I share what I okay,
Yeah.
so I've always loved film. I was that kid that was left alone with a VHS by himself and it was a very exploratory process of like, what's on this blank tape that has nothing on it, that just has a bunch of different things on there. And the thing was, I also had a lot of reading and appreciation for Shakespeare and those types of stories, and those things always dominated my understanding of the world. Besides Catholicism and that type of telos, all of that, but that was kind of always my guide. Was I like the exploration into film, and I like the medium itself. But truth be told, I almost always come up crap, right? It's almost, I don't walk away with being a better or wiser person from what I gained.
Right.
At least not to the level that Catholicism has given me, and then secondarily, writers in those, like Othello. I learned a lot about a betrayal and the type of people that would want to completely fuck you over and how they would go about it. Sorry for cursing, but that's how that happens. And for me, and so I'm hearing all this, and I'm just kind of, because I'm definitely not trying to defend the medium. It's more like, that's so true, because most of the time I go through it, it's like, that movie wasn't very good. That movie, I'm the guy in the movie theater. So to give you an idea, Star Wars, the J.J. Abrams ones, the first one, The Force Awakens, I'm there on opening night with all these people. They're all just like, group, just like you were saying, all excited and jazzed up and everything. Like 1 minute in, I can't stop laughing. And they're looking at me as like, I'm like, how are you guys liking this? Is such garbage.
Yeah,
the guy who made this thinks you're a fucking idiot. He thinks you're stupid. It's like, they fly now. It's so dumb and patronizing. And everybody was like watching. They're like, yeah, just you got it. What's that? You got to turn your brain off. And
yeah, you do.
And I never ever get satisfied from films anymore. And then I looked up Terrence Malick, and I very much love The Tree of Life. I very much enjoy Badlands. And there are those films that hit, that come through, and it's like, I always feel like I'm looking for those films. But I never equated that the medium itself, and the word you use, Jesse, fluidity of it, because it's also ease, and then Mark, and also the ease of access from the bottom up, and the creation of it. That totally explains Netflix. That totally explains the Rings of Power.
Rings of
Power.
The
people who and the people they're hiring to do it. They're cheap. They're churn it out. Yeah, churn it out. The wood chipper this shit out.
But that's a side effect. That's a side effect of the incompetence of the chaos.
Right, but to both of your points, it's culminating, and it's going faster. It's going faster.
But this is the problem. People don't understand. Patterns are great, but not all patterns are good and positive.
Right.
And in chaos, what you're seeing is a bunch of negative patterns blowing up and hitting their end.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Because positive patterns don't have an end. They keep going.
Because it's not even just the Rings of Power. Before the first season of Ring of Power even hit, people were already looking back to Lord of the Rings as being the pillar of cinema, of quality and care. And is it any wonder that it's based off of a mythology for a people that was written by a Catholic?
They're looking up at the exemplar and trying to copy what they think Tolkien's doing, whether it's, R.R. Martin or the two half retards that
Wheel
did
of Time,
Rings
Wheel
of Power.
Oh my gosh, Wheel of Time was so
D&D.
bad.
Or I mean,
Yes,
any
D&D.
of them really, right?
Goldman Sachs' son, who changed his name to come to Hollywood and just buy a career as a writer.
But that's the problem, is that they are effectively flattening the system because they're trying to be like J.R.R. Tolkien, and they're not even close to being close. And then what they do is, instead of, and this has been pointed out all over the place by Critical Drinker and others, right? Like, by the way, it's Jar Jar Abrams. It's not.
Yeah, Jar Jar Abrams.
You gotta say the right name. It's Nerdrotic, I think him. Brilliant. But like, it's not that problem so much as it's the problem when you have Hollywood try to add depth by adding threads. And that does get more people involved, but now they're not seeing the same film anymore. And then they're having arguments. And that's one of the reasons why you can't watch The Acolyte. The problem with The Acolyte is you've got member berries. Remember this? Remember the lightsaber? Remember the Jedi? Right? That's one set of appeals. It's one thread.
Remember Darth Plagueis?
Exactly. But then there's another thread, right? Which is, well, remember there's a conflict between, roughly order and chaos, right? Or one group and another
side
group.
And the light side.
Right. But then there's remember this character, right? Oh, remember, right? But this is all flattening. And that's really the issue. And there's nothing wrong with entertainment. So if you're absorbing movies as entertainment and you can do that separation, movies are great.
Right.
But
if you could do that separation, right.
Right. But if you're an adolescent and you're watching an extended adolescence film like The Crow or The Matrix or Ghost in the Shell.
Most movies.
Well, you didn't get Ghost in the Shell. Like 11 seconds in, I understood an entire section of history that I had never understood. And 11 seconds into Ghost in the Shell, I understood the meaning crisis in a way I had never understood before. Very useful movie. I can do that trick, but I don't think most people can. But I did want to take a moment and say, Castle, you have to add your voice here because I'm just fascinated by what you're seeing and hearing.
Well, so first of all, I never really watched Matrix all that many times. I saw it twice or something like that, 10 or 15 years ago or something like that. I've been really enjoying your guys' commentary on it, and I'm more and more just kind of seeing how well things are going to turn out when you guys eventually finally do that, series of 10,000 videos or whatever you're going to do. But I don't know. I'm really enjoying this. I'm seeing so much more of these, just kind of that cyclical pattern just happening over and over again with the way these people are doing this, and that flattening is really this sort of parasitic attempt at copying something original, and while also trying to be original themselves. It's kind of like this. It's like the recreation of the fall of Satan, basically, where it's just I will ascend, and then it's just no, you didn't. They're
just in subversion. They're already in the subversion because you're right. They're trying to create something original while copying an original, and you can't. That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, that's a good point. I like that.
In that alchemical. It's alchemical. They're trying to make a hybrid.
Yeah.
Or a monster.
Nice.
And a monster is also a hybrid generally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also this kind of it's a complete lack of submission, with that attempt at originality. So it's with the example of Tolkien, where it's just no one's actually submitting to the mythos
right
that was created, and then it's that to Mark's point in a much older thing, that Tolkien didn't do necessarily just a story or a set of stories. He created just this whole imaginary world of all these things that you could do, and it's why not just submit to that and then just tell a story in it. There's so much stuff that you can actually do in this playground that he created, and yet they want to kind of reinvent it and say, no, well, look at what we did. And it's no, you can do this all day long. There's so many examples of that. Do you really hate money that much that you can't just start churning out the thing with the Adventures of Morpheus? It's 100,000% would I have watched that if they made it,
I know.
And it's just I see this all the time where it's they had this thing, and I don't want to derail it, but on the topic of movies and this kind of attempt at making adaptations of stuff that you might otherwise be able to kind of participate in. I was thinking about the series has been on a steady decline, basically in every sort of way. But the series of games called Borderlands, quite good. I love the first one. I really like the first one. Played all of them multiple times.
The first one's the best one. Yeah.
I was literally playing it earlier today, and the Like it's kind of like a comfort game where it's just like, you know, everything is all good on there. There's so much jank, but it's so charming. And then ever since that, you know, they went to space, and I mean, we already know that just kind of ruins everything. But they made a movie, and it was like, I didn't watch it. I will never watch it. A friend of mine watched it as a joke and still came out of it depressed. And like, I knew when they showed the first promo that it wasn't going to work well. Partly because the director of Gearbox Software was very excited about it, and that's a bad sign. But also, you know, I don't want to dump on the guy, but really, he makes a lot of bad decisions, you know. And how, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of this, but everything about it was wrong. You know, they chose a director who's known for extremely gory movies. When, you know, it's like, yeah, there's violence, but it's just like, okay, yeah, you're going way off if you're already starting there. And then all the casting was completely off, you know, and it's like, especially age-wise, absolutely ridiculous. None of the stuff was actually retained, but it was this whole thing of, oh, we're gonna do, you know, like the summer action movie, and they worked on it for like 3 or 4 years. And I think it might actually still be the lowest rated movie on Rotten Tomatoes. It was tied with something ridiculous, and then they just kind of like skip past it, and they released a, you know, teaser trailer for the 4th game or something. And at this point, like, they pretty much lost me. But I just kind of see that thing that they're trying to rehash the previous success. So it's also this sort of like self cannibalization that's going on, and which is also cyclical and everything. Right. And you know, it's just. And even like,
well, everything you said about that, like how you described that picture of the original, the subversion of the original, but not using any of the original, that was all said by the director who made it. He literally is saying, we're gonna make them old because I want to send a message about ageism, and we're gonna do this because I want to send a message about guns, and I want to do this because I want to send a message about that, and it was subversion all the way down.
But Sanjuro, think about this. In the beginning, to your point, movies were copies of plays, and now movies are copies of video games. We're going down the ladder.
It just keeps getting worse.
It's worse than that. Is that
there's whales above us now?
Yeah, the games are also a series of attempts at copying the success of the original
game.
Yes, and a derivative of a derivative.
Like, the second game was actually quite good as a base game, and then they outsourced the writing for the expansions, and all of those were like progressively lower quality. Some of the stuff was a little bit better in some ways, but it was very hit or miss. And then this kind of like, okay, now we're going to do the third one. We're going to rehash absolutely everything on top of that, and they had spin-offs, and they actually had kind of like a choose your own adventure. There's like a company called Telltale Games, which I think is out of business now, that would do these like choose your own adventure sort of movie type things where they'd release like an episode every 2 months or something like that. It was like an hour and a half long, but they had like The Walking Dead and, you know, a few of these other series that you could do that. But that was an attempt of like, okay, it's a movie, but also it's a game, and you can kind of interact with the thing, and most of the outcomes are more or less the same, but some of the stuff could change. And so it's like, oh yeah, they just took all of that, and then completely out of sequence, it's like they took every copy and then put it all together and then try to make a copy of all of that hybrid at once. And then, interestingly, wound up with fewer elements. Like how they managed to actually get less by, you know, and of course it's like the copy of a copy thing. Right. But it's like, in a series where the guns are actually supposed to shoot like explosive bullets, grenades are supposed to teleport out of your hands, like crazy stuff that they could do with CGI, never touched any of it. Everything functions, from what I've heard, everything functions just like a normal gun you'd have in regular life. And it's like, no, it's supposed to be actually very weird and hybridized in some ways, and they lost
disenchanted it. Yeah, it gets disenchanted by the copy. Because, to your point, when you make a copy of a copy, it degrades immediately. And so you're making copies of copies of copies of copies. You're never looking up. You're never going up. It's all Ouroboros. It's all snake eating its tail.
It was all circles.
And it's all parasitic. right? I think if it were a circle that we're turning, that would be fine. But it's a circle that's eating its tail and getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That's the reciprocation. Yeah. Like reciprocation is great unless you have a circle. Then you don't want no reciprocation. It doesn't need that.
But like what Jesse was saying earlier, it's not necessarily that these mediums are terrible, but they're just potential. But we lack the integrity and the courage and the telos to tell a powerful story using them.
Well, I don't know how powerful a story you can tell. I mean, that's
I think we lack the integrity and
that's
the spirituality to interpret what's being said to us.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
It's not that it's the painting was subverted, but you can still, I still find the presence of God or the resonance of God in Van Gogh, even though it's a postmodern, post-impressionist medium, right?
That's fascinating.
You can, but the thing is, once you engage in a style or a medium or way of communicating, you're opening up others to that experience, and that's right. I think you have to have both sides of the audience have to have a strong conscience, and I don't think we have that anymore. And I would want to seriously put forward is that things like Borderlands movie, The Rings of Power, these things are actually meant to spiritually degrade people, demoralize. It's obvious that things that it would sound very conspiratorial, but it's the only thing that actually makes sense. Like they're trying to the cycle of demoralization is that's the only reason why these things, you can lay out all these factors, but what does it do at the end of the day? What is it doing in the reason why I still engage with film at the moment is because it is the only thing we have left in terms of a cultural exchange.
But Jesse, that's not
because they can't form a video game culture.
But that's not an intended first order.
We can say we're all going to play.
That's all second order effects. Like once you get trapped in the pattern, the degradation or parasitic pattern, you're going to demoralize because you're parasitic already. It's not intentional in that way.
For me, trying to make a distinction between the spirit of Satan and then the person's intention, because I hear you, Jesse, because there is like a malice that comes through it. And I think the more sensitive viewers pick up on that malice at the end product, but the people that are doing it are just like Kassler is saying are puppets. They're muppets to this darker force. But they're being driven by fame and ego and capturing what Tolkien got and earned.
I have an example also of a lot of these things kind of happening. So at the beginning, Mark mentioned Cyberpunk 2077, and it had a lot of technical issues and things like that. CD Projekt Red is a Polish company, and they're the developers.
You just made me mad. Sorry.
Yeah. This game, so I never recommend that anyone play it. I did play it. And the expansion and everything like that, that was before I started curating my signal and kind of realizing maybe I don't need, negative media in my life and everything. But I did engage with it and I did see, all there was. And I liked, the combat system, and there was a lot of these things that I was fine with. But I realized that the development cycle was, from the accounts of a lot of the employees and a lot of the ones that left, that it was abusive. Like there was actually an abusive work environment, extreme crunch, people being forced to spend less time with their families so that they could catch up and deliver this on time. And it still came out a buggy mess. It's still kind of a buggy mess even after a year and a half or 2 years of them constantly working on the 2.0 update. Absolutely ridiculous from a technical standpoint, and it's usable. And also, I had done game testing before, so I still finished the game within the first week of launch, even though my console crashed like 300 times or whatever. But that never bothered me because I I had played games in worse conditions for money, so why not do it for free? But I had it's just it was a different time. You wouldn't understand, but the point is, this game has a bunch of
yes.
This game has a whole bunch of different endings, including the expansion. There's, big ticket actors, including Keanu Reeves, a lot of these guys. And the main kind of thing is that you are a sort of street mercenary who gets the digital construct of this dead rock star terrorist who is Keanu Reeves, his personality in your head. And now it's corrupting your mind, and in the materialism, it's actually taking over your personality. And so there's this kind of hybridization between the player character and Keanu Reeves. And it's kind of playing this whole thing out. So the entire thing is super fatalistic, and everything is on a deadline, like literally a deadline. And so you actually aren't forced with like a specific time, but it's kind of implied, like your character gets migraines and all these things. You can technically keep going forever, but it always seems like you're on a crunch. There is never any opportunity to rest or anything like that, because the character's going to be dead within a week or two. Like, that's kind of how it's supposed to be. You never get rest from that, like, ever. And there's like 7 total endings, and each one is more depressing than the last. The story of Cyberpunk, as created by
fun.
The guy who created the Cyberpunk mythos, like back in the 80s or something like that, early 90s, actually said the whole thing is supposed to be a cautionary tale. So you're actually not supposed to be like, yeah, Cyberpunk is cool. It's actually supposed to be, it's
Neuromancer.
It is supposed to be a thing that you look at and think, okay, this is absolutely horrific. And, my friend who still lives in LA says, oh yeah, Night City, which is where it's set, is actually better than Los Angeles. But, there's like, that's actually pretty terrifying. But you kind of get into this and see like, oh yeah, everyone is depressed. There's hybridity everywhere. And they do it with like cybernetic implants and all these things. But you're watching, you actually see like the spirit of the people who worked on this is like fully manifested into the story, into the technical like capabilities of it and everything. And all of the outcomes are at best ambiguously bad. Like the best ending you could possibly get is like, okay, like there's some sort of loss or uncertainty that, okay, loss is about to happen. And that's the best that you get. And it's like, that is also the mindset that the developers were stuck in for pretty much the entire development process, which was like 7 or 9 years or something like that, plus whatever the post-release was, because they didn't finish post-release until like last year, I think. And so I mean, they were at
basically they gave up last year. That's what.
And this was a decade of these people's lives, and it's like, and then you're seeing this, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's actually like you go through it, and it's like, okay, you're not seeing their lives, but you're getting a feeling for it. It's like, oh, this is how everyone felt, and it's like that manifesting that, letting that into your house, and into your life. Like you see one of those endings after getting to know the characters and getting to know the environment and all these things, and then you experience one or any of the endings at all, and it like haunts you, for like a while. And it's like, but also that's probably how the people working there felt,
That's insane. I've never heard a development cycle that long on anything. I can't imagine nothing. I could rewrite the entire internet by myself in less time. Like, what is wrong with these people? Why would anything take that long to write? That's nuts. With game engines?
Yeah.
Like, how do you take that much time?
Well, there's no real dialogue, and I quit about an hour and a half into the gameplay because there is no actual dialogue. It's all prompts. It's all prompt based.
It's like optional dialogue, and then like whatever moves the quest along, and then optional info, and
like whatever you could build for a game, all the hard work is already done. You can use engines, and even if you were to write an engine from scratch, it wouldn't take that long. Like, what were they doing? My goodness.
What is it called?
Yeah, Neuromancer, right.
Ah.
Well, and Bruce Sterling Islands in the Net, and then subsequently like Snow Crash, right? And then the Werner Vinge books. Werner Vinge is excellent. What is that? Deepness in the Sky. And
I haven't read this yet, but Count Zero. Count to Zero.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, and then he did the one that actually got canceled off of Prime, which I was a little surprised.
Oh, the Perennial, something like that. Perennials, yeah, something like that.
No, it's the one where because I think Gibson wrote the original story.
Yeah, it's Chloe Moretz.
Yeah.
It starts with the F. Yet to watch it.
Yeah, that was a good. I thought they were gonna. I don't know why they didn't go forward with that. I was completely enthralled. I mean, it was dumb, but like I knew. Also, Chloe.
It could be quite possible that they're trying to seduce audiences into things that are meant to tell the truth that do anything but. So if anything starts to actually tell the truth or point to reality, then they'll ban it.
No, but that won't be deliberate. Like these people.
It doesn't. I don't think because at this point, I don't think it actually matters if it's necessarily deliberate from one collective.
No, it doesn't. It does matter, right? Because one's a conspiratorial view that doesn't that puts agency outside of yourself, and the other one is a view that tells you that agency has nothing to do with the agents.
Well, unless sentient is a consciousness.
No. What Jesse's saying is this is how it's going to happen, and like it doesn't matter what Jesse believes. I'm saying that if you phrase it that way, people are going to think that you think that Hollywood is the thing making that happen. And what I'm saying is don't phrase it that way. Phrase it as this is inevitable within the pattern. Right? And like I'm doing all this on purpose. Like I'm framing this very carefully on purpose, right? Jesse?
Yeah, because I'm agreeing with both of you. Like...
Right, but that's the thing. Right? It's not a deliberate human act. That's actually really important. It's not a deliberate human act. It's not a deliberate human act that people are looking up, seeing whales and saying, "Oh, I can't be under the ocean, therefore whales aren't real." It's not a deliberate human act that Hollywood is having these effects where whenever you get too close to something that mirrors reality, it subverts immediately and moves your attention. That's not a deliberate human act. It's happening. But it's not a deliberate human act. It's happening as a result of apparent human agency. That's not the driving force. The driving force is ethereal. It's the passions, it's desire, however you want to frame that, right? That's actually really important because otherwise you go, it's the Jews who run Hollywood or something stupid. And then, well, because I like the problem is
I see why you're making that distinction.
Right. But
because you don't want someone's mind to go to the conspiratorial.
Right. But things like that aren't wrong in the pattern.
And they're not wrong in the pattern because
the force in action. And when you do that, then you misplace the blame, which is kind of the point, right? Like I always want to work through other people so that I am not discovered. I always want to be the guy in the back pulling the strings and telling the king what to do. So that if something bad happens, they kill the king and
I'm out. Yeah.
I'm still there, right? Like you always, you always want the worm tongue effect, right? And it's important to know that worm tongue is not another human, not another person. It's not a group of persons. That's not what's happening. It's not an egregore, right? It's a spirit. It's a lower spirit or demon acting on people and through people at the same time.
I call it the S word because what you said, Jesse, is that is right. It. That's exactly what happens, right? When it starts to run the risk of pointing towards something good.
Spirit of evil.
Spirit of evil.
However you want to.
Because that was very well said.
Everyone's going to be united. We're all going to be united again. We can forget the evils of Obama's regime, and we can just watch Star Wars. We can just watch Star Wars, and we'll go back to this cultural moment we'll go back to this idol. We'll celebrate this thing that combined us together. Oh no way! This thing's going to actually going to further push forward the disintegration of whatever combined peoples together in this essentially religious, cultural experience.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Then ironically, you have Mordor on Gondor's step. Like then it's real. Then it's real.
Yeah. Oh, it's
well,
the
we've
peripheral.
gone from
That's what I was thinking of on Amazon. And I think they canceled it,
peripheral.
which was too bad because.
Wait, what was it called?
The Peripheral.
Oh,
it was too bad that it got canceled because first of all, Chloe Grace Moretz, like, woo, right? But like, it was an interesting way to tell the story.
Mm-hmm. I remember this one now.
It's this bifurcated world through time.
Yeah, you're right. That was a stupid show.
It was really dumb. I'm like,
it was really dumb. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
You can see all the pits they're gonna fall into, and I'm like, how are you guys gonna
like almost immediately? I think I got like 30 minutes into the first episode and was like, nope.
Yeah, but there's more Chloe, so I suggest you watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I see.
Come on, dude. Like,
it's just a really crappy version of Paprika.
It's an interesting show because it bifurcates in time and possibly dimension. It's hard to tell from the. Maybe I should read the story it's based on or something. But yeah, you see that pattern unfold, like the whole cyberpunk thing in literature. Yeah, Neuromancer launches it. Like, I read Neuromancer shortly after it came out. Interesting book.
A fantastic book, but it's got nothing to do with cyberpunk. It's like you're going to take the aesthetic of someone's poetry. You're going to say, oh, that first chapter basically describes the cyberpunk universe, and then we'll ignore everything else since then that the book actually is dealing with, which is collective bodies, intelligence, inheritance. Can you be a female hero?
Parasite, Jesse.
Yeah,
that's You've got the example. Like, to this day, that's the exemplar text.
Yeah,
and everyone's copying it, and they're just getting lower and lower and lower and lower and lower.
Derivative parasite derivation.
Parasites. Yeah. And it's not like, look, I enjoyed the book, but it's not that high up. And so it's like the first copy is already kind of janky, and the second copy is like really janky, and then it just jank all the way down. And then there's a few standouts like Isles in the Net, right, by Sterling, right? That's a short story, but like Isles in the Net's amazing, right? But then that whole theme continues until you get to like somebody like Daniel Suarez. It's excellent stuff. Damon that's a great story, but all his stuff, because it's all tech based, it's all really good. That's what they should be adapting into movies. Those would make amazing movies. Amazing. They should do that tomorrow. That would revitalize all of whatever money they wasted on Rings of Power. They could get back making Damon, because they wouldn't have to spend a lot of money. It wouldn't be a big CGI thing. They're very character-based stories. So, and the technology is always used in the very best sci-fi tradition to exemplify whatever philosophical point they're actually trying to make.
Again, I don't want to poke or invoke too much chaos, but I do think that you could make a case that considering 2014 was the start of a cycle of things, I would maybe make a claim that I believe that there's an effort to people addicted to bad storytelling.
I don't know if that's true, but I like that.
There was no cultural consciousness around hate watching.
That's interesting.
Now it's seems to be a modern phenomenon of I won't watch it because it's good. I'll watch it because it's bad and everyone says it's bad. And I want to be connected to whatever. Like I want to be in this group consensus. And so in order to be in this group consensus, I need to participate in something that I know is bad for me and I know is
maybe because the numbers on like the Acolyte were ridiculously overall low.
No, but Sandro, put it in the larger context.
Okay.
Seinfeld.
Okay.
And the American version of The Office.
Oh, you had to go there, didn't you?
But if you want to do the water cooler,
shit, you're right.
and you can go back. You can go to Married with Children, because that's the beginning of everything unraveling right there.
Yeah. In
terms of TV, and what is that? Those are the new TV networks that are the copies of the big three.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Boom. Patterns right there. It's like, wait a minute. You copied the ABC, NBC, CBS pattern. Mm-hmm. You moved it to a different frequency of channels with a different set. Like UHF is fundamentally different from VHF at this time.
Right.
And then you tried to copy TV shows, but you didn't have writers of the right depth.
Mm-hmm.
They were very good at writing jokes.
That's the first level of derivatives.
Right, but they're very good at writing jokes.
Mm-hmm.
And they're very good at mirroring what their experience was. But they're not very good at depth. And so you get Married with Children.
Yeah, they're not like Twilight
father figure.
Right.
It's a total denigration. I obviously gotta read this. Michel, Jose, whatever. Thank you, Michel. That's very nice of you. Why do those seeking gnosis enchant us with mystery? What is that? Denying her reality. Yeah. Is the refusal to see the divine feminine revelation as a way to avoid discernment, allowing parasitic emergence to in place of the order she offers. Yeah. Boy, there's a lot there. There's a lot there. Yeah.
I mean, that's the Matrix. It's nothing but mystery.
Right. Well, in mystery boxes, like Jar Jar Abrams does his famous TED Talk on mystery boxes. And it's like, no, that was you explaining your incompetence at storytelling away. And so, again, like, I don't think it's deliberate in the sense that Jesse implies, but he's not wrong. Like, we only have bad stories. And we only have bad stories because we flatten the world. And the flattening of the world may have happened, as I said, because of the birth control pill or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, whatever reason we lose the divine feminine around 1960, feminism comes into its own as third wave feminism. I don't care what excuse you use. The birth control pill, right? More equality flattening, right? Whatever, all three, sure, some mixture, doesn't matter. Whatever reason we lose the divine feminine is not really relevant to the argument. The argument is we've lost the divine feminine. Things are flattened, right? We're unable to discern reality because of that, because we can't see we don't know where boundaries are anymore. We don't know how wild things can be. And when you don't know how wild things can be, order appears to be chaos too. And then we think, oh, the world is chaos. And so chaos in an ordered world doesn't look the same. It might look like something like, oh, Elon Musk is smart, and therefore that's how he made his money. I want to make money, therefore I have to be smart. You've misunderstood absolutely everything, right? And like none of that even happened. And that's part of the problem. That's immediately part of the problem. Or, oh, I know what Tolkien did. I'm gonna copy him. And it's like, bro, like you can't even get his coffee. Like, just slow your roll a bit. Like, come on. Like, you're not. And at the same time, everyone's being told they can do anything. You can be anything you want to be. No, you can't. You never could. That's insane. Like, that's actually insane. So the world's already being flattened and just getting flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter and flatter. So then what happens is, you're manifesting in this divine feminine or lack of divine feminine soup, right? Where emergence to some extent doesn't exist, right? Like, right? Chaos begets things, and it's fundamentally parasitic only because we don't nurture it or cultivate it. And when you're not cultivating the things that pop up literally from below, and cultivating them to reach for the sky, right? Or match the emanation, wherever that emanation may be, then you're just getting this chaotic soup mix. And there's no divine feminine to make space to cultivate in. Or to do the cultivation, because very often, who grows the plants? You know who grows the plants at my house? I'll give you 2 guesses, and the first guess is not me. So there you go.
Maybe I would add here is that there's a very porous wall between mystery and fantasy. And so where Michelle's written mystery here, I would actually say it's fantasy. What you'll notice with fantasies too is that often they have limits. They have boundaries and borders. They're actually vessels of containment. Otherwise, as soon as you have an unparalleled fantasy, like the multiverse story, it will break down. Things will fragment. But for some reason, mysteries are kind of eternal. They're kind of sacred. They kind of always remain a mystery, for something to be mystery. And so the parasitic nature is actually telling you something that's a mystery, but it's really just a fantasy.
Yep, it's hiding it's pretending to be a mystery.
It's like you have this question, so you it's mysterious. Well, no, is a question. Maybe Mark probably could go down and change like how you phrase the question, what's in the question, what does the question point out, what is the structure, what is the sequence, what's the question actually trying to invoke in you? That's it's one whole strata of the brain, but the most dangerous thing with going from questions to fantasies to mysteries is the experiential element. Is that if we can get you to stay within asking questions and fantasizing, then you won't actually go to you won't actually go beyond the veil, essentially, or the containment. Right. And that's what I could keep going there, but I've given Hell enough to
no, that's really good, Jesse. I didn't cotton on to that at all. The difference between a mystery and a fantasy is that a mystery is just something veiled that you can unveil. And a fantasy is something that has no pre-existence. It's pure potential. And yeah, so like Agatha Christie. It's just slow unveiling. That's the key to a good mystery story. Slow unveiling. Or even Murder, She Wrote. Well, if Mom watched it, like, what do you want me to do? It's a slow unveiling. It's always this, like, there's a piece and then a piece, or Encyclopedia Brown books. Like, it's the same thing. It's slow unveiling. Those were more on the gnosis side. And then it's easy to confuse mystery with gnosis, because it's like you're getting more information, and that's what's leading you to a solution, to a resolution of the mystery as such. And hopefully that makes a little bit more sense of the difference between mystery and fantasy. And yeah, if you use mystery, you can sneak into fantasy and people won't notice the difference right away, because look at how many people thought there was an escape from the machine control in the Matrix, even though that wasn't on the cards.
Like, I thought there was an escape from Plato's cave or Socrates at the cave.
Right. Well, it's the same group.
Same
because
group.
they read the
Right.
Matrix as the cave, and then they misread the cave as this individualistic triumph, even though Plato's making the exact opposite point.
Yeah.
God bless you, brothers. Take care.
Thank you, Jesse. Good to see you.
Godspeed.
See you, Jesse.
Don't be afraid.
Yes. Oh, I like that. I like that last piece of advice. Yeah. On that note, I am tired and need to go to bed soon. Sanjuro, closing thoughts.
Yeah, I was actually thinking of closing thoughts. From this entire conversation, from beginning to end and everything, I am more convinced than ever of the validity of Catholic doctrine and the Bible, because I can't help but see the image, especially in The Passion of the Christ by Mel Gibson, when he's being tortured and you see the woman that's holding the baby of Satan, and the baby of Satan looks over and smiles at him, and it's the woman, and it goes back to Eve, and it's the woman thinking that she can be compassionate and hold the snake and to love evil in that sense, and how that connects to all of this is, if I was going to kill humans, I would kill the woman first. I'd corrupt the woman first. Get Mary out of here. Get the divine feminine out of here, and the substructure of what is a man will go along with it, and that's what Adam and Eve is, and the redemption of that is Mary and Jesus, and that's why I totally agree with your framing. I also agree with the poetic way that Jesse was putting it was spot on, and the thing is, once you see a pattern, and then it starts to unfold, it unfolds as such. And so far, it seems like it's unfolding exactly like that. These people are Muppets that are working towards the annihilation of not just women, but of the annihilation of all life. So,
yeah, you only have to remove one leg of that stool, and
it can't help but feel like that is the goal of chaos, as such,
or what we're perceiving as chaos.
What we're
might
yes.
not be that. Right, it might be a much more nuanced idea of maybe the difference between short-term parasitic, because that's got to be the same thing, patterns, and long-term reciprocally opening patterns or something, right? Right, which would be up versus
because
down.
Once the person is possessed by that parasitic pattern, then it's driving the ship. And it unfolds as such, but the person doesn't have to be aware of it at all.
Yeah. West Coast refugee. That was Egypt's big mistake. They went after the male. Yes.
Wow, so, that was cool.
That was cool. So Sanjuro, just one thought. You don't have to follow up with an answer, but you're welcome to. Do you see how far back that cycle starts? Because what I really need to know is whether or not my 1960s thesis is viable. Not correct, but viable.
I was like, where's he going with this? But when you said it was the final nail in the coffin, then I agreed with you. Because you've seen the beginning of it much further back, but the final nail, yeah, I'm starting to see that, because that's when you could say it like this. That's when the parasitic possession is complete.
Yes. Yeah, well, that's when it gets a foothold that it can actually use, right?
And so now we're really seeing it take form and shape.
It's the Protestantism that jumps over the English Channel, right? And then that starts a cycle of monastery destruction, which leads to the beheading of the king, which leads to the French Revolution, which leads to feminism and all these other things, like a ton of stuff. But like, the other
fall of
thing,
Numenor, the destruction of the White Tree.
Yeah. but like all those other things, like in the Russian Revolution, I'm almost done with my research, I promise. All of that stuff, like the milieu that's in, it's like, well, no wonder Russia had killed the Tsar. Like, duh, there were no royal families left already in Europe, or almost none. Like they had all been beheaded at that point.
And I think Adam pinpointed what he called the small end of the cheese wedge for this was contraception being accepted in the Catholic Church, which is Protestantism at that point in time, and then that grows all the way to the final nail, contraception. The pill being finalized, and just laying on top of all of that, Jesse. Like, I don't know if he did this on purpose or not, but the fluidity of that, the motion of that is really key to lay on top of that, because, like you're again talking about chaos, the speed at which and the fluidity of it, and the porousness becoming just an onslaught. The dam has been removed. Chippy the beaver just went too ham on the beaver, on the dam. I named him Chippy. I love Chippy.
Castle, parting thoughts.
Okay, so one quick thing about the contraception and the church thing. I just wanted to mention that the disaffiliation of Canada actually happened immediately after the leading theologians in the church at the time had been pro contraception, until I forgot the name of he wasn't Pope yet, I don't think, but he eventually became Pope. I forget exactly which one it was, but he wrote in sort of, I don't want to say in opposition, but he clarified the position of why contraception was contrary to church teaching. And in doing so, an enormous quantity of these theologians and priests who were already on board with the contraception movement were then contradicted and then actually shut down. Like the error was seen, and that, like, the same year, like, that actually preceded the complete disaffiliation of the church in Canada. And an enormous amount of those theologians were in Canada. So I just wanted to mention that. I also want to address Michelle's question really quickly. So he says, is the refusal to see the divine feminine revelation as a way to avoid discernment, allowing parasitic emergence in the place of the order she offers? I want to, just kind of echo the bit that you mentioned before, Mark, that it's not necessarily, a human action that's doing a lot of these things, that these people are participating in a larger spirit. And there's also, this kind of issue related to the divine feminine revelation, that somebody got replaced, and this is as a part of Catholic teaching, as well as that someone who had a particular position was replaced by what we refer to as the divine feminine, and like that plays out actually in the book of Revelation. Like that actually is something that goes through there. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, and also just to reiterate the feminine as the proper cycle, that if you actually have the correct cycle, and within the church you see many kind of images of the feminine represented in cycles, whether it's like perhaps a loop of beads or something like that, and that there's also many titles. And one of these things I just wanted to kind of mention is that there's a devotion which is rather popular, and it's like 90 seconds a day or something like that, but it's under the title of Our Lady Undoer of Knots, and that goes into the kind of the calibrated wrong, undoing the wrong type of thing. So it's like, okay, the cycle undoing the knot. I wanted to just kind of mention the mystery and fantasy thing. So the mystery, as you said, is a veil, which is getting kind of gradually revealed, versus you can look at the fantasy, which is an illusion. And maybe that illusion is like some leaves on top of a snare or something like that. So you can kind of see that there's a sort of emptiness there behind the illusion. Or, at best emptiness. There's probably a bear trap or something like that that's waiting there, and then that's also where there's a snare, then you can kind of also invoke the proper cycle for that, to kind of address this parasitic emergence or the effects of emergence. And I can say from personal experience from the last month of doing that exact thing I mentioned, for 90 seconds a day, night and day difference, stuff I couldn't do in 2 years by my own effort, just actually gone, like amazingly so. Highly recommend. But those are my final thoughts. I have a one last thing. So, Mark, you said that people who have nukes don't use them, but this is the Chaos stream, so I have to use my nuke, and there's not just one. So you've seen the one before, of course, but this time there's this, but you didn't see my shoes.
Oh, dude!
Even the bottom has the little legs. Yeah.
I love it.
So that's all I got.
I love it. That's great. That's great. Thank you, Castle. That was wonderful, by the way. That was really good.
That's like I talked to you before, Castle, but having this full, just having all these people here and hearing Castle just sitting there quietly, and then he just comes at the end, dude, with just big right hooks. That was wonderful. I love your entire assessment. Yeah. That was a great summary of all those things.
I love talking to you guys so much.
Yeah, that was wonderful. The veil and the snare. And when you said traps, hologram, trick, right? Yeah. They're all implying the same thing. A Halloween imitation of the veil, of a mystery.
The snare is a loop as well that you step in.
Yep. Yep.
And I like the undoing of the knots, because when you get married in Catholic Church, you put a knot around you and your wife.
Yep.
And that's what the undoing of the knot. Like, it couldn't be more obvious and more on the nose. Mr. Abrams, Mr. Jar Jar Abrams.
Jar Jar Abrams. Yeah. No, this is great. I really appreciate everyone's engagement. I'm so happy Jesse stopped in, and it's great when I get to see Jesse. Hopefully I'll have a call with him about the Matrix stuff, because we gotta chat about this huge document that we're working on, because it'll be interesting, and I think might reframe stuff after today, but we'll find out. Look, there's a lot of chaos out there. It's not going to get any better, but it is going to get worse. So, make sure you're grounded. Things like these sorts of devotions that Castle's talking about, those are grounding elements, and they are things that draw your attention inward, so it's not quite so spread out. Inward and upward, though, which is what you want. You want it in and up. That's why meditation won't do. If you're ever meditate in a group setting, please. It's like, don't meditate alone. It's not good for you. Don't do yoga alone. Same deal. The chaos is not bad if you know what's happening. You won't understand what's going on, but as long as you know it's chaos, it's navigable. It's possible to sail through a storm. That can happen, and you're going to need to sail through the storms. And there's going to be lots of storms, and that's why it's navigating patterns. And I'm not going to deny seeing this coming. I might deny that I knew when or how quickly, because you can know one or the other, generally. But I also, this channel name is not mine. I didn't pick it. Just saying. So, not the only one that sees what's going on or saw what was gonna happen 2+ years ago. Way more than that, but the channel is about 2 years old. So, this is, the tools are here. I think all of them, or at least all of them, are derivable from what I already have, and I'll keep going, obviously. And feedback is appreciated, and support and help and all that, like Castle and Sinjuro and Jesse are doing, for sure, and Adam and Ethan and Elizabeth and Sally Joe, and we got a bunch of people. hop onto the Discord, Mark of Wisdom Discord. It's easier to help there, obviously. And look, if you get suggestions for other time slots for similar sort of pirate videos, let me know, or non-pirate live videos. That's fine too. But make some suggestions. Otherwise, I'll probably be lazy and not do it. But I'm happy to do more videos in like the European time zone and stuff. If that's something people want and will watch, then I will try to do it. Keep your head down and local. Everything will go better for you. Things are going to get worse in ways you cannot and should not try to anticipate. That's okay. It'll be fine. Get some chickens. Whatever it takes.
Or some cats.
Or sorts of cats. And look, a lot of the people around you are going to get eaten by the chaos. I'm very sorry for that. But there's also nothing that you or I or anybody else can do. We have to ride out this storm, and we're not getting out casualty free. I'm a pragmatist, I'm not an idealist, right? Pragmatists are realists. They calculate casualties first and then start to make decisions. They don't say, oh, I have an army of 10,000, you have an army of 5,000, and we should be fine. That would be dumb, right? Like, pragmatism is all about living in an enchanted enough world to understand casualties get calculated first, and then everything else flows from the casualty calculation. Because it's not just who you lose. I mean, it's not just how many you lose, it's who you lose, right? Like, and it's really important. So protect those most important, right? Not necessarily the most number of people. That might be a common error people are making. Don't try to save or redeem people from the chaos, especially if they're already drowning in it, because that's not going to work. If that's your plan, you need a new plan. And, chaos is not all bad. So, try to find and manifest the good in it. And, try to the best of your ability to have a good week. Because I'm going to do it all again next week. I think. Yeah, I don't think I have anything scheduled. So I should be able to do this. And we'll see what the topic is. I don't quite have one yet. And if you get suggestions on that, put them in the comments. And let me know if you get questions or anything like that. But most of all, keep your head down and do your best to look to have a good week and make that happen.